you're in, the ball's not doing an awful lot, and you want your batters to go on and make big scores. But it's not to be for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 80 for 4 Somerset are now.
It's almost, it makes you think of Kevin Peterson. It's the way I play, that kind of... Kohler-Cadmore's thumped some glorious shots. He's batted well. Yeah, you know, he's got Somerset's top score so far. He salvaged what was a pretty poor situation earlier this morning, but just having got that far to get out caught in the deep in a 4-day game, you know, it just... They'll say, oh, Bazball and modern cricket, that's the way we play, that's trying to take the positive approach, and maybe 9 times out of 10 he does hit that ball for 6, especially as a fairly short boundary over there, probably short of the ground dimensions over towards Gimlet's Hill. But I just think you got to maybe rein that in, try and hit that along the ground, just take the 1 or hit it along the ground for 4 in front of square. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about it now. There's a bit of warming up going down below us. Boulderson. No, who's that down there? That's not Boulderson. I think actually we've got a subfielder. I think that's Will Williams who's come on as a subfielder. Yes. So he's going to be down at fine leg to James Rue. Of course he can't bowl. Just change of point and cover, just switching over. So Jimmy Anderson's going to come in at point. Boulderson's going to go to extra cover. And James Rue batting at number 6 ahead of Lewis Gregory this year. The 6-7 swap around.
The 11th first-class match for James Rue. Has that 100 at Chelmsford, 101 unbeaten. Just the one other 50 as well, so average of 28.71. Highly talented player. He looked straight away when he came in last season. He just looked like he got the game. He understood the tempo.
Yeah, probing bowling this from Colin de Granton. A canny bowler. Wily wobbler. I remember him making his New Zealand debut. I think it was at Hagley Oval, Christchurch. I remember him making his New Zealand debut down there on one of the greenest pitches you could ever see. And yeah, Hagley Oval, a fairly new ground surface after the horrendous Christchurch earthquakes of 2012. But Colin de Granton just wobbles it around, and I remember he's been a nightmare. New Zealand's seen play Sri Lanka in a lot of test matches. So many times I can picture him wobbling it away, and quality opener like Karuna Ratner has been troubled by someone like Colin de Granton, but no longer going to be playing Test cricket for New Zealand. Bit of a shame, but to Lancashire's benefit.
Yeah, played 29 tests, 49 wickets he took at 32.96. Comes around the wicket.
James Rue on his side, flicks to the leg side. That should be 4, but Will Williams is going to come around for final leg. Can he stop it? Yes, he can get there to stop it and keep it to 2. There was no way the square leg fielder was going to be able to get there and stop that, but the deep fine can run round. And James Rue is off the mark with a 2. Captain and wicket-keeper now with a lot to do. The 2 men with little symbols on the scorecards. I like that on the scorecard. The star next to the captain, the plus next to the wicket-keeper.
Take you around the grounds quickly. Down at Northampton, Hampshire are 72 for 2. Nick Gubbins is unbeaten on 30. Gareth Berg picked up the 2nd wicket. Fletcher Middleton went for a duck, and Felix Organ has gone for 38. As we said, Gloucestershire 47 for 7. Nottinghamshire going along nicely, 106 without loss. Hatib Hamid has made 50 and Ben Duckett has made 54. Very familiar sight to Somerset fans. They did put on a 100 partnership last week, so they're going well at Lords. Essex 100 for 1 against Kent. Nick Brown and Tom Wesley are the current batters at the crease as Mahmood continues into his 6th over. Abel works him down the leg side to Dane Vias and just picks up a single. In theory, we've got 8 overs before lunch, but it is 1:45, so I think it's highly unlikely we'll get them. Although Colin de Granton does come in off a very short run-up. I like it. It's efficient, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's not changed in his how many years of professional cricket. No different in Test cricket to County Championship cricket, even when he plays T20 cricket, similar length run-up.
Going to come around the wicket, Saqib Mahmood here to the left-hander route. He's got 3 slips in. They're quite wide of each other. I think that is a gully just because of the gap between third slip. Is there another fielder coming across? Yeah, I think the fielder at square leg is going to come across and go to backward point. And Josh Bohannon is going to move into the covers as Mahmood comes around the wicket. 5 balls left in this over. Comes really wide there, Saqib Mahmood, and actually the ball was just too wide as well. Or might have been a 1-day wide.
There's going to be an umpire changing over to square leg. Did he forget the ball before? I think he did. I think he stood a point.
What's the rule there?
I always think common sense should prevail. You know, they're very different in friendly cricket to County Championship, don't get me wrong, but does it make that much difference, point or square leg? I don't think they need to hold the game up to swap sides. But then when a seamer's got such a long run up, it doesn't hold the game up.
Wide of the crease. That's a better line of length there from Mahmood. It just zips through. You can see he's the quicker bowler of this Lancashire attack, just where George Bell is standing and the slip cordon as well.
Yeah, if anyone's not watched Saqib Hamood bowl, then of course you've been missing out. That's sad to hear, but he's very slingy, quick bowler. I think he's probably going to be used more in white ball games for England going forward when he gets himself fully fit, as you hope he is now after a fair while out since last April.
Left alone outside off stump.
Talking of umpires, we should say happy birthday to Dickie Bird, who was 90 years old yesterday. 66 tests and 3 World Cup finals. Umpires in this game are Mr. Illingworth and Mr. Warren. And yeah, maybe just moving over from square leg to point just to keep warm, just to keep the blood flowing.
Again, left alone outside off stump. Doesn't need to play at that one, Roo. That's the third, fourth ball he's bowled from around the wicket. Mahmood hasn't quite got his line right. They're going to move another fielder across. So I think Josh Bohannon is going to come from the covers to square leg. So they're just going to tempt James Roo here. Leave that big gap. There's Will Williams, the sub fielder, at mid-off. There's a backward point in as well. I think it's Tom Hartley, the left-hander. And then there's a huge gap. So Mahmood is basically saying to James Roo, there's your gap. Take on your cover drive.
Will he resist the temptation? Hope those of you in the ground are really enjoying these radio headsets next to Vertu motors. Great idea if you want to tell your friends and family and anyone else in the ground. Worth mentioning to get buy the headsets today and keep them for the rest of the season, and you can listen to us every home game, all 3 formats. Cracking idea. So what we're going to see now is Will Williams gone to the wrong side. Subfielder, no, now the subfielder is going to be allowed to go back off. Yep, he can have a break as De Grondom is going to continue from the river end. And Tom Bailey is back on the field, down to fine leg. Quite a square fine leg, more of a long leg. Over in front of the Exeter Uni faithful, who've been enjoying themselves in the sunshine, singing one of their own to Tom Abel. Former student who's back on strike now. And that's an edge to first slip. Did that carry to second slip? Sorry, probably Jennings' catch. Tricky catch, just diving forward. I think he could have potentially got to that. Looked like it fell just short. So we haven't got a replay, but
yeah, I think it fell just short. I think.
Tom Abel more authoritatively this time cuts the backward point. Yeah, was that a life? Keaton Jennings, the captain for Lancashire, good slip fielder. I think he fielded a slip for England when he was in the batting in the test matches a few years ago.
Gets a pat on his back from opening partner Luke Wells. It's difficult, isn't it? It's where do you stand with the keeper up?
Better stride from Abel.
If you go too close and one flies past you. I'd look at that scorecard. You said it was Alistair Cook that got out. I mean, did you see his strike rate? Did you see the runs he scored?
Oh yeah, he was absolutely flying it.
39 on 30 balls.
Yeah.
It's contagious, this McCullum approved method.
I was reading that Kent had 23 scoring shots in the 18 overs and they were going at 3.5 runs per ball. So most shots they hit went for 4, basically. Lovely stat. So yeah, they didn't get a single until the 18th over, Essex and Kent. 17 falls.
Welcome back to those of you on the YouTube live stream. Apologies, we've had some severe technical issues this morning that has hampered our coverage, but it's a delight to have you all back with us. Somerset here, 83 for 4.
Tom Abel defending against Colin de Granton.
About 10 minutes until lunch, so 1 ball left now, the 26th over, so we won't get the full 32 in.
Yeah, never going to happen with 4 wickets and seamers from both ends.
Great work from George Bell, that down the leg side.
Quality keeper. Now, I was surprised to see him start, actually. I thought Dane Vilas might be picked for the first game as wicket keeper, but no, really impressed with George Bell, and I think he's done plenty with bat and with the gloves to secure his spot for a fair few games in the future, as we're going to see. Is that Balderson? Yeah, is that Balderson we can see from this end? Was it Tom Bailey? No, I think it's George Balderson from the... Yeah, he's going to have a bowl from the Triscovic Pavilion then down below us. Little trundle for the young, well, seeming all-rounder, I guess we'd call him. Still the wind whooshing around on a beautiful sunny day down in the West Country.
So George Balderson, change of ends for him. We saw him operate at the river end a little bit earlier on. He's going to come into the attack for Saqib Mahmood. What a comeback for Saqib Mahmood. A brilliant morning for him after a year out injured as Balderson comes in around the wicket. You can see it's a slightly gentler pace and Root leaves that one alone. 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 11 for Saqib Mahmood. A year out with a stress fracture that was almost misdiagnosed. Well, it was. Initially, he was given the okay to carry on. So it's been a long period of rehab, so I'm sure he will sit down to his lunch shortly. Actually, no, he won't, apologies, because he is in Ramadan, so he may well not do that.
Yeah, good point.
Currently observing Ramadan, Saqib Mahmood, coming towards Eid as well, I think, tomorrow. But I'm sure he will be happy at lunchtime, having been back out there. It must be a nervy as a bowler, having been out for so long. You can do all the work in the net, but to go out there in a competitive game.
Plenty of Lancashire fans on the live stream really enjoying watching him back in action, and Jimmy Anderson, of course. Even Somerset fans really enjoying watching England international seamers. That one seemed to move in past James Roo's bat, almost after the bat, coming through into George Bell's gloves. Down the leg side, bit of movement for George Balderson. 2000 born, 22-year-old, isn't it scary when you see the date of birth and it's 2000. Of course, captain the England under 19s, not so long ago. I was talking earlier about Josh Davey and Craig Overton, the two bowlers missing for Somerset, how good they were in the Bob Willis Trophy campaign with lockdown and the restrictions. That gave a chance to players like George Balderson, who's really impressive in that Bob Willis Trophy, playing 5 games and getting his maiden 50 against Derbyshire, opening the bowling in some games. Quality all-rounder, really. James Drew, another of those players who's bowling against now, is these young players who benefit. They come through the under-19s and they benefit from chances like in the One Day Cup. They come and get a go. They had a go in the Bob Willis Trophy and they stake their claim and then become undroppable. Get more chances as they go in the first team. Casey Aldridge, another one we're going to see later today in action potentially. Just nagging outside off stump, and the James Root reluctant to play anything, happy to leave it outside off stump. And yeah, we should say the reason Somerset 4 down was that great catch from Tom Bailey. Probably didn't give enough credit if you watched the replay. It was superb work from the seamer coming round, deep square leg diving forward to get that catch. A massive wicket, the top score for Somerset so far. Kayla Cadmore's 38. De Gondom continuing from the river end then. Keeper stood up, back foot punch from Tom Abel. Should be just 1 in the covers, stop, chase back. Good work from the two of them. umpires will swap sides again as James Rue, the left-hander, is back on strike.
Keeper goes back. George Bell, he's done really well, actually. He's gone up at just the right time. That Kohler Cadmore wicket, I think, was in no small part due to him. He'd made the decision, probably with the bowler, to go up to the stumps.
Ball's quite full, does Kohler Cadmore, so easy for Abel to play that back foot punch when he does drop short. Not quick enough to really worry the batters, but rare that he does drop fully short to cut or pull, just the fraction of back of a length delivery you can back foot punch into either side of the wicket. Lovely shot from James Rue. That should be 4 runs. It might hold up. Great chase here from Josh Bohannon. Done really well actually to haul that back in. Very quick across the ground, Josh Bohannon. Only going to be 2 for James Rue. You thought it was going to be 4, but the deeper side of the ground out towards the dugouts and the Andy Cannick Pavilion. Two slips, Wells, Jennings, and that gap before the gully fielder Tom Hartley. Not related to Alex Hartley, the Lancashire lady spinner who also played for England, as a brilliant commentator herself. Phrase all over social media and cricket reports of Jimmy Anderson back bowling in Lancashire whites. Yep, he bowled 7 overs. If you're just joining us, where have you been all morning? But he bowled 7 overs beautifully this morning. Picked up the wickets of Dixon and Tom Lammerby, the 2 Somerset openers. And then Bailey and Colin de Grantom getting Bancroft and TKC. Tom Kohler Cadmore.
What a joy to get to watch Jimmy Anderson. I think that's the beauty of county cricket. I was at Trent Bridge last week watching Stuart Broad, and that's when you don't realise you get to see some of the very top players in the world.
Could be called Trent Broad if, you know, then Jimmy Anderson end. They could rename Trent Bridge after Stuart Broad when he retires, maybe.
They could. 28 overs gone, 86 for 4. It was only, and Stuart Broad, by the way, loves playing for Nottinghamshire. He's very much a part of that dressing room, but it was only his 50th first-class game.
Yeah, ridiculous stat,
isn't it? But, and in the meantime, he's just played the 150 tests or whatever it is. But yeah, that's the beauty of county cricket, is you walk into a smaller ground like this, and you're just watching Jimmy Anderson, who is arguably the standout seamer in the world that we see. We've probably got time for one more over before tea. So 28 overs gone, one more
lunch?
Over.
Sam's already for tea already.
Yeah.
Lunch. We're getting back to Chris Morris and Charlie Morris.
I know, I don't. George Balderson is going to probably see us through to lunch here. One more over. A couple of slips in. Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, unbeaten on 15. His job really here is just to make sure he's still there after lunch as he plays down the inside of one that zips through to George
Zip,
Bell.
yeah, good word for Saqib Mahmood. Zip, it does really zip through off the surface.
Also for George Balderson.
It's contagious. Either of them.
Having technical issues of our own this morning. You and I. Sun's out. Beautiful day here down at Taunton. If you're anywhere near the area. Abel uses his feet and pushes that into the offside. Solid defence from Tom Abel. Good stuff from Balderson into his 6th over. Been a little bit expensive. I mean, you can see why Lancashire turned to him. He had that hat-trick at Essex last September. Sir Alistair Cook, Critchley, Dan Lawrence. Abel using his feet again. He was looking to turn that into the leg side. Just pushed it wide of mid-off and we'll pick up a single.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Abel would be the kind of player to use his feet in a red ball match 4 days against the seamer, but he's become more, he's sort of moved with the times, hasn't he? That 100 against Middlesex, I'll never forget in the T20 Blast. When he first came in to open with Marcus Trescothick, having coming through Taunton School, I never thought he would become the 3 format player he's become today. Around
the wicket to Rue. The gap is plugged at cover. It's Saqib Mahmood himself who's in there.
The fact that he can just waltz down and, you know, when Kohler Cadmore runs down, he's looking for a 6. I feel like Tom Abel's looking to get the ball off their line of length and just nudge a 1 and just change things, different tactics.
The player that came through, Tom Abel, broke into the championship side. The few people would have suggested he'd become the white ball player, but he has actually become. People like Joss Butler turning to him for tips on the scoop. Around the wicket, wider, tucked off his hips nicely there by James Rue. He'll pick up a boundary he'll double his score from 4 to 8. Gap at mid-wicket. It was just too straight, really. Maybe coming from wide of the crease there, Balderson here was straying down the leg side, and he worked it away nicely there, James Root. So he'll feel a little bit better after that one. Somerset move on to 91 for 4.
And there you are. You can hear the ex-uni students really enjoying themselves. We'll get the camera to pan to them. There you are in the Somerset stand. Tom Abel was the fine player he was ex-university, and they're enjoying.
Back over the wicket, George Balderson, and left alone by James Rue outside the off stump, and the bails will be taken off. 91 for 4 then, Somerset, having been put into bat by Keaton Jennings about 2.5 hours ago. We've seen some fine cricket, some fine bowling. Jimmy Anderson, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. He's taken the wickets of Lammonby and Dixon. Tom Bailey, his opening bowling partner, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Colin de Grandhomme, the other man to take a wicket. Tom Kohler-Cadmore as well, the one Somerset batter who's really got going. He had 38 when he tried to flick one over off his legs. Well, tried to lift it over fine leg for 6, and he got caught on the boundary by Tom Bailey. So off they trot. Somerset 91 for 4. Work to do at lunchtime. Harry, Tom Abel 16 unbeaten. James Rue 8.
Yes, I mean Lancashire will be the happier of the two teams at lunchtime. 91 for 4 for Somerset. Jimmy Anderson has been the man. Awesome 7 overs at the start, and then Balderson, Colin de Grandhomme, and who's the other team? Tom Bailey coming in and bowling well too. But we should apologise for the technical issues we've had with the stream coming down at times this morning, but we're now flying along this afternoon. Thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where the 11 Lancashire fielders, the 2 Somerset batters and Richard Illingworth and Russell Warren are back in the middle. Myself, Harry Everett, joined by Vic Marks. Sum up the morning session for us, Vic, for people just tuning in.
Well, it was Lancashire's morning. They won the toss, they put Somerset in, but it's not an archetypal green early season seamer to me. We were blessed, I suppose, with the sight of one of the great bowlers of all time coming in from the Marcus Trescott again, namely Jimmy Anderson, who dispensed with both openers in a typically Anderson spell. Probing, bit of swing, bit more swing, beat the bat now and again, and he picked up Dixon very early, and then he found the outside edge of Tom Lammonby's bat. Tom Bancroft, he went. Not Tom Bancroft. Most of our team are called Somerset's team are called Tom. Then Bancroft went, and then the only little bit period of prosperity was when Kohler, Cadmore, and Abel were together. They added 50.
It was Tom Bailey. Another Tom is going to open the bowling for the River End.
Popular name, Tom. Around that 25 years ago, I should think. Kohler, Cadmore played really well, positively, and then he kind of strangled, holed out on the boundary, deep backward square, or fine, long leg, clipped a full-length ball from Colin de Grandhomme. It went straight to the fielder. So that was another blow.
Tom Bailey, yes, with 2 slips and a gully in.
So the upshot is that my eyes tell me that there are a lot of runs out there. It's not a Trent Bridge type of pitch where Somerset were last week and got bowled out cheaply. It's truer than that. It looks drier than that. So there's some batting to be done if Somerset are going to stay in this game.
2 good players to do such thing, though. Tom Abel, we know, renowned top run scorer for Somerset, over 1,000 runs in the Championship last season. And James Rue scored that decent knock-up at Southport and Birkdale. We've got Paul Edwards with us in the press box today. His club up there where we saw Keaton Jennings score a 100, but James Rue got a few runs. Him and Goldsworthy got a few.
Yeah. There was a lot of runs there.
There were, yeah. James Rue can dig in. He's got all these exciting slog sweeps, reverse sweeps, but he can also play the long innings.
No, you're right. James Rue is a bit of a throwback to me. I mean, he's got the modern shots, but he's a young player who's prepared to bat time, which is not so common now. With a sound technique, he's got a big job on his hands here, but it's also a great opportunity. And we've got the great Anderson here. I mean, it's a great opportunity for James Rue. How old was he when Anderson?
Yeah, I dread to think, was he born?
He was barely born.
Scary thought, that, isn't it?
So if you look at it in a positive light, what an opportunity for James Rue. I don't know if he's played against Anderson before. Probably not.
No, I don't
to say, he'd be able to tell his grandchildren.
Yeah.
Remember Jimmy Anderson? Yeah, I played against him.
And Tom Lammonby too. That's just, anyone really. We've got cricketing royalty with us. Also mentioned we've got Greg James and Felix White from the famous Tailenders podcast and radio DJ. They're here at Taunton today. Yeah.
What are they doing here?
They do this Tailenders podcast with
Oh, yeah. For Jimmy, they're going to do it with Jimmy.
With Jimmy, yes. So that makes a bit of sense.
Well.
Whether they get him after play or they're going to...
Well, they can't really run on the... Well, unless he's fielding it long leg, they can't really do it there.
Maybe if we watch out for Jimmy, if he goes off for what we think might be a toilet break, if he goes off for a subfielder, maybe he's doing a quick podcast interview.
Well, he might have knocked it off at lunchtime. Or he might think, don't worry, we'll bowl him out for tea, which is possible. Somerset 4 down. But it's not really that sort of pitch. It shouldn't be happening, I don't think. There was enough encouragement for Jennings to put Somerset in, but I wouldn't have thought it was an absolutely straightforward decision because there's not a cloud in the sky. It looks to me like a relatively dry pitch, given we're April. It might liven up in a moment or two. The great Anderson is back, just loosening up. He bowled 1 long spell, or 7 over spell, 2 for 13, straight off this morning, and now he's back.
The Tailenders podcast fans will be delighted to see. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson. Anderson with his tail up. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out from the tail ender's Instagram page. Yeah.
Okay, you're ahead of me here on the social media front.
Yes. On the train down.
Which is not difficult.
Not sure if they're they're
walking towards the ground.
Yeah,
it's one of the churches.
This is an hour. Yeah, it must have been a start place. They came from the train station. There you go. And Felix White putting his sun cream on in the Somerset stand. So there you go.
I think we had a few glitches, technical glitches.
Yes.
This morning, both in the batting and the streaming. So we apologise. We can apologise for the streaming ones.
Technical and tactical glitches, yes.
No, but hopefully we're sort of close to getting back to normal. The backroom team, army, working on it, I'm told.
Yeah, so we are missing cameras behind the bowler's arm. This isn't quite our full shebang that we've had previous games, like the Warwickshire game, but still better than it was in COVID times with just the CCTV cameras and all the modern development. So apologies for such a big game with Jimmy Anderson and Lancashire, of course. But
well, they look strong, Lancashire. They've got a potent-looking bowling lineup, especially when Anderson and Sakiib are back. You won't see them in harness that often this summer, but I like the way Anderson relishes the prospect of playing for Lancashire.
it's going to be the first boundary of the afternoon session, isn't it? Yep, flick off the hips from Tom Abel and Jimmy Anderson. And that's a big old cheer from the Exeter Uni faithful over in the Somerset stand. They love singing. Every time Tom Abel score a boundary, they'll be singing He's One of Our Own. I've worn my Exeter University top this morning, just in...
Were they the ones chanting Cola Cadmore?
Yes.
To the tune of Jeremy Corbyn?
Yes. It works quite well, doesn't it? There's a few options.
Yeah.
They've got their blazers. I don't think you were here last year, but Stephen Lamb was in commentary with myself when they were here, and they brought me up a green blazer. Gave me a green University of Exeter blazer, and Stephen Lamb absolutely loved it. So Stephen wore it for 2 hours on commentary. I had a great time. Nice one into the outside from Tom Abel. Yeah, I've got links from my two university days. Huddersfield University up north, a lot of them are Lancashire fans, so they're all listening in. And then we've got the Exeter University guys in the ground.
Well, Tom Abel is obviously a graduate from there. Alex Barrow, Somerset's on Somerset staff, he's a coach there now. And Max Waller is doing some work there, isn't he?
Yeah, Max Waller's his testimonial year, of course. Yeah, he's helping Alex Barrow coaching the Exeter University team up in the Ondarchie Centre in Exeter. Leg side delivery from Jim Anderson. He's disgusted with himself, fuming. He's got such high standards for himself that he's not happy, and poor Illingworth has to give him his sunglasses and jumper, and Jimmy's in a bit of a strop. That's a sign of a quality performer, isn't it? One bad ball and he's fuming with himself.
Well, no, let's be a bit more ruthless than that. 2 bad balls.
Yes, good point, actually. I was thinking
2 out of 6. I mean, it's not up to his standard. I mean, he was... he bowled beautifully in Pakistan, which I had the pleasure of watching every ball, probably, and on some of the flattest pitches you can imagine. He still came away with not that many wickets. I think about 9 or 10 wickets in the series, but he only played 2 test matches, actually. Rarely bowled a bad ball.
Yeah, that talk of, can Jim Anderson perform in subcontinental pitches and different spots, and silence a few doubters with the good performance in Pakistan.
Well, he's got better and better in the last 5 years. This is astonishing.
Like a fine wine, they
pattern of his career.
Yeah.
Fast bowler between the ages of 35 and 40, producing figures better than anything before. Maybe fast bowler is not the right perfect description for Jimmy Anderson, but
swing
he's still, he still bowls at mid-80s when he wants to, but he's a wonderful, especially when that ball's swinging. I love watching him. It's like, as I was saying before lunch, it's almost like watching a wrist spinner bowl. Is he going to bowl the googly or the leg break, or is he going to bowl the in swing or the away swing?
Yeah.
Will anyone else be able to
Can you
notice?
pick it from here?
Yeah.
You've got to guess. And if we train our binoculars on his hand, his wrist, it'd be pretty hard to tell. That could be another 4 for Tom Abel, actually. Just a touch off the hips, wasn't it? Not much power on the shot. Beautiful timing, placement.
Well, that tells me 2 things. One, Abel's a good player.
Yes, we know that.
Sort of know that. Beautiful timing. 2, this is a good pitch.
Yeah.
That was just
That's the
slid
caveat,
onto
isn't
the
it?
bat. Very true. I mean, as I say, I think par here. I think Somerset a long way from par. I think par at least starts with a 3, and they're a long way from there.
And the
we've got
maximum batting bonus point starts with a 4.
one batting point starts with 2 and a 5.
Yeah. Open stance from Abel, leaving that outside the off stump. Yeah, it's worth mentioning that again and again, really. The caveat to Somerset being 97 for 4 is Lancashire bowl very well, but as you say, it's not a green seaming pitch. It's not doing all sorts. There's been some very good balls, but there's been some loose shots as well. Curler Cadmore with that flick down to fine leg, I think it's probably most capable.
I suppose so. I mean, it's, on another day you'd hit that for 6, actually.
Yeah.
It's the Botham response. The Botham, McCullum, Stokes response.
Yeah, many more.
Should have hit it harder.
Yeah. That's the way I play, they say, don't they?
Well, I don't mind that too much. But
it's all right for a couple of days. Not if it's all of them. Just hear a few cheers from the stands for our effects mice. Plenty of the Somerset faithful and Lancashire fans come down for this match. Beautiful sunshine on a Thursday at the end of April. We should shout out some of the YouTube comments. Ed Hawksworth's watching from St Albans. FSM the dog always seems to be on the live stream. He's glad to have some cricket to watch. We've got people coming in from other streams. AJ's been watching the Worcestershire stream. That was carnage, the Worcestershire-Gloucestershire game before lunch. Do we dare check for another update? How many wickets have fallen at Bristol since lunch?
Where are they playing? Are they playing Bristol or Worcester?
Sorry, New Road, correct. Yes, well, good point. 85 for 7. Zafar Gahar is top scoring at number 8 with 21. Good player,
he's
actually.
not easily overawed, is he?
No, he's
played some good cricket for Gloucester in the last couple of years.
No, he's a proper bat.
He's timed that well too. That James Rue is just in the air for a while.
Yeah, I was worried about the square leg fielder. Just behind square leg to still go for 4. He didn't mean to get it quite so aerial, did he? I think he was trying to get his hands over it, but safely 4 in the end. That's 2 boundaries for the leg side that have been perfectly bisecting the square leg and the deep fine leg fielder. It could have been 2 dot balls, but 2 boundaries, 1 each for Abel and Rue. We should probably mention that Somerset's tail isn't quite as strong as usual as well, with Overton and Davey out. Aldridge can bat, and Brooks, he's whacked it for Yorkshire, first class 100 he'll talk about, but...
Well, Ollie Davies the one that has come good this season. He hasn't got many wickets, but he's scored quite... he's played 2 significant innings.
Really significant, yeah, absolutely.
Positive and significant. He's always looked, actually, like a proper batsman. He plays in a correct manner.
Well, he opened the batting for Middlesex.
Yeah.
42 here against Warwickshire.
He's done it again, this time just a single, but he's picked that off nicely.
Yeah, Dave with that big score at Trent Bridge as well.
Yeah, so his absence in terms of the tail wagging is significant. Casey Aldridge has clear potential as a batsman, and he'll be coming in at 8. So a lot depends on these 2 and Lewis Gregory. But it's just great to see cricket playing. It's great to see Anderson here playing championship cricket. He loves it too. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah, interesting change of field here. Leg slip.
He does. They've done their work on Tom Abel.
They have. Even at Jimmy Anderson's age and form and experience. He's now bringing deep square leg 15 yards off the boundary. Stopping the 2. Maybe they're... Well, it's just a normal good ball outside off stump, isn't it? He's not going to bowl a short ball and get Tom Abel to hook to deep square leg or fine leg, I wouldn't have thought.
No. I mean, he may have brought him in just to make sure he saves the 2.
Yeah.
What I think he's kind of attacking both sides of the bat. Conventionally, it's the outside edge you're looking for. As a seam bowler like Anderson, he's got his 3 slips there. But he also knows that Abel has been susceptible. Oh, actually, there is the short ball.
Let's do what I said.
He's played it well.
Really well.
Not a vicious short ball, but he did dig that in, and Abel helped it round. It's not a really very quick surface. But he will know, because everyone knows how people get out now, that oddly enough, Abel has been caught off the inside edge. He gets a long way over to the offside. So if he gets that, he hangs his bat occasionally outside his body on the leg side. And what you think initially, always think, well, that's a strangle whenever you get anyone caught down leg side. But a lot of seamers get wickets like that nowadays. So I don't think it's just bad luck. And batsmen have to be aware of that too.
Interesting. It's not a leg slip to Rue, it's a leg gully.
Well, he's picked him off the face of the bat there a couple of times in the air. So he's shuffling around, probing Anderson. He's given away a few more runs in this little spell than we're used to seeing. But it's fascinating. It's, you know, it is, I keep stressing to people in the crowd and the young players here, or even the old players here. It's a moment to play against Anderson now, who's, you know, not going to play domestic cricket or international cricket for that much longer. So you've got to treasure it when he's in the opposition, whether you're a spectator or a player. You know, it's playing against one of the greats of all time. So you've got to enjoy that.
Bailey continued the river. That looked quicker from Tom Bailey. Not renowned for his pace, wobbles it around, and George Bell has stood up on previous occasions. Tom Bailey, he's not at the moment, because Kola Campbell was the man who was running down the wicket a little bit. But that looked quick into Tom Abel's, well, inside edge, into the leg side.
I'm pretty sure I saw in the last round Cook LBW bowled Anderson. There'd have been a few chats about that afterwards, I think.
Yes. That was interesting. He got him in both innings, didn't he? He got him in both innings.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
And, well, that was, you know, would have been an interesting little vignette. You got 2 great teammates, really, in opposition. And on this particular occasion, this is likely to be the case, I suppose, in April. Anderson won out.
So Tom Bailey and Jimmy Anderson, the 2 after lunch. Saqib Mahmood, George Balderson and Colin de Grandhomme. So 5 seam bowling options. All have been used so far. No spin. Not seen Tom Hartley yet. Probably won't need to see Tom Hartley anytime soon, I wouldn't suggest.
No, but I would. Well, it depends how the innings goes. But
yeah,
it's not moving extravagantly, and it might be that, you know, he needn't be the bowler of the last resort, although he would be the 6th one used. If a partnership builds up, you might toss him the ball, because it's the pitch is looked already as if it's changed colour slightly. So often happens at Taunton, it can start green and then it kind of goes to gradually, if you get sunlight like this, it goes to brown. It doesn't often disintegrate.
A bit beige, sort of batting looking colour in the next couple of days. Though a chance of rain tomorrow might slightly change things. I guess the covers will be on it. Today's the nicest of the 4 days.
Right.
Talking of different weather, we got Cosmic Nana's watching at work in Texas, loving watching Jimmy Anderson bowl. Pasty in 145 is watching from Northern Virginia, America. Of course, we've got Lancs fans like Callum Harvey watching from Salford. But to have 2 from the States tuning in for Jimmy Anderson gets bums on seats.
They might be tuning into James Rue for all we know.
Well, no, they've actually said it explicitly.
Right.
Sorry,
Okay.
Sorry, James Rue. Not yet.
But well, why not? It's fantastic that this is possible.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a... Every time I think this pitch is completely flattened out, something happens, but it doesn't,
happened a few
it's not
times,
a
isn't it?
constant stream of plays and misses. Clearly, you can play some shots on here, because we've seen some nice strokes from certainly Cola Cadmore, from Abel, and indeed one or two from James Rue. But then suddenly something happens. Umpires, they've got layers on. You can hear a bit of a biting wind outside. Well, you don't know it's biting, but I'm telling you it is.
His biting has been sat in a warm box with this. Oh, nice. So Jimmy Hansen is going to continue. What's he bowled? 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24.
Just the 2 in this spell so far.
He's responsible for 2/3 of the first bonus point of the day. Lancashire bring that up before lunch. You'd expect Lancashire to get all their bowling points in 110 overs, but it's going to be a big battle for Somerset to see if they can still bat to the 110th overs to start with. That's what, over 3 times what we've had so far to go.
Well, batting points, you've got to work hard to get batting points, especially in April. It's 250 before you get a point.
You almost, that's a cheeky single from Tom Abel. No, not as cheeky as I thought it was, actually. Well judged in front of the point fielder. You almost think like they should be 200 in April and May and 250 in June, July.
Well, I was wondering the other day whether, I mean, they obviously want clubs to make sure that the pitches are not too bowler friendly, I guess. So they've made it harder to get batting points. I presume that's part of the logic. I wonder whether you shouldn't get 2 points every time you get 250 or 300.
Yeah.
But they've also put the onus on sides trying to win games. In the past, there have been times where the county championship winners have maybe won no more than 4 or 5 games, 3 or 4 or 5 games, but they've drawn a lot. And I think the onus now is more on getting a result on the one hand, but they also want runs to be scored as well.
That's that area we're talking about from James. Can they get 2 this time?
No.
No. It's on the boundary, but it's a shortish side. George Bell's a short wicketkeeper, and he's done well to jump up and stop there being overthrows, but that's the area. We've seen Abel flick a 4 there at this end. We've seen Jones flick 2 4s and 2 singles there at that end. And that leg gully and the square leg and the fine leg all in the game.
Yeah.
But no chance. We've got someone watching from Vietnam as well. Brilliant global game of cricket. Lovely shot, Tom Abel. Shot the afternoon so far. I said shot the morning for that straight drive from Cola Cadmore. That is Tom Abel through mid-on. And the Exeter University crowd are back in chorus. One of their own. Oh, he's a Taunton schoolboy, but yeah, went down to Exeter for university and now club captain here.
Well, been club captain for an awfully long time, actually.
Yeah.
It's amazing how the years fly by.
Think of when he dropped himself. And
yeah, first season was a real ordeal for him. He came through, undisputed, unassailable. It's a rare half volley, though, from Jimmy Anderson. He put it away beautifully.
Is it critical of me to say Jimmy Anderson's not been at his best? Seems hard to critique the big man, but
I don't think he's been at his best since lunch.
No, he's bowled a couple of half volleys, a couple down the leg side. I mean, I said 1 down the leg side, and you quite rightly corrected me that it was 2 down the leg side.
No, I think his opening spell was typical Anderson.
Yeah.
But oddly, since lunch, he's well, that was a half volley there, put away. He's strayed in line a little bit, so he's capable of being grumpy on the pitch, as we all know. And I expect he'll be a little bit grumpy at the moment because he sets himself such high standards.
Bailey, the weird sort of follow through, he sort of swings his back leg round a bit. I feel like as he bowls the ball, Bailey, he's not quite flinging all of his momentum straight down the wicket. Yeah,
I mean, we were down here, weren't we, for the Warwickshire game? And Bailey is a little bit more elegant and probably not quite as tall and slightly quicker, but I'm thinking Hannon Dolby.
Stirring the pot
It's
as
a
he
little
runs in.
smoother operator. Han Dolby is very effective.
Very effective,
bowler,
yeah.
but totally reliable, and it's done some sterling work for Warwickshire. But Bailey's the same type.
What are they discussing here, I think?
Well, I'm wondering whether he's coming round the wicket, and I'm wondering whether there's just it might have been a little word about just be careful about running on the pitch or something from the umpire, and it was a very friendly sort of exchange, nothing like a warning about running on the pitch. And now he's not happy with the ball though. So he's tossed it to Anderson, who's obviously an expert on these matters, and a man not to be tampered with. So Anderson is going up to umpire Warren.
Oh, we're not trying to get the ball changed.
And so I think you'll find that this ball is out of shape. And I'm Jimmy Anderson, and I know what a misshapen ball looks like.
They're going to get the old handcuff looking things out, do you reckon?
Well, they could do.
35 overs gone.
But they ain't going to change it. Richard Illingworth, he's been around the tracks as well. So no fuss there. I'll tell you about... Well, is Ian Gould still umpiring?
Got a Gould. Oh, I got a feeling. Did he...
I don't know. He might not be, but I think he might have retired properly now. He did a little bit of domestic work after. Anyway, he used to carry two what do you call them?
Oh yeah, I don't know. They're not handcuffs, are
They're
they?
like rings, measuring
yeah.
rings.
Yeah, I don't know what the technical term is actually.
Anyway, he would have in his pocket. He'd also have a women's balls ring, if you see what I mean, which is slightly smaller. So that if he felt in a test match, for example, if he just had the instinct that there was some shenanigans with the ball, but he was unable to prove this, because you can't, it's very hard to prove it. He would get this women's ring round, get the ball, fail to get it going through the ring, and then change it. It didn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But it was a cunning way of not taking the enormous step of saying, I think you're tampering with this ball. But it was a cunning way of changing it just in case they were.
Yeah, okay, very good. He did that for a while, I guess.
I guess so. I was impressed.
How did you find that out?
He told me.
Wasn't that you went up to him and said, oh, that doesn't look the right size?
No.
You didn't catch him out?
No. And I thought, well, that's good lateral thinking there, Ian, which didn't entirely surprise me.
Yeah.
A bright spark. Although I never had him necessarily as the most obvious candidate to be one of the world's best umpires. He often used to speak about getting sacked by Middlesex, the coach at Middlesex with Mike Gatting, actually.
He also played cricket.
And he got sacked. And in hindsight, he thought it was the best thing that happened to him because he suddenly found a new career at which he absolutely excelled.
We talk about Ian Gould. He also played cricket in Devon for Budley and Exmouth.
Who did?
Ian Gould, you were just talking
Ian
about.
Gould?
Yeah. Didn't realise that. What the internet can tell you. I did not realise that. Another Devon link. Struggled on the slower wickets in the southwest, internet tells us.
Good lord.
Bailey into Abel again, flicks its leg side. Two men back there, so it will just be one single. Things you learn, eh?
Vernon Fernando played for Budley Salton.
Did he? Didn't know that. That's been a few years ago when he was on the books here, I guess. Played a few games.
No, before that. Way back.
Right, I'm going to make way and I'm going to put an earpiece. I'm going to put a radio earpiece on my ear. I'm going to go and have a wander around the ground in the sunshine and listen to Vic Marks and Sam, who's going to replace me. And I'm going to have a wander listening to the earpiece headset. Remember, you can buy yours and they will last the rest of the season. Thank you very much. They are brilliant. Here's an example of one. Alex, our intern, just demonstrating Virtue Motors.
Our intern.
Great bit of kit.
Yeah, some pretty interesting cricketers have played in Devon, I think. Particularly from South Africa, I think. Fanny de Villiers played down there. Vernon Philander, I'm sure. And one or two others. Stuart McGill. in the stumps. I don't know. I think he was all right leaving that. But a little bit more better rhythm from Anderson. I mean, quite at his best since lunch.
Feel a bit bad interrupting the Devon cricket chat. Harry loves it. He'd be delighted to have you here, Vic, because I just can't keep up with him knowledge-wise.
Well, I think you got us fairly well covered most things.
Nice little partnership this between these two, starting to build. I've been watching James Rue from downstairs. I just like the way he goes about it. Like from when he first came in, he looked like he knew how to play 4-day cricket, which is quite a skill. When he wouldn't have played an awful lot, he was almost straight out of his A-levels, wouldn't have played much multi-day cricket.
Yeah, but he's always... well, I haven't seen that much of him, but he's always played, if you like, almost like an old-fashioned cricketer. Oh, he'll like that. James Rue, Jamie Anderson won't. Genuine edge, but it kept down. And it sped past the slip cordon there for 4.
I won't get
But he's an unusual, in a sense, he's an unusual 20-year-old cricketer.
Yeah.
Especially wicketkeeper, actually, because they usually play all sorts of shots. But he is very orthodox in a sort of classical manner. And he sets himself to play a long innings. No doubt he's got a lot of the modern shots, but he doesn't play them in red ball cricket.
Slightly interesting field, isn't it, Anderson? It's not quite a leg. It's like a short square leg catching. You see, can we see the field with the ball in his arm now? I think it's Tom Hartley.
Well, it's not moving very much, you see. So he's not totally committed to finding the outside edge. He's seen Rue flick the ball. He's very strong off his legs, a bit like Lammonby in that sense. But he's flicked the ball a little bit in the air, and he's got that kind of leg gully, just in case he gets one off the face of the bat. He's got that off the middle of the bat. That's a lovely shot. It's not a great ball again. It's a half volley, leg stump half volley, but my goodness me, he's put it away with, well, almost, no, can't put Anderson away with disdain, can you? But
I think he might have done.
He couldn't have hit it much better.
I mean, you can't even say. I mean, Anderson's definitely not bowling to a trap there. It's weird, isn't it? The field was very square. It was not quite gully because it's almost square leg, but he's not bowling leg stump half volleys to try and get him caught.
He's giving himself the option to bowl quite straight at him, with the off chance of a flick off the back foot that's been in the air. But he put that away, as I say. That was over-pitched. Leg stump half volley. Doesn't matter who you are. They can go for 4. Now we've got the first bowling change of the afternoon. Is this Balderson back?
Yeah, George Balderson. He's
been quite busy. Bowled 6 overs so far.
Bowled both ends as well. He's been the more expensive. He's gone 6 overs, no maiden, or 2 maidens in fact, 0 for 30. So to have a couple of maidens in there, his other 4 have been a bit wayward.
Well, Colin Cadmore took to him. He hit him for 6. A perfectly reasonable ball. And briefly, Colin Cadmore took to him. But the field now has withdrawn a bit. I think, Jennings realises that this is not the Trent Bridge that you would have seen last week. The ball is not consistently jagging around all over the place. The pitch looks drier and truer with every hour that passes. Ooh, every time I say that, the batsman plays and misses. But
George Bell behind the stumps very quickly, throwing it back, seeing Abel out of his crease. It's an interesting field, though, isn't it? Because you've got deep square and quite a wide, deep fine leg, and then the mid-wicket catcher is quite straight and a mid-on, so they know where Abel's strengths are. It's pushing it down for a mid-on, and that leg side. We look at Abel's setup there. He's way out of his crease.
He likes it on the. He likes to flick it on the leg side. He's got protection. That's 4, but it's not totally convincing. He'll take it. A little flurry of runs. There's a lot of batting still to be done, though, for Somerset if they want to get back on an even keel.
I've given him the benefit of the doubt there, Tom Abel. I think he's opened that and just seen there's only 2 slips in and there's guided it. Let's have a look as we see this replay angle here. Maybe.
I don't think he was aiming. Certainly that was a bit too close to Jennings for comfort. And in the air, actually, as it went past him at the second slip. That's also not quite in control. Just turning the face, almost a leading edge there.
He's done that a couple of times actually to Balderson and de Grandhomme. It's almost the ball sticking in the pitch and he just flicked it up and it's fallen 5-10 yards short of mid-on, but he only needs to get a little bit of extra on it. And Sakeem Mahmood in the game for a catch there.
But when you see those sort of defensive pushes going so firmly to mid-on, that one there, not a problem, not really a run-scoring shot, but it's coming off the bat nicely. That's what tells me, or suggests to me, that if you get in on this pitch, there are runs to be had.
Well, you were talking about Trent Bridge. I chatted to Stephen Mullaney afterwards, and he said, look, if you could roll a pitch up and take it with him, people like Ben Hutton,
Patterson,
said they would have done it. It's been exactly the kind of pitch those lot they would have loved to play on. And there's been sometimes the teams say that some of the northern sides they play on pitches like that, and I guess that's why they've signed someone like Ollie Stone to have that slight point of difference. They got Jake Ball too there,
he's still there.
He's still there. And Mullaney said he's bowling better than I've ever seen him bowl, but he just can't get in our side at the moment.
Oh, let's get him. Oh no, someone want to get him on loan then if he's fit. It's a long time since he played for England. We were talking about bowlers with sort of flickering England careers, and Jake Ball, it's a while since he played, and he looked quite impressive. Never really had a great performance for England, but kind of looked the part. Now then, thank you very much, Jimmy. That's enough. He's having a break after a shortish spell after lunch, and not his best spell.
Well, he bowled 7 overs this morning.
2 for 13, I think.
Yeah, 2 for 12. Yeah, so 27 runs off those 4 overs after lunch. Just playing around with the field. Moving the man at cover slightly wider. There's a wide gully who keeps jumping around actually. That around the wicket to the left-hand deploy from Mahmood, who was excellent first out. Remember, we've mentioned it before, but we'll mention it again. It's his first game for almost a year out of that stress fracture. 6 overs, 0 for 11 to his name so far. But he's bowled beautifully. You can just see he's that, particularly when there was a change. I can't remember who it was. I think Balderson replaced him at this end. You could see the extra pace Mahmood's got, a little bit of extra zip.
The other bonus for Jennings is he's got so many options, hasn't he? So Mahmood has come back in, but you won't want him bowling 20 overs unless he's getting wicket after wicket. It's he's doesn't want that sort of workload coming straight back. But he's got 5 seamers available. He won't want Anderson. Anderson won't want to bowl 20 overs unless a lot is happening. But he's got 5 seamers plus the left arm spinner, and I think we'll see a fabulous spin in this match, judging by the way that the sun's beating down on this surface. It's getting truer and the bounce is diminishing a bit as the ball gets older, I'd say.
Jack Leach could have a big part to play.
Well, he's bowled a lot of overs already, actually. We bowled a lot of overs in the first match here. Yeah. And then with Somerset having a few injury issues up at Trent Bridge, he bowled more overs than you would anticipate on that surface. I mean, it's
yeah, I'm not sure what. I'm assuming Craig's injured. He went off 3 overs into the first day.
I've obviously been researching this deeply.
Yeah, of course.
And both Craig and Josh Davey have, and I quote here, niggles.
Niggles.
So I don't think either were fully fit.
50 partnership up between these two. 50 off 92 balls, which is what Somerset needed as well. 130 for 4. Yeah, Craig, it was his left foot up at Trent Bridge. He went off, he limped off, and being Craig, he will run through brick walls for you. But there's a lot of cricket to be played in this first 6 or 7 weeks. If Somerset had a rest week next week, it might be a bit different. Actually, maybe they do have a rest week.
They might do.
I'm trying to think. But enough of a niggle to keep him out.
Well, if you've got a squad of pace bowlers, it obviously makes sense not to play someone who's not fully fit. Even if it's Craig Overton. Overton is the one that you would want to stamp down every match, if all being well. Because at his best, he's a formidable proposition at county level. He's got a fantastic record, and you'd want him in the team. But if he's not 100% fit, it can often, it can muck him up. He won't, even if he doesn't get injured, you're not bowling at full pelt, and your confidence dips because you're compromising. So it is best, although sometimes, at certain times of the season, you say you've got to play, come what may. But at the start of the season, you don't want to compromise these guys, and you want them to be properly fit. And you've got all these, Jack Brooks coming in with vast experience, Casey Aldridge, very good prospect. Yeah. So it kind of makes sense. And I think it applied to, I think Davey picked up a bit of a hamstring. I mean, you worry about the absence of Davey because he's batting so well, which is...
He batted beautifully. He always shapes up beautifully. But yeah, 7 or 8 games in this short stint of time. Somerset have got actually their rest week next week, so it makes sense. If they were probably going to rest definitely Davey, if not Craig Overton, for one of these 7 or 8 games. So actually, if they can have 2 weeks off and be fresh for the Northampton game or the Northampton game here, it does make sense.
You can't plan too far ahead. I think England started planning so far ahead that it all got too complicated.
Balderson from the river end to route.
And essentially, at test level, they've come round to the view, we want to play our best side and not get too kind of obsessed by a long-term cunning plan that measures out the workload perfectly. So you have to be flexible. But if someone's not 100% fit and you've got alternatives, at this stage of the season, it seems to make sense to not risk him, even if it's Craig Overton.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because Tom Abel would be desperate to have him in the side. Craig Overton would be desperate to play. But you've got to be said. I remember talking to Tom, and it was actually before the Bob Willis Trophy season, the first season in 2020, where they'd had to have conversations like, actually, Craig will always want to bowl, and you've got to be a bit sensible. Do you want him to bowl 7 or 8 over spells, or do you want to just hold him back and take him off after 5 or 6 and have him fresh again?
And he probably had a slightly frustrating start to the season anyway, in that he is Somerset's prime seam bowler, but he hasn't actually got that many wickets. So I understand. Well, he's got a niggle, so he's not playing. I mean, to be blunt, at the moment, there'd be probably more concerns about the product of the batting than the bowling. Got to get some runs to get in the game. I guess, I mean, you were at Nottingham, but the problem for Somerset at Nottingham was that start, that first session, which was the difference between the two sides.
Well, I said to Harry before, 164 for 1 Nottsworth. They won by 165 runs.
Yeah,
that's where the difference was made. I was actually really impressed. Duckett, it wasn't always the prettiest. Like, he rode his luck at times, but he was very aggressive. Jack Leach came on, and we thought, right, well, let's have a quick bet on when the reverse sweep will come out. Second ball, reverse swept him for 6 to bring up his half century on an hour into a county championship game. And Hamid, he took 28 balls to get off the mark, 36 balls to score his first boundary, but then he started to flow a little bit.
Yeah. Well, all the young cricketers now, with international ambitions, they like to play a few shots because that seems to be what is required.
But it's that balance. There's Harry Everett with his radio on. I'm sure we could hear us with the Exeter Uni boys potentially. I think they're in. He's wandering over. He knows everyone in the ground, Harry. He does this. He goes on laps to chat to people.
And I presume increasingly he's pursued by, fans, autograph hunters.
Pursued by Wendon.
Joel Garner used to be like that.
Is he? Pursued by Wendon Cricket Club, apparently. Harry Everett in this week's Gazette is the star signing, or is it the Bridgewater Mercury? Player coach Harry Everett's gone in. Big headline from Richard Walsh, who's next door, one of the long-standing local journalists.
Yes. Well, that's dismissed. I couldn't tell whether that went up or down, but it doesn't really matter. It's gone for 4.
He looked very wide. He threw
It
his
was
arms at
wide, and Abel, who is not a ferocious player, went after it with some venom.
He just stepped into it, didn't he? He was in complete control.
He came off the middle of the bat, and it's a short boundary there anyway, but it would have kept going.
It was uppish. It went way over point.
That's all right.
Big summer for Tom Abel on the cusp of an England. Well, he would have played in Bangladesh in those ODIs. It's so heartbroken for him. Really picked up that injury that kept him out of the first game here against Warwickshire. He would have played. So close.
Well, he would have been. Of course, he'd been very disappointed. As I say, he would be an England player, but for that injury, albeit a white ball England player. But he has much to offer in this format too. In fact, until the last 2 or 3 years, you'd have thought he was almost a red ball specialist. I mean, he was in Somerset's one-day team, but of course his white ball cricket, he's not a massive hitter of the ball, but he's very inventive. Plays all the modern shots now.
He's become
good against spin.
The sweep and the reverse sweep. So I grew up with him, and I was a couple of years older than him, so he was always highly talented. But you never would have guessed when I think he made 96 on his Somerset debut. He didn't play any white ball cricket for the first couple of years, and you never would have imagined he'd get to where he has now in the white ball format.
No, he's made himself into a top quality white ball cricketer. I remember being down here actually when he got his maiden 100. And I can't remember who it was against, but he was batting with Trescothick.
Hampshire?
And they both got 100s, I think.
Oh, in the championship?
In the championship. And everyone, he got into the 90s, and there was Trescothick out there with him. I remember Alfonso Thomas, I was chatting with him up in probably the Caddick Pavilion. And Alfonso, we all saw Trescothick and Abel in conversation. And Alfonso said, all the crowd think that Trescothick's telling him exactly what he's got to do. Nothing like that, he said. Trescothick would be fretting about his own home. And anyway, but he's probably right, I don't know. And then he got into the 90s, Abel, and then the entire staff, the sort of administrative staff, everyone in the offices, got out of the pavilion because they wanted to be there and to cheer his 100. He's highly regarded down here by everyone, and the office staff, they rushed out. They just wanted to be in view, having a good sight of that maiden 100.
It was against.
You can find out who it was
Hampshire.
against.
Yeah, it was against Hampshire.
And Trescothick got 100 too, I think.
I believe so.
And probably in the second innings, I think.
100 off 155 balls. I mean, he is very much. They're singing out there. He's one of our own, but he really is. He grew up half a mile away.
School, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was one of the few. I played cricket over there.
I see.
So Tom was Taunton School, Taunton Cricket Club. He lives. He could probably. He hits a Tom Banton. He lives a Tom Banton 6 from the ground, and he is very much one of our own.
Yeah, of course.
Very
actually,
humble.
I can't remember. It was a Wisden dinner, but he was the Wisden Young Cricketer of the Year. I remember meeting him then for the very first time.
Balderson still in the attack at the river end. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. Rue leaves it alone outside off stump. He's so humble, Tom, that he didn't play that first week, and if enough people had got runs, he would have been the kind that's saying, well, maybe I shouldn't come back in the side, then maybe I don't play, which of course is nonsense because Tom Abel is the best championship player, but that's the kind of character he is, and he believes it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were worried, I think, that his injury might keep him out for longer than it did, but he won't be bowling for a while, I don't imagine. Actually, one of the issues for Somerset, I would guess, but I haven't talked to, or one of the disappointments is that actually, if everyone was absolutely fit, it might be that our best side has 3 frontline seamers, Jack Leach plus Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby, but neither of those Toms are probably fit to bowl. I think Lammonby's just started to bowl again, but he had
an ankle
a spur.
We were saying it all last summer on the
Yeah.
commentary, that why, because
Yeah.
he bowled in T20, he'd often bowled the first over in T20, and he swings it around a bit.
Yeah. If he was 100% fit, you know, I'm sure he would have bowled this summer, but he's not. And obviously Tom Abel, he actually has had little magic spells with the ball because he swings it.
Golden arm.
But that won't be an option actually for some time. And once you get one of those side strains, although I never got one, of course, because I'm bowling at my pace, but once you get one, it takes a long time to get over it, and it takes a long time to have the confidence to really put effort in.
Yeah.
So the fast bowlers tell me,
Yeah, very difficult
or
injuries.
even the medium pacers tell me.
Better from Balderson. Rue keeps it out. In the side, I think he is a genuine all-rounder bowler. And yeah, he is. He came on first change, but left-handed bat, right-arm bowler, young player, former captain of England under-19s. Has opened the batting for Lancs before as well in the county championship. So I think they've got quite high hopes for him. It's a quality side they've got all that experience. But Balderson and young George Bell behind the stumps.
Bohannon, I mean, we were talking about him. He was talked about in England prospects.
It was him and Brooke, wasn't it? It was which one will play first out of
Well, I think they probably got the right one.
But you think there's just something that Brooke's done all right. But there's a few like that. We talked about the bowlers in and around, but people like Sam Hain, Asib Mahmeed, Abel himself, they're all quite close. So there's a lot of people pushing.
Well, their problem is that they never drop anyone. And they've got problems this summer finding a way of picking everyone they want to have in the... I mean, you know, who does Bairstow come in for? It's still not resolved. Of course, Bairstow hasn't started playing yet, but they're just hanging on to see who's fit. They'll probably all be fit.
Yeah, there was talk of Bairstow playing in the next few weeks. I'm sure I read that.
Thought I read that he's sort of scheduled to play 2 championship matches before the Ireland Test match. Or something. Oh, he's nearly gets a good delivery from my Saqib there. I think he's been in so long that I think we can surmise that left him off the pitch.
Just that little bit of extra zip, wasn't it? It really rushed through there on Abel.
Look at that Hildreth stand. It's a great sight. Insofar as you can't see many bucket seats. The sun's on it at the moment.
Well, it's the member stand, isn't it? It started off as the Trescothic stand. Trescothic upgraded the pavilion. There it is.
Hildreth took over from Trescothic. And it's a good vantage point, particularly since we're playing on that side of the square. So you're a fine third man and quite close to the action.
I'd be in the back of the Audi and Bow from Stanvic. Me and the sun don't get on. I quite like it up here when the sun's rays can't get on me. Head for the shade.
There's a backup, yeah. I mean, what's that there? Good rhythm now from Saqib. Nice carry to the keeper.
There must be 1,500 in, I think, today.
I would have thought so. The regulars, people like Ben will know, or some of the sages in the press box.
Spencer will know.
I had to queue to get out of Taunton Station. So what, you know, that's a sign, isn't it?
Did you have a ticket? Were you able to get through the barrier?
Yes, yeah.
Just checking.
I tend to buy tickets, yes, but we had to wait just as the crowds massed through the barrier.
That anticipation, the little
yeah.
murmurs. It's beautiful, that. It's a lovely walk down. Never gets old, that.
Yeah, we can. It's a good way to come to the cricket at Taunton, actually. 5-minute walk from the station.
I think Tractor gets the train down, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he doesn't drive. The Western boy. He was up at Trent Bridge. Tractor.
Oh, right.
Conversation going on at mid-off. Mahmood with the headband, got the ball back in his hand into his 9th over. Just gone for the 16 runs. I can only really remember him bowling that one bad ball that was put away. It's been spot on otherwise. $134 for 4 then, Somerset. 43 overs in, remember, about +10 today. Keaton Jennings called correctly at the toss and put Somerset in. There's Jason Kerr, I think, at the top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I have to remember now all the different pavilions. There's so many pavilions in this ground. That one's the Andy
Caddick, Colin Atkinson,
Ondarche.
Botham, Lord Ian, Botham. They keep having to change the first bit of the Botham stand.
What comes
against
next?
all the odds.
What does he get
Well,
moved up
I
to
can't
next?
quite remember. I don't know what comes after
It's
the
just
the
King,
Lord.
straight to King, is he? There must be some kind of...
I don't know, possibly. Don't see how we can manage that one.
Maybe difficult. I mean, not impossible.
James Hildreth. Got a lot of pavilions. Only had one when I first turned up.
And was that the Stragglers one down? Was there a
Well,
Stragglers
actually,
one?
no, to be fair, I had two then. There was a Stragglers Pavilion over where that scoreboard is there, which is if you played for Taunton Cricket Club, that's where you changed. And that's where the players used to go for a drink afterwards, by and large.
I went to cut that
And
one.
then, sorry,
That's
and
fine.
then there was the one that used to be where we are, which you must remember that,
Mm.
which was where the players changed, right behind the bowler's arm this end.
The old cinema seats at the top.
Cinema
I used to
seats
love.
at the top.
Beautiful.
Not a great visitors' dressing room, to say the
No,
least.
really.
You send canaries in to see it all as well. And in the home dressing room, you couldn't actually see. Ooh, good bit of pressure building up there, and that maybe James Rue's a patient man, but he's just a bit of a waft. So the old home dressing room, you couldn't see what was going on out in the middle because you were at the back of the pavilion, and then they had a kind of viewing area up one level, sort of sticking out on the left-hand side. So if you were the next man in, you certainly, or you wanted to watch, you had to go up there. Since then, pavilions galore.
19 balls since Somerset's last run now.
Yeah, well, this
Bit
is
of
good
pressure.
pressure. It's good pressure from Bolerson's. Just provoked a few false shots from Rue. Saqib's been on the money.
He's actually been much better, Balderson, since the ball's got a little bit older. He came on with the first new ball. Yes, he was. Tom Cadmore was in and took a shining to him and looked to apply the pressure. And some of those balls weren't particularly bad ones that Cadmore put away.
Oh, he's got that through though. Just beat extra cover. Nice timing though. Orthodox shot, straight bat shot, really off the back foot. Touch of quality, but that's another indication as I go that this is quite a true pitch. You can play a shot like that, just stand tall, hit through the line, off the back foot with a vertical bat.
Before you go then, what do you think Keaton Jennings would be happy with from here?
I think he would be. I mean, you get what was Somerset 4 for
80 for 4.
80 for 4. However, as he watches this thing unfold, I think anything under 260, and you should be confident of getting a first innings lead. That's my slightly gloomy, from a Somerset perspective, assessment. I mean, who knows how they stand, but this is the best batting surface I would suggest that Somerset have played on this summer, i.e. they've been at Trent Bridge, where the ball did jag around quite a lot, as it does in April. And the Warwickshire game here, this looks a truer batting surface to me, and less damp than the Warwickshire game, where quite a lot of runs were scored, of course. But that may that may change. That's the great beauty of being in the media. You can say something with absolute certainty one day and then just say the opposite the next. No one really notices.
Same with words. The occasional person does, but we ignore them. Thank you very much, Vic. Harry Everett's going to come in alongside me. Somerset 139 for 4 here, so Keane Mahmood is into the 10th over of his day's work. So he would have bowled 10 overs out of the first 53. He's bowling beautifully here. I'm not sure if the plan will have been for him to bowl many more than 15 on his first day back. Remains to be seen. He's around the wicket to James Rew, and he tried that to the left-hander and just hasn't quite got his line right at times.
Afternoon, Sam.
Hello, Harry.
Just put my ex-university top on today. Just had a wander around there. Bit well lubricated in the afternoon session, shouting at Tom Abel.
Well, they think he's one of our own. He's one of Taunton's own, but he's an ex-university boy as well, doesn't he go there?
Yeah, exactly, yep. Scored a fair few runs for him.
Driven into the ground. Back at Mahmood, who gives a little bit of a stare back at James Rew. That was a fuller ball. Mahmood has tended to be on a good length. He's bowled beautifully. It's been really impressive.
I didn't come back with a blazer though. Vic will be disappointed. Haven't got. Stephen Lamb got the blazer last year.
Did he?
Oh, you're not here for that day?
No, I missed it. No.
Oh, Stephen Lamb in
doesn't
the
surprise me.
green next to university. But he absolutely loved it. I've never seen Stephen Lamb smile so much. There's a great picture in the Somerset TMS WhatsApp group somewhere. We'll have to dig it out. You're
not really a blazer man, though, Harry. I have to say.
No, definitely not.
Fuller again, and this time, Rew. Oh, he doesn't quite chip it, but he goes to Anderson. I don't know if he was trying to turn that into the leg side. If Mahmood rolled his wrists on that one a little bit, he's trying something a little bit different.
Bit of a wristy flick attempted. Yeah, I agree with that. And a rare period off where I haven't had to rush back and add to my scorecard. No.
You do like to keep a hand filled in scorecard, don't you, Harry?
No wicket updated needed on my pencil scorecard. Decent partnership this one. We ticked over 50 now. I think I kept James Rew in my fancy team as well, so being rewarded for my perseverance with the Somerset keeper.
No run as that goes out to it's Tom. No, it's George Balderson at backward point there.
I've had last half an hour, I've had multiple tweets from various people. Mike Unwin in the museum, we try and give him at least once a day a shout out for the museum work. For Lancashire fans visiting particularly, there's a set of 45 Liverpool Danbury Mint badges celebrating all the famous wins. Go and have a look in the museum, particularly Lancs fans.
Will you have those badges on later on this afternoon, Harry?
I should have
you
actually.
Could support them. I'm sure Mike could let them out.
Next time I have half an hour off, I'll go and get some.
Around the wicket for Mahmood. Driven in again. He won't mind that, Mahmood. They think about a single. Rew says no. Abel has to go back. It was uppish. He almost got stuck in the pitch. Good bit of work by, I think, Bahanan in the covers. End of the over. 45 gone. Somerset are 139 for 4.
We'll ask Mike what badges he can deliver up to the compact.
Bahanan. Has he got shin pads on from his spell at short leg previously? Almost looked like he got his knee stuck in the ground when he was diving a short while ago.
So I'm surprised, yeah, George bowls into his 11th over. I didn't think he'd bowl this much, to be honest with you. I suppose because Tom Hartley's spinner's not bowled. Thought of him more as a fifth seamer than a front line one, really, but it's been impressive. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 39 now.
Did Grandholm's only bowl 4 overs?
That was my next sentence, exactly.
1 for 9, but I thought we bowled really well, unless he's carrying something.
I thought he'd have bowled before Balderson, definitely.
The thing is with Balderson, right, he's bowled 10 overs for 38, or 10.1 overs now. Tom Kohler-Cadmore took 24 of those runs in about 4 or 5 balls, so that does distort his figures a little bit.
Crunching shot through the offside. Great bit of fielding for backward point. I reckon that's the best bit of fielding of the day, actually. Colin de Gondom, the man we were talking about, diving to his right. Nearly got a run out as well. Rue was just looking for the single. Well, it's probably going to be 4 if de Gondom didn't stop that. But
this is brilliant from Lancashire. The bowling's good. The pressure's on from the bowlers, but on the field as well. In the field, they've been superb. There was that one from de Grandhomme. There was one similarly. It might have been him a couple of overs ago. They're not giving Somerset anything cheap here.
yeah, very good point. It's at the stranglehold. We talked about Bancroft nicking off the ball after he was deprived of single. He shouldn't have been on strike. As that's whistled past the outside edge of James Rue's bat. Looked a bit quicker from Balderson.
These two may have played England under-19s together.
Balderson and Rue, yes,
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, Balderson was copping a bit of stick from the Somerset stand. Anyone who feels that side, really. We keep mentioning it's a big old crowd today.
Maybe Balderson's a bit older than Rue.
Born in 2000, I think, off the top of my head. Balderson as James Rue drives in for 4 through the covers. Glorious cricket shot. James Rue unfurls the cover drive. Yeah, off the top of my head, I think Balderson was born 2000. So he would be 22.
Ruby's
And
only
Rue's
1920.
tiny bit younger, yeah.
He played in the same. He certainly skippered his last Test match. George Balderson for England '19s. He was the skipper, and Casey Aldridge and Lewis Goldsworthy were in the side. Jordan Cox in that side. Dan Mousley, what a knock last week from him. Jack Haynes scoring runs. Joey Everson as well. Nearly made 100 in that game. Decent side that.
Yeah, it's a decent percentage have made it into the county. Well,
Sam Young played as well. I was thinking,
Yes.
I know the name Young. Yeah, Sam Young.
he was on. You, myself, and Vic were talking about Devon Dorset at lunchtime, as Rue leaves it on outside the off stump, and the 2 Eklund brothers who are related to Vic, who are playing for Dorset against Devon. Sam Young's also in that squad, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. SJ Young, who opened the batting in the Royal London Cup with Steve Davies, I believe. Was that last summer? The Royal
2
London-
summers ago.
2 summers ago, yeah.
First year of the Royal London Cup.
That's
I
it.
think was. Didn't have the best of times, poor Sam Young. He was playing at Bath at the time, I think, wasn't he?
He's somewhere up that way, yeah. I can't. Yes, yeah, I think it was. But same as the Hankins from Gloucestershire and that Brad Porteous who scored a ridiculous amount of runs in the Whitpool top league. It always looked like Rue wanted to leave that. Then last minute sort of poked at it, but safely down to the ground. Isn't that ridiculous that rain stopped play at Canterbury? Such glorious sunshine here. It just doesn't seem quite right, does it? Absolutely cracking the flags here. Glorious sunshine.
Rain
there.
stop play. Annie Chave's down there for a couple of days as well.
Canterbury, what's she doing there? Didn't realise she was
She
doing.
likes an annual pilgrimage, I think.
Yeah, she's probably got with Martin Wilde, actually. I'll give her a text and see if she's there with. She'll be gutted. The sunshine here.
144 for 4. Somerset are. Tom Abel, the skipper, going nicely on 45. James Rue, 2 on 32. But they're being put under pressure. Lancashire are bowling well here. Remember, Somerset were 80 for 4 earlier on this morning. Saqib Mahmood making his first appearance in a year. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. He really has deserved the wicket for the way he's bowled. He's got Abel on strike. Deep square leg about 10-15 yards off the boundary. Fine leg. Oh, was Abel again. Similar to Rue the previous over. Looked like he was going to leave it, Abel. And in the end, it just jagged back at him and plays it into the ground. He picks up a single. Let's have another look at that one on the replay.
Yeah, so we've had a few technical glitches with some of the cameras today, but hopefully the replay camera will be up and running soon.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It just happens. Technology sometimes doesn't do what you need it to do. And we'll be back stronger. So square leg was sent out onto the boundary, but actually come back up. So he stood next to the umpire. There is a fine leg, couple of slips and a gully in as Mahmood is around the wicket to Rue, and he wafts at one, and that's exactly what Saqib Mahmood is bowling for. I mean, around the wicket, just slightly back of a length. What he wants James Rue to do is to hang his bat out away from his body and try and cut that. And Rue's just got to try and avoid that temptation. He's just a bit quicker than the other bowlers as well, Mahmood.
So the ball's getting a bit softer now, flattening out pitch. This is where, yeah, make runs when the sun shines. They talk about Rue and Abel here. Got about long and deep for Somerset before the bowlers are required. Big appeal, but I think that's a little bit high. Potentially leg side as well, stifled really.
It's the angle, isn't it? He's coming from so wide that that's probably always sliding down. Only really bowler interested in that one. Think it'd be long before we see a bit of Tom Hartley? 50 overs.
Well, yeah.
46 overs on the ball now.
I'd have thought they'd go to Gondom first. If Gondom's fit, I think he bowls a few overs, but then maybe Hartley at the other end. That's probably a good combination, actually. The nagging line and length from Gondom and then spin.
Great bit of fielding there in the gully. I think that is Tom Hartley.
Brilliant here, left-handed.
James Root just opened the face. And that is why they've got the left-hander in there, I think, at gully. For that one, he can cover that ground to his left, where Root kind of opens the face. He was driving it, that one. He was in control of that route. Would have brought in 4 runs because there's no fielder at third. But just a great bit of fielding from Hartley. The reaction time straight into the mitts. And left hand goes back in the pocket for the time being. I'm sure we'll see it again sooner rather than later, though.
Lastly on that Kent-Essex game, Nathan Gilchrist bowling. Nice to see him doing well. Former Somerset man in the Kent shirt. And it just seems ridiculous that Darren Stevens is watching on the bank. Kent been struggling, but a bit of a toothless bowling attack really. Matt Milnes went off to Yorkshire. They're struggling. They got Wes Agar had to come as an overseas to bolster the bowling ranks. Matt Quinn, I think, got injured. Yeah.
Well, we were talking on the County Cricket Analysis podcast about the strength of the attacks, and while Kent's is okay, it's
probably the weakest
in
Division
probably the
1.
weakest. They've got some spinners coming in, haven't they?
Kadri, Hamila Kadri.
Lovely shot that from James Root. That's going to bring in 4 runs through the covers. Mahmood won't mind it too much. He kicks the turf, but that is the kind of shot he's trying to get James Root to play. Just doesn't want that end result. Root moves on to 36, batting really nicely here.
Yeah, really, really good to see someone stay there with Tom Abel. Tom Abel, Somerset fans know what Tom Abel does. They know he's pretty dependable, pretty reliable. Just need someone to be a partner with him, especially with no Overton or Davey to bolster that 7-8 position or 8-9 position.
Wow, Somerset have Matt Henry as well coming in, who spent plenty of time at Kent. I think Arshdeep Singh might be joining Kent a little bit later on in the summer.
Matt Henry was superb at Kent though, absolutely brilliant. Took one of the catches I've ever seen in county cricket, one of the best, and just took wickets for fun. Was that 2 seasons ago?
I'll have a quick look. He's due to play the reverse fixture.
Time, as I asked for, really. Nice to see them listening to us. We could give the players radios, really. Could have an earpiece on one ear, couldn't they?
We charge them, though, 12 quid.
Yeah. Do you notice? That'd be cool. No, Degondom is going to have a Trundle. Nice start there.
2018, he took 75 wickets at 15s, Matt Henry.
Ridiculous stats. Keeper stood up, of course. Degondom went around and not quite enough pace to back foot punch through the covers.
And he did play 2 games last year and picked up 12 wickets at 18s. So, yeah, I think Kent might be a side that struggles. I quite like Northants. I think Middlesex will struggle. I think they're batting. Somerset.
Yeah, they've got to. Middlesex batting's got to come good eventually, haven't they? With Robson, Eskenazi, Simpson, Stoneman, some names in that lineup.
Yeah, but there's some attacks in this.
Yeah.
I mean, where's your
cut off? They're all good attacks. And
you've got Abbas,
names, yeah.
Barker, and Abbott.
Yeah, no Barker in this game. Tom Prester's coming for Keith Barker this round. Bit of an injury for the former football pro. He's going to see a ball check. I don't think it's Seki Mahmood this time, trying to get the ball swapped. Did you mention arguably the first run out backing up at the non-strikers end of the county championship season?
No.
You mentioned that while I was having a wonder. I don't think you did. No, Ben Slater, unfortunate. Ben Duckett dropped by Roland Jones onto the stumps at the non-strikers end. That's a rough one. Have a look at the Middlesex Knots highlights reel.
Ben Duckett's still there on 86. They lost a few quick wickets there, haven't they? 162 for 4.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire are.
Matt Montgomery was playing his 5th game for Notts because Tom Moore's got injured last week, didn't he, in the Somerset game?
So Tom, is Joe Clark keeping? Because
Yes.
Shadendorf was
I
playing
thought-
twos yesterday.
I thought Duckett would keep instead of Moores. Instead of Moores or Clark, to be honest with you. They've gone to Clark instead of Duckett.
Yes, if you're Ben Duckett, is it cynical? Not cynical, but if you're Ben Duckett, do you want to be keeping if you've got a Test series coming up?
You're opening the bat in there, maybe not. I thought Duckett might be a better keeper than Clark.
I thought Shadendorf might get a go though.
Yeah, I just think they got so many batters who are better than him, really, in the first team squad to want to get in that top 7. Straight try from Tom Abel. That is a glorious shot. It's not nailed it. It's not whacked, but it should have enough to go for 4. Yep. Saki Mahmood can't quite keep up with it. And that Daffabet logo, I almost feel like the matting speeds it up. It almost accelerates like a curling rink. There's no one there pushing it with a broom to get the friction. But
150 up for Somerset as well with that shot. 153 for 4. And there's the extra uni boys.
shoes off for Tom Abel. Don't know, they're all sat in the shade. I think it's because they've got to wear their shirt and ties and blazers. And most of the people want to enjoy the sunshine.
I was saying to Vic, not me. I'd been with them in the shade
Yeah,
quite
I heard
happy.
that.
Quite happy. So change of bowling here at the microscopic pavilion end. A double change. It looks like a change of ends for Tom Bailey, who we've not talked about so much. And we talked about bowling attacks. The strength of this Lancashire one. Will Williams has been left out because you've got Jimmy Anderson, you've got Mahmood, 2 Test match bowlers, and Tom Bailey, who's just one of the better bowlers in county cricket. I think 2018, I think he had a really good year, took 60 plus wickets, got into a Lions squad, and as that so happens with like quick bowlers, injury and COVID, but he really is a brilliant player for Lancashire, graduate of their academy too. Been playing almost a decade, debuted 11 seasons ago now. Tom Bailey coming around the wicket to James Rue. It's a bit too straight there. Rue tucks it off his legs. They're going to pick up, I think, probably 1. De Grand Tom is going to do the fielding. Now they come back for a second. It was a bit, everything happened in slow motion a little bit there. The batters didn't start running. De Grand Tom wasn't sure whether it was going to come straight to him. And they've ended up picking up a couple.
De Grandhomme is a bit of a casual, laid-back, slow-motion cricketer at times. He's mental because he's a bloke who can absolutely whack it in any form of the game.
He's an interesting character. Like
Yes.
he really doesn't like the media. So he's actually quite shy. He's very nervous when he speaks. He
He
seems
sounds
lovely.
different to how he looks.
Yeah.
I always think as well. Like Joss Butler is the main one for that. You don't expect him to sound like he does, but Colin de Grandhomme as well.
But what a signing for Lancashire. That's a brilliant bit of business for them. And is Daryl Mitchell coming in a bit later in the season? I mean, what a year he had. Test 100 after Test 100
And
against
Dave
England.
Villas, of course, too, is already there.
Back over the wicket this time. Bailey, and Rue leaves that one alone.
Yeah, Darryl Mitchell will arrive on May the 11th. He might be on the same flight as Matt Henry.
Yeah.
They might come over.
Davies
together.
at the same time then, because
Yep.
Somerset have got a week off and they got Northamptonshire, and
Yep.
then it's Old Trafford, is it? It's the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, the reverse fixture. So yeah,
Yeah, quick succession this game and the other game. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that actually, heading up to Manchester. Couple of slips and a gully in. Rue just pushes it straight to Bohannon.
So by then, Dane Villas might drop out, I guess.
It's not
Probably
been
play Mitchell and De Grandhomme ahead of Villas, wouldn't he? He's now overseas with the changes to the Colpack laws. Only 2 overseas allowed in each game. He was skipping all formats last year. Now Keaton Jennings is the captain for the County Championship Division 1 side.
He didn't have a brilliant 2022. He hasn't in red ball cricket. He hasn't been particularly prolific for a couple of years now. Oh, big swipe there from James Rue. Wants to leave those alone. Whistles through to George Bell. Yeah, it got a couple of hundred last year, but 567 runs in 13 matches at just a shade above 30.
I watched him play in a few franchise leagues across the winter as well, Dane Villas, well, particularly the South African T20, and he struggled a lot in that. He had 200s being scored and batters at the other end whacking it everywhere, and he was playing and missing and struggling. Perhaps a bit out of form.
Rue opens the face, but they won't pick up a run. Kudos to him, though. He did the Mondley Kamalu auction we ran last year. Emailed Dane Villas straight away, sent a shirt down for that, so it was brilliant. Lucky Lancashire fan got their hands on that one.
You not got another auction project on the go yet this year?
Oh, I'm sure we'll do one at the end of the season. Anderson and Mahmood then either side of Tom Bailey. Who's into Rue, who's more solid. It's been a real mixed bag, hasn't it? From this end, Rue has wafted it a couple. He's played a couple of beautiful drives and he's looked solid. So I don't know what to say about him. End of the over, 155 for 4.
Yeah, just going back, we were talking about Middlesex struggling, looking at the shape up of the Division 1 sides, and someone like Nick Gubbins, who's left Middlesex, and he's got another 50 for Hampshire today. Seeing these players leave the county and do better elsewhere, I guess. Eddie Byram's doing right for Glamorgan, that's different. It's Division 2, I guess.
I think Gubbins needed to go. He stagnated. He had that 2016 where they won the championship. He scored all those runs. And I just think he needed a change of environment.
I thought he was a shout for England at one point. Him and Nick Brown, I thought, were the next two after they tried Robson, Jennings, Lythe.
When they played, when Hamid and Duckett both debuted, I think one of them someone broke their finger, and I think it was either going to be, a couple of them were on a Lions tour together. So it was either Hamid or
Gondom driven to mid-on. Yeah, I put Brown and Gubbins in the same category, and Alex Lees as a stoic left-handed opener. I suppose Rory Burns as well. All in and around, just not quite made it.
I think Lees has probably got a bit more quality than the others, who are good players.
Tied it up a little bit the last couple of overs. The Gondom coming on and only 13 runs taken off his 5.2 overs so far.
Brilliant to have so many people watching the live stream on the YouTube chat. There's a little bit of chat about the subtitles that are coming up. They are quite funny. They are auto AI generated, so we have nothing to fear. Down the leg side. Pick up a leg by, I think that's going to be signalled. Yeah, good stop in the end from George Bell. Impressive. I think what's impressive about a wicketkeeper is when you don't really notice them.
Yeah, that's it. That's the biggest compliment you can give a keeper. Yeah, that was just out of my island. I've got annoying. We'll have to ask Master Scotland to rearrange his pavilion so I haven't got that blind spot at fine leg. The big frame of the Grandhomme, has he got a bit of sun cream on his cheeks? I'll have to borrow my binos again, Sam. You
don't need to borrow them, they're yours.
Well, do you need sun cream in April when you're from New Zealand where the ozone layer's thinner and it burns you? I wouldn't have thought I'd need it here.
They're very conscious though, Harry. Very health conscious.
Right,
I'd always have. As soon as the sun comes out, I've got factor 30 on.
International games in New Zealand, they give out free sun cream as soon as you enter. They encourage you to put it on. That's a soft hand edge and slips. Yep, Conor Conrad's got a bit of the old Shane Warne zinky sun creamy stuff on his cheek. Some people like a habit, don't they? You know, they always wear the same sweater, or I know some people only bat with a long sleeve on, things like that. Maybe it's one of those for
It's a couple
CBG.
from the Grandhomme that haven't quite carried to slip. There was one before lunch. Was Abel batting or Cadmore? I'm trying to think.
The soft hands of Abel, yeah. That's a glorious stroke from James Rew. Don't need to run that. He is running it, but it's definitely 4. Beautiful shot over to where it now says Virtue Motors. I always just call it the old little scoreboard they used to have over there. That's now where the radio is advertised next to the Lothian Botham stand. And James Rew is looking fine fettle here. Abel 50 not out. James Rew 42. 160 for 4. After exactly 50 overs. Just over halfway through the day if all overs are bowled.
Yeah, this partnership is now worth 80. I don't think Keaton Jennings will be too worried. They'll have known what this pitch is like.
Yeah, Tom Abel with another half century here to add to his long list of runs. 1,000.
Well, it's down to leg by. That's why.
I thought it was 49. He got the leg by, but the scoreboard's giving it as 50. Might have to check with Polly next door whether he's on 49 not out. Tom Abel, if he scores another couple of runs in a minute, we can do his 50 again, shall we?
This is saying that boundary down the ground.
Leg by. Either way, we've gone well past the 50 partnership between Rew and Abel, which is crucial to get Somerset back into this game. And I wouldn't say Lancashire looking toothless here, but you'd have thought they're going to have to turn to someone like a Hartley just to try something different. Another option. Quick bowler's tiring a little.
Abel then, who has passed 50. Well, he's past 50 now, he's on to 51. His first half century of the season. The first of many he will be hoping. Do you think he could push his way on into the Test reckoning, Harry? Or is it just too much to do?
I think he'd be just ahead of a Sam Hain, but there's so many 3 to 6s out there. If he'd stayed as an opener like he did when he opened with Triscothick at the start of his career for Somerset, I think he might have actually had more of a chance. Nowadays, there's just so many batters who want to bat between 4 to 7 really for England. You know, someone's going to have to go square peg and a round hole probably to get Bairstow back in.
Flicked off his legs there for a single, James Root. Bailey sticking over the wicket to him. Afternoon. John Martin says hello from Western Australia. Abel looking class as ever. Did you tune in to watch Cam Bancroft, John? Abel is looking very classy. Somerset needed this partnership. It's now worth 82 for the 5th wicket. Tom Abel, 51 off 114 balls. James Root, 42 off 90, 43 off 93. Solid from Abel. And we just see Tom Hartley there at gully, just starting to rotate the arms. Looks like we might see a bit of left arm spin come into the action in the not too distant future. Just got those arms going. It's either he's got the nod from the captain. If it was you, Harry,
yeah,
you'd be trying to get the captain's attention.
Absolutely, you got to time it right. Get the captain's eye. Have a little. Well, he's going to be moved in a different fielding position as well. He's going to come out of third or gully or third slip, come into a square leg.
It's that we've seen similar fields to Abel. Warwickshire employed it. They had kind of 2 people on the flick free mid wicket. So there's a short mid wicket, and there's a square leg in front of square as Abel leaves that one alone. But teams have definitely started targeting that shot, that Abel push through mid wicket that sometimes goes up in the air. Doesn't work for them so far today though. Abel's on 51 and batting quite nicely.
Yeah, Hartley from the far end. Jack Leach seemed to bowl mostly from the river end against Warwickshire. There's a slightly bigger boundary down here. Not really much rough to play with on day one.
There is Tom Hartley doing the fielding at square leg. 51 overs gone, 162 for 4. Somerset. What else have we got going on?
Not yet, Hartley. Colin de Gondom's going to continue.
Around the country. Sussex 154 for 4, having won the toss and elected to bat against Yorkshire. Tom Alsop going nicely. He's got 60. Tom Haynes fell for 48. Pajara, just the 18. Did you put him in your fancy team in the end?
I chose not to, actually. Big call. I went for Marnus instead of Pajara.
Great to see Finn Hunter-Prentice in that side. What I really like is, I do really like him. I like that they have taken the captaincy away from Tom Haynes. No detriment to him, but he didn't need it at such a young age, trying to make his way as an opening batter. Actually, he got Pajara in. He can get Haynes' input, but Pajara can captain in his sleep, I suspect, particularly in the county championship. So just let Haynes do his thing with the bat. Another former Somerset player, Don Best, picked up the wicket there. Good to see him fit and playing. Ollie Carter's 6 now as well. I like the look of him. He was around a couple of years ago in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah. That ridiculous Ali Orr innings we talk about here on the, I think it was a family fun day, the Royal London One Day Cup last August.
Oh, so good.
De Gondom, just outside off stump. I thought he was going to play at that. We just left it. So you're about to go into full stride in something then?
No, not at all.
Came in?
No, not at all. I was just enjoying that. Oh, it was the memories of the Ali Orr innings. It was absolutely. It's box office Ali Orr, isn't he? Whenever he goes out to bat, always worth watching.
De Gondom trying to not stand on the, so there's all the danger strip down the middle and he's skipping over it. A lot of runs dominating wickets in the afternoon session around the county championship. It's one of those days where do something early with the ball before lunch, and then batters come back into it in the afternoon session, and the evening session is probably what's going to dictate the day. If you have a bowlers dominate the first session, batters dominate the second session, then that dictates who wins the day 2-1.
Fielders, third session.
Well, the fielders have been
They've been excellent.
pretty good for Lancashire all day, I'd say, yeah. Just de Grandhomme doesn't give anything. It just doesn't give you a scoring ball very often at all.
It's interesting. You look at it bowling, and you think, oh, that should be something that players could get away, but you just can't. He's just got a knack, hasn't he?
And there, when he bowls the ball you think you can put away for 4, it's not quite quick enough to cut and punch away, and you get frustrated. You can see Roo is keeping calm, but really he wanted to put that away for 4. Abel's 50 was off 109 balls with 7 fours. First half century of the season. Roo's only 7 away. Going to be a maiden there from Colin de Grandhomme. Is that Will Williams running on with a drink? Yeah, not a subfielder. We're going to see a helmet. We're going to see brought on for Tom Hartley, I presume. Short leg, yeah, Tom Hartley from the Tuscovik Pavilion end.
Well, I think with a change of bowling might also bring a change in the commentary box.
Better bring a spinner into the attack.
Yeah, we brought Spinner into the attack, both up here. We had to schedule it. We had to make sure Vic was on commentary. He's coming on now. We had to make sure Vic was on commentary at tea, because otherwise Polly Rhodes has insisted that Vic cannot be left loose. He needs to be in the commentary box when the cake arrives, because, well, we've all heard about the incident, Harry, haven't we? And on that note, I'm going to leave you to sweep up.
We're stitching Vic up to that. We say something just before he comes in. All that chat about Tom Hartley coming into the attack, they've changed their mind. All that build-up, Tom Bailey's going to continue. So forget all that we've said in the last 30 seconds. Tom Bailey defended. There's a catchy mid-wicket. I was excited to see Tom Hartley have a 12, but not to be quite yet.
Left arm spin, Tom Hartley. He is warming up. There's no question about
He's
that. And it is about due. I mean,
Yeah.
this pair have put on quite a lot. The wicket's it's not doing much. It's an old-style Taunton wicket. It's changed colour a bit. Ooh, every time I say that, the ball beats the bat. I won't say it again.
No, I feel like we need a chart, like the hues of the Taunton wicket with Vic Marks. Could that be like a little piece of paper or a diagram on the side of the com box? We did have a Top Gear style leaderboard at the back of the box last year. I'm not sure where it's gone this year. We'll have to ask the boys next door, where we had who took the most wickets in a session. Who can describe the colour of the wicket best? I mean, next or what are we now putting?
Well, we
green
could go
tinge?
to biscuits. Biscuits are quite helpful. Sometimes you get a digestive biscuit type of colour.
Well, I don't know what biscuits are green, like those fly biscuits. Garibaldi's, are they called?
No. Well,
They're not
that's
green,
true.
are they? I don't know what you call a greenish tinged biscuit. Mouldy or gone off.
Yes, yeah, yes, that's probably it. Anyway, I think Tom Hartley is going through quite a rigorous loosening exercise. Bowls with orthodox left arm spin. Quite pacey, I think. I'm looking forward to seeing him. I've seen him mostly in one-day cricket.
Mm.
That's a very good shot. That's just a little pat, but it's going down towards the sandy areas.
Jimmy Hanson's done well to chase that. Sprinted across the grass. When he got to the sandy area, he just slowed himself down a bit.
Yeah.
Didn't want to risk any injury. No, he looks exhausted, walking back, trudging back.
He's not exhausted. He's the fittest 41-year-old.
Yeah.
But it's quite chilly out there, and he's just doing a few stretches.
Should mention our West Country rivals. 8 for 4, Gloucestershire were. Then 89 for 8. Now 204 for 9. Tom Price, 90 not out. Good bit of fielding there to keep that to 1 for Tom Abel. Phenomenal knock from Tom Price. Another man from around these parts. Marching to Langer whacked a few to support him for a little while, but 10 fours and 4 sixes is some saving effort. Imagine to get a batting bonus point, having been 8 for 4 and 89 for 8.
We haven't done it yet.
No, but
but nonetheless, I mean,
some
that's what you need. It's something remarkable from the lower order. Transforms the game, keeps them in the game.
it's a decent over from Tom Bailey, but not quite as impeccable as line and length as Clondy Grandon. Doesn't quite, well, get that area, that little square outside the off stump quite as well as the New Zealander overseas.
Yeah, well, the Grand Dom, he's just bowled the 7 overs, but he's coming off. I think they probably limit there's a few bowlers in this lineup, as there are in most, that I don't want to overburden.
Yeah.
I think Grand Dom comes into that category. Jimmy Anderson up to a point comes into that category, and so does Saqib. You know, for various different reasons.
Yeah.
You don't want to pummel them into the dust.
That's why Balderson bowled so early, I guess.
Yeah.
He's going to do. Yeah.
Anyway,
Here he is.
here comes Hartley.
We've been waiting for this, haven't we?
Well, sort of. In a way, it'd be more interesting if it was Matt Parkinson, because things happen with a
leg spinner,
slow leg spinner. It's quite a conservative field he's giving himself. Hang on. They're changing it a bit. Just a slip, anyway. But they've got 2 men out on the leg side boundary, which is...
It's quite a short boundary, isn't it? And
Yeah, but it's sort of... and he does sweep well, I suppose, but it's a pretty conservative start.
Yeah, you sort of...
Fair enough. And he's got an offside boundary fielder as well. So here he comes. And he's on the spot.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the development of Hartley above Matt Parkinson this season. It's a lovely shot, isn't it? Tom Abel opens up the covers beautifully. Probably not going to be 2 because deep cover comes around quickly. But so Jennings' tumble and misfield there only cost 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't entirely surprise me in the early season, although this is not quite an early season pitch, to be honest.
What are we? Yeah, we're sort of.
And I think it may have surprised Lancashire. I don't know if Matt Parkinson came down with the squad. Probably not. No, he's playing in the second team, I hear. Our researchers behind me, keeping us up to date. But the assumption is this time of year, the seamers are going to do a lot of the work because the ball's going to jag around. That's what tends to happen in April. And you want your spinner just to keep it tight and just to give a little bit of respite, rather than sort of buying wickets. Hence, Hartley over Parkinson. Hartley, of course, is more of an all-round cricketer too. Good fielder, can bat reasonably well down at, I don't know what number he'll come in, bat number 8. Dangerous batsman, though. Actually, the more I see of this surface, the more it might have suited someone like Parkinson, actually, because I think this, if it's going to stay sunny, which I'm not sure it is, but there's a lot of runs out there. That's a horrible piece of cricket. It was what looked like a offside full toss, premeditated reverse sweep, missed.
Yeah.
Fumbled by keeper.
If he'd stood there properly, he'd have probably whacked it. Yeah, you're right, actually. Bowler's done badly there, batter's done badly there, the keeper's done badly there. So I think you're fair in saying that's a horrible piece of cricket.
So anyway, it just goes down as a dot. Forget it.
It's an entertaining dot. Well, Tom Bailey's going to continue, but Tom Hartley just the 1 of his first over. Will Williams still doing laps with his bib below us.
But I think unless you're a very, very good leg spinner, a very, very good leg spinner, the way this championship is structured, you ain't going to play many early games.
No.
It's very much a luxury in early season conditions.
which is why they often go for the containing rather than the aggressive, yeah. Bailey is pulled by Tom Abel emphatically for 4. Glorious shot from the Somerset skipper. Don't bowl long ops to Tom Abel. Tom Bailey.
Yeah, he picked that up beautifully. It was almost a front foot pull.
It was, yeah. Not quick enough to get him on the back
He
foot.
just little shimmy half forward, but plenty of time just to dismiss it. Over mid-wicket, 4 runs.
Mid-wicket, catching in place, but got no chance stopping that. That's another ball. It's almost a half volley outside off stump, but a little cover push drive from Abel just for a dot. And another bit of untidy keep from George Bell, who we were saying earlier how he was doing well, but
Well, it's a bad throw. That's what
Stitch up, yeah.
some old-fashioned keepers would just dismiss that, just
Kick it,
ignored
leave
that
it,
throw.
yeah.
You think, come on.
just to clarify some of the YouTube questions, T is intended to be with 32 overs remaining in the day, so 96 divided by 3. So 3 on the 4th day of a county championship match is at 340 more officially. The over that finishes around 340, but it's 32 overs remaining in the day. And yeah, further talk in the YouTube comments about Hartley. Picked not more for his batting, but he's a better bat than Matt Parkinson.
He's a more pragmatic all-round. The romantics will be distraught that the leg spinner's not playing.
Yeah.
What has surprised me, and I was learning this in the press box there, is that Parkinson. We've talked about how leg spinners become white ball cricketers essentially, but apparently he's lost his 100 contract.
He's almoys better, yeah.
That would be a bit alarming for him, because that was your
To lose your place in the championship side and that in the same year, yeah.
because he's got a lot of wickets at Old Trafford in one-day cricket. Where Old Trafford's quite a big ground, that helps him, and sometimes it can just hold a little bit. And then the virtue of being able to spin the ball both ways with protection out on the boundary. It's a big shot to clear the boundary there. That suits him. So it would be sad if he doesn't surface much, but
Old
I
Trafford,
can understand why he doesn't get in this team.
I think Old Trafford is seen as the most spin-friendly of the Test grounds. So might they occasionally play 2 spinners late in the season? There's a back foot punch from Tom Abel. Glorious, imperious again. That's 2, back foot-ish shots. Neither of them have quite got him right on the back foot.
Yeah, well, they would.
Short.
Again, it's beautifully timed.
Yeah, I think in the championship in, say, July, August, if we have a dry bit of weather, might they, say Anderson's with England, they might go the 2 spinners. The only thing is Hartley and Parkinson both turn it the same way, don't they, away from the right-hander?
Yeah. But if it were to turn, if you come across we might be away from Old Trafford.
Not at side or bad anymore.
Ooh.
It's a bit of a Yorker. Surprise. Bailey got a bit frustrated with the
It
2
hasn't-
short balls and try something different.
He hasn't turned at Somerset for a while.
No, exactly. We don't mention that.
Probably not since we got docked 15 points, but it's
Exactly.
a pity that, in a sense.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's all a question of balance, but there were some terrific games when that ball was turning. Terrific
Well, I still remember
entertainment.
Talking of spinners and Leach, do you remember that game when Bess and Leach got out here against Lancashire when the scores were tied? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Bess
I wasn't
and Leach
here.
tried to whack it
Yeah, I
over the
wasn't
top.
here, but I do. I remember the. I
remember
remember the tie.
There's a couple of games at Somerset Lancashire. I always remember the George Bartlett 100 up at Old Trafford. I was there for that. And just Skothic scoring 100 with a broken foot or broken ankle. A bit like the Hildreth 100 here with a broken ankle. And then that game with the tie. Ridiculous matches.
Good shot, that is. It was a poor ball, but it's leg side, but he used the pace of the ball and just glided it down.
See, if Parkinson went to the leg stump or just outside leg stump like that, it probably wouldn't have the pace to go for 4, would it?
No.
I guess Hartley bowls a bit quicker, a bit more darty. Flighted wrist spinner, you're not going to get a tickle to find leg for 4. Now Bailey should come back into the proverbial ring on the 45, but he's not quite got there yet.
Well, they're conscious of over rates as well.
Tom Price has got 100 off 93 balls for
What a
Gloucestershire.
knock that is.
What a knock. 4 sixes.
What number was he batting?
Number 8, I think. DeLanger, Jeet Singh Dale. Kind of gave him a bit of support. Yeah, Jeet Singh Dale, number 11's got 21 off 34. So turn the batting order the other way round, and that would make more sense. be a contender for early knock of the season. Bit of the Darren Stevens 200 partnership with Miguel Cummins, or the Stokes and Leach partnership.
I don't think it's got Stokes and Leach. I think
Not yet.
They've got to go some way to beat Stokes and Leach.
The county championship first innings equivalent. But the thing is, the number 11 is chipping in, actually, so slightly different circumstances. I love it when a team bounce back, when they're down and out, and then suddenly one of the tail enders, Somerset do it quite a lot. Overton and Granoff have done it.
Yeah. Well, in recent times, they've had ample opportunity to do it too.
The top order are very generous, aren't they? We'll let the middle order have
But
a
it
bit
does
of
not
glory.
make a difference. It's a sign of, I've always thought it's a sign of a good side
Yeah.
who can get out of a massive hole from 4 down for nothing. That they don't just give up the ghost. And a lot of the best sides have these lower orders that, and Somerset potentially have had this, that all know how to hold a bat, and who can almost extricate the team from a dire situation. Well, obviously Tom Price has done that here. In recent, just in a small way, I mean, Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey have been doing that for Somerset this summer. Now, much shuffling, it's Anderson's come back. He only bowled, I think, 3 or 4 overs straight after lunch.
It's quite expensive, actually. Went for
Yeah,
17
he
of his
didn't
first
have the
3.
right control, same control. He's going to... They're having a long chat about the field, and I think it's going to be a pretty... Remember, we had 5 slips this morning, plus a forward short leg, but now much more pragmatism. He's given himself some cover on the offside. You never know what Jimmy's up to. He might be looking for catches in front of the wicket, which he would do well in Pakistan. We're obviously not in the Pakistani conditions, but...
Like you still think we are, Vic.
No. He's going to have a fairly conventional field of a real spread of a widely spread slip cordon of 3 men. They aren't covering everything. They can't. They're a long way apart from one another. A boundary fielder at point. Boundary field. It's quite an odd field for a great bowler to have.
Yeah.
3 men on the boundary, long leg,
Massive
square leg,
gaps in
and
the
point.
cordon. We talk about the gaps in the cordon. That's the biggest we've seen so far, isn't it?
Yeah. They're trying. I mean, Jennings is at sort of second slip, but in fact he's more or less in third slip. And I think it's Luke Wells. Is it Luke Wells
Yeah.
at first slip? And there's a big gap between those two. They're gambling a bit.
Massively so. Also worth mentioning, Luke Wells is another bowling option. He actually bowled poorly against Essex.
He bowls leg breaks now, doesn't he?
Yeah,
By and large.
yeah, he does try both ways.
What, leg breaks and what, off breaks?
He sort of tries to mix it up. With white
Yeah.
ball, he tries to mix it up more. He just dragged it down a bit short against Essex last week.
Right.
That looked a bit quicker from Jimmy Anderson.
Well, Jimmy's still capable of surprising people, partly because it's surprise,
Yeah,
but he can still pop in the short ball. I've seen Tom Abel get out of short balls. Need to get it a bit higher than that, perhaps.
yeah, a bit quicker than Tom Bailey, who Abel effortlessly pulled before. "73 runs from 26 overs
What's that?
since lunch this session for Somerset.
Oh, right.
No wickets conceded.
Yeah.
Plus 4 more. 77 runs.
As I say, in these conditions, though, I'm not being a prophet of doom exactly, Somerset supporters,
But you are.
but in these conditions, there's runs out there, as I keep saying, and when I'm watching, especially with a biased hat on, I see as a Somerset man when I'm watching, I often think, at what stage do we get to, if not control of the game, to sort of parity? And obviously they've been behind the ball game throughout the morning session. What was it, 80 odd for 4,
Yeah.
90 for 4 at lunch or something?
80 for 4, yeah.
84. So clearly Lancashire in control. I guess maybe I still think, Lancashire be frustrated, but it's not too much gloom and doom. He's got that protection there.
I think that's sensible captaincy from Jennings. Well, Anderson's.
Well, it's
said,
Anderson.
probably
I don't
says
know where
it,
Anderson
doesn't
would
he?
set his own field. So I'm thinking, at what stage is it 50-50? And I think if Somerset were to get beyond 200 for 4, I would accept that as the game is evenly balanced. I don't think they're quite there yet, because I think, a par score is way beyond 300 on this surface in these conditions with a cloudless sky. It's got easier and easier to bat. There's no spin, and it did move around as it should do in the first session a little bit, but not prodigiously. But it's a good fight back, clearly, so far.
So we could see a couple of milestones this over from Mr. Hartley. Tom Abel and James Rue need one more run, as we said, they're 80 for 4 to get that 100 partnership up, and James Rue's 3 away from a first half century of the season.
Oh, we might have seen him coming there. He came down the wicket, Abel.
Yeah, because if he hadn't,
It was a long hop.
Yeah,
but maybe he would give Hartley the benefit of the doubt there. He just sensed or saw Abel moving down.
See how early Tom Abel goes. No. That exact shot can play the previous ball. So that is the 100 partnership up. The educated fans in the James Hildreth stand particularly are straight on it, aren't they? As soon as that ball was hit, they're straight
Well, they're
on
probably
it.
listening to you, Harry.
With a new headset.
Alerting them.
It's a good sign, isn't it? Or they're clapping over there straight away. Right.
Well, they're still alive. We know that much. And they're not
Somerset
frozen
batting
stiff.
on day one. They're definitely alive in the sunshine. Josh Bohannon's in at short leg. Not particularly close at short leg. Wary of a James Rue sweep, perhaps.
Well, it's not so much that. Is that I think if you go deep, I mean, obviously the standard way to get a short leg catch is bat onto pad, off you go. But you can get them off the face of the bat as well. If you go a bit deeper, you've got a better chance.
Or the odd painful blow when they whack at your head and it bounces up. A filthy pull shot or a sweep that bounces off the short leg's toe or something. So one ball in the over for James Rue to face at Hartley. Played. I think Abel looks more confident against Hartley than Rue. Rue played that weird reverse sweep.
Yeah. I mean, it's
tuck off his leg through to fine leg. We did see before.
It varies, doesn't it? If you were playing on a track like we saw or glimpsed at Trent Bridge, where the ball's moving around with the seamers consistently, and the spinner comes on, you think, right, he's got to go. But on this sort of surface, because it's not zagging around all the time, you're thinking, well, do I or don't I go off the spinner? I mean, I don't have to, because I don't feel I'm going to get that unplayable ball so frequently against the seamers. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily such a good... The risk-reward thing doesn't work so well, or doesn't give you the impetus to go, right, spinner's on, I'm after him, if it's not doing much for the seamers. But if it is jagging around for the seamers, you think, right, he's got to go.
I can picture you picking your bat up, as you said, get after him. That's you ready to climb into them. Yep, Jacob Chesterton says, Lancs have an amazing ability to get an unreal start and then let teams back into it again.
Yeah, I don't know that they've done a lot wrong, really. I mean, I don't think they haven't dropped a catch, have they? The one,
there was
the
a
two
short
went to
Jennings, didn't quite carry. No,
didn't quite.
No, soft hands, really.
I think that the pitch has become more benign, and these two, so far, they've batted really well.
The ball's got softer, not doing as much.
Yeah.
That is leg side for Jimmy Anderson. Yeah, he's not been quite his best after lunch. He's got his podcast mates in the crowd, maybe getting him a bit nervous.
I would have thought he's done enough of those podcasts not to get very nervous.
Well,
he's got some fairly accomplished broadcasters next door to him. No, not fairly, very accomplished, one should say.
He's scraping his boots in the crease. That's a sign of Jimmy Anderson getting frustrated. We've seen that enough times over the last couple of decades. Tom over that open stance, Little trigger movement. Drive.
Ooh.
Jimmy, do you want that on the ankle?
That was
He's
it's probably
safe
safe for
already.
that.
Yeah.
It was a very good shot, and
I don't think Mahmood would have got that from mid-off.
no.
He's taking it well, Jimmy. He's trying to not hobble. He's having a giggle with his England bowling mate, Saqib Mahmood.
What's he doing, smiling?
Prefer
Sure
the
he's
crimpy
smiling.
version. I like there's a picture of Jimmy with really grey hair. Someone had photoshopped on him still bowling with really grey hair like he's 60. It made me chuckle. Marnus has got a wicket at Sapphire Gardens. Michael Jones tried to reverse sweep the Australian. Was he #1 bat in the world? Useful mix of leg breaks and quicker balls, whatever you want to call them. Not
So
really
he's-
arm balls, are they,
he's-
when he pulls a
he's-
seamer?
He's okay. He bowled Labuschagne.
Yeah.
What's going on? Cardiff, Labuschagne is bowling leg breaks. Not equal to
Durham
equal
are
to-
209 for 3.
right.
David Beddingham still there. Now the Ashes news, Ben Duckett's 98 not out.
Well, he started well. He obviously played well against Somerset in the last match, and
And all that Gloucestershire updates. Price run out for 109. Gloucestershire got 231. That's some effort.
well, they're
Not
it
quite
looks like they're
impactful.
in the game. One
Yeah.
assumes it must have jagged around a bit at Worcester to start with, and that's going to be a great knock, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, they're gold. Those runs count double, really, because they've taken Gloucester from a situation of hopelessness to hope.
109 out of 231 from
Probably
down the
run
order.
out trying to get the strike at the end of the over or something like that.
Yeah. Tom Hartley continuing from the river end. I think James Rew's content to prop forward and defend. What have we got? Five overs till tea. Oh, no, you
Well,
should
I
think-
think he senses them. When both times the batsman have come down the wicket, he's kind of sensed it and he's dragged the ball down.
Good bowling, good adapt.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you find that an easy skill to do? To
Not particularly.
keep your eyes on the bat and adjust when they run down?
Sometimes you just sense them. Sometimes you actually saw them. The worst ones, and some really good players would faint. So Mike Gatting, for example, who's a very good player of spin, would faint to come down the pitch, and you'd see him,
I feel like
and then you drag it down, and he cut
Yeah.
you for 4.
Shane Watson, a more modern version of that, would sort of press to come forward and then pull.
Maybe.
Michael Clark, I'm trying to think of sort of
Yeah.
Naughty's Ashes as well.
Yeah. But because of the feint, you drag the ball
Yeah.
down, and then he'd hit you for 4 through the offside cut or pull.
You give me an idea then. My next coaching session, I'll work on that with the spinners and the bats. Gets in a spinner's head, I guess, doesn't it?
Yeah, well,
Wind you up a bit.
yeah. I mean, there's always an element of risk when they come down the wicket, but you've got to get past them somehow.
What a way to get to 50. James Rew has slog swept it over to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Well batted young man. In for Steve Davies, scored 100 in the 2 zone of the week. James Rew solid now as the keeper bat. Batting number 6 for Somerset. First half century for him of the season. He's 51 not out, and Somerset 184 for 4.
Yeah. I like to call it. I call that a pull drive more than a slog sweep.
Pull drive.
Well, a sweep is sort of horizontal
Yeah,
bat, and
okay.
his bat was more vertical, but he was dragging him.
Oh, you don't mean a pull shot drive?
No.
You mean like a drive that's pulled to the leg side?
Yeah.
Pulled
So it's a
to
drive, but
Okay,
with
yeah,
a bit
yeah.
of bottom hand,
bottom hand.
rather than a sweep. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, I
It's
see what you
gone.
mean, yeah, yeah.
It's gone over straight mid wicket for 4, and
Yeah.
right out the middle of the bat, and he knew exactly what he was doing. And this is obviously an important partnership. It's the first really aggressive shot against Hartley that's come off, but a very good one. I don't know the answer, but I don't. Steve Davis, I know, has just scored 100 in the second team.
Bit of pressure felt on Rew. for this.
Well, no, what I'm asking myself, and this is totally hypothetical, is that even if they wanted to play Steve Davis, would Rew get in this team as a pure batsman, you see? possible.
It could do, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff
Big appeal there, but
I guess
he's going nowhere.
you got Rue, Bartlett, Davies, Goldsworthy, Banton, arguably all fighting for one spot between 5 and 6-ish. There's other names we could bring into that. Realistically, they're probably going to want to bat somewhere between 5 and 6. Gregory's going to be at 7. You're not going to move.
Yeah.
You're not going to move Abel.
Well, as
4.
I was saying with Sam, I think it was for Sam. In the absolute ideal world, you would have Abel and Lammonby both 100% fit, and they might be your fourth seamer.
Yeah, definitely.
But we aren't in that situation.
No, it'd be interesting to see if, because speaking to the press last,
And you could play an extra batsman. If
yeah,
you wanted.
last home game, Tom Lammonby, it wasn't his ankle that he had surgery on over the winter. It was, I'll
Back.
come back to that. It was his back twinge.
Mm.
So whether he's now fit to bowl this game, hopefully he might be. Tom Abel may be less likely because he's more recently
No,
come
Tom,
back
I'm
afterwards,
sure
but I don't
Tom will
think
be a long way.
Yeah.
With those side strains, as a pace bowler yourself, you must know.
Oh, you've been reading the Bridgewater Mercury too much, Vic.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's not entirely true.
Well, inaccurately reading it.
But it's sure readership will be soaring after that.
Back to Lammonby, actually.
Yeah.
After our morning chat, when I did my research, well, no, actually, I was walking around the ground with the radio earlier while you two were on, and I bumped into Glenn.
Oh,
He was saying about your train ride up, and he confirmed the family link. We're trying to work out the Ryan Campbell
Oh, right,
relation.
yeah.
Yeah, Robert Lammonby's the granddad well, Tom's granddad in Perth, and Glenn and Derek are the two who played in the Devon League. And Glenn's an ex to Tom's dad. And then, yeah, Ryan Campbell.
So Grandad Lammonby is the uncle of Ryan Campbell. Was that right?
Something like that, yes.
Who is now coaching at Durham.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he the head honcho at Durham now, or is he just one of the coaches?
It
Doesn't
was
matter.
Marcus
You
North,
don't
wasn't
need.
it?
I think
Head coach.
so. Marcus North is still at Durham. So it's a West Aussie
Yeah, it is. It's a
little
bit of a link.
mafia up there. Nothing wrong with that.
Marcus North is Jimmy Hans.
Marcus North. Two things. He played I played grey cricket for the same club as Marcus North, albeit about 30 years before him or 25 years before him, and he's a charming man. And again, this is ancient history, but I remember before one Ashes series, we had 2 nights before the Brisbane Test, we were entertained by the Australian Cricket Board, fantastic, drinks, food, all great, and some of the players came along, including Marcus North, who was in the Test team then, and the old Christopher Martin Jenkins, he was there. We were all invited along, and him and Christopher and Marcus had a long chat, and they were talking in detail about county cricket, and I think Robin Martin Jenkins was playing for Sussex all the time. They all got on famously. It was all going extremely well. Then Christopher turned to Marcus and said, so tell me, which paper do you write for? Which cheered me up hugely, because he didn't like getting things wrong, dear old Christopher. And Marcus North, being Marcus North, sort of laughed it off and thought it was hilarious.
Or the Australian or something?
No, he thought it was fine. He was fine, but it was a bit of a shock when he came out with that question, and he was mortified actually for a while.
Well, actually, I play a bit of cricket myself.
Yes. Marcus North.
You should have wound him up about that for a while.
Well, I did, don't worry.
Yeah.
Then Marcus North, of course, he might have bowled the last over of that Cardiff Test match, unbelievably.
Ooh, that is
What's
a
he
slog
going?
sweep.
What's he doing? He's swept him.
That's in between the two fielders, a deep square leg and a deep backward square leg. And somehow Tom Abel has found a 5-yard gap. Now, that could have been a similar dismissal to Cola Cadmore, really.
Yeah,
That
I
was
couldn't
5 yards
see.
either
I couldn't
side.
see its flight path. I don't know how aerial that was, but
Well, yeah, I
he hit
watched
it
it now.
hard. But there are 2 men back for that shot.
Yeah, I watched it land, only just over the rope.
Okay. Was it 6?
Yeah,
Oh right.
6 runs, yep. First 6
Oh
for Tom
dear.
Abel.
No.
So
Tom's trying to impress the selectors.
yeah, more horizontal bat over square leg there with the 2 men out there, though. That's a risky shot. Short boundary, though. He's backed himself, executed.
Yeah.
Tom Hartley not perturbed by that slog sweep. He's right back on it. Outside off stump, right on the money. I don't know if Tom Abel was thinking about batting bonus points. I don't think he will be yet.
No point thinking
Long
about
way to
them.
go. Oh, he's gone again, though. That one was a bit more filthy. Got enough there. It's a safe shot if he keeps it down.
Yeah.
Go on, man.
And if he connects, if he wants to go aerial, it's a short boundary. But he won't be thinking about batting points. He's just thinking about runs.
How many runs?
And he will know that you need quite a few runs out there because this is an old Taunton sublime surface.
Nice to see, really, isn't it? Nice to see a big partnership.
Well, it's certainly nice to see a
Spin
big
into
partnership, given that I don't think this will be the highest partnership of the summer, I imagine. for
Yes,
Somerset.
Gregory and Davies partnership already eclipsed.
The competition hasn't been severe, but as we were saying earlier on, and it hasn't quite happened yet, it's from a purely Somerset perspective. Third game in. This is Abel's scored the highest score of any Somerset player so far, and he's got 73. There's uncertainty about the batting lineup. You need one or stroke two to really cash in and play a substantial innings, and just to give confidence to the group that hang on a minute, we can get runs.
What can Jimmy Anson do with all his experience here? Oh, that's a misfield. There's a nasty bounce, I suppose, in front of the man at short mid wicket. Could he have picked it up? But no, it's going to get through Tom Hartley. He's just been bowling, and he's in the action. Fast ball the next over. To his right side as well as weaker side. Left.
Anderson, he's bowled round the wicket. He's going to go over the wicket, I think, now to the left-hander. He bowled over the wicket to Lammonby, got him from there. He's just doing a few stretches. I expect he's got a sort of regime, Anderson, to make sure he's at peak fitness come first Test match or Ireland Test match, possibly.
I think he does yoga and Pilates, famously.
Well, he does something that's very clever because
keeps him going.
you've
And it's
never
not Guinness like Darren Stevens, is it?
Well, he's a bit quicker than Darren Stevens.
Not quite as old, though.
No.
It's cool. Sir Ank says Ben Green should be in the shout at 6 or 7. Been batting, bowling really won the twos. Yeah, fair point. I mentioned it earlier. It's 100 and 3 wickets in the same day. And making a massive win over Warwickshire Twos early in the week at Edgbaston Sports Ground.
Well, that is the oddity, or not, or the fact is that there are half a dozen players probably in that Somerset second team who could easily be playing in the first team. Who have all the
very strong second
ingredients, and quite a few of them have played a lot of first team cricket, obviously.
I can't remember a stronger second team in the last couple of decades, actually.
No, there was one year where, quite a long time ago now, where Neil Burns captained the second team, having been left out for Rob Turner. And I think they won the second team championship. It didn't mean a great deal because they had a lot of oldish players who were good cricketers, but
like a Steve Davies now, kind of.
Well, maybe, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Come to the end of their careers.
But it means that there are options, and at some point they'll be explored, no doubt. It's not obvious always what is your strongest 11 when you've got a big squad like this. It's just slightly tentative there. He didn't play, either that or he played very late. But what an experience for James Rue. It may be now quite a flat pitch, but he's got the experience of Anderson bowling at him. And the secret, of course, is to play the ball, not the man, but you'll remember it.
Interesting to see if they put the foot on the accelerator after tea. No need to. But that's a misfield. We were saying how well they're fielding earlier. Tom Bailey at point this time.
Don't you? No, I mean, if you're in that Somerset dressing room or up with the coaches, they won't be worried about that.
No, I agree.
Just keep batting. I mean, at least that's the old pro in me speaking. Just keep batting. You need
get 400 plus.
You need runs on the board, and the quicker the better. But you don't need to start hunting it.
and still wants his big sweater, big jumper on.
Well, this could be the last over 4T, if I'm not.
You're correct. Yep, should be.
Mistaken. And that's a beautiful 4. It's not a great ball. It's just over pitched. There's a gap there, and it's just, you see a shot like that as well. It's a sweet pitch there, so it's beautifully timed, beautiful timing. But
the next
it
one's
just
going to
comes
move
on
off the pitch now. You said that, remember?
No, he'll miss the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one will turn
Yeah,
square.
it will.
But that was sort of caressed through that gap by James Rue.
Duckett did get to his 100.
Yeah, well, that's
152 balls, his first 100 at Lords.
152. That's
that's
quite a restrained innings by Duckett standards. But good news for England. He's brimful of confidence now, I'm sure.
No questions when he came in for Alex Lees, but he's been brilliant. I think he's been real fine. Having brought him in to sweep it in Pakistan, he's done so well in New Zealand and back in England since.
Yeah, I mean, he had a weird start to his career. He ended up in Bangladesh playing on turning pitches, and then he went to India, and I think he ended up batting down at number 4, which
it's an odd one. Yeah,
it's an odd one against Indian spin. And he didn't quite know how he played then. No, he was obviously an aggressive player, but now he's clear in his mind,
and he's allowed to reverse.
He's allowed to play his shots, whereas then he wasn't quite sure.
He suits the modern tempo better, doesn't he?
So that's T. And that, if the first session belonged to Lancashire, then the second has belonged to Somerset.
Most definitely.
Two local lads there, Abel and Rue, have taken Somerset to the respectability of 199 for 4.
That's good.
It's not a position yet of dominance, but you're right back in the game. And there's a sense of relief, I'm sure, in the fairly packed stands of James Hilbert's stand, anyway. That on a pretty benign surface, I have to say that this pair have got Somerset out of a fairly big hole. 80 for 4 has become 199 for 4. Great news that Abel is back and anchoring the innings, and James Rue has supported him very impressively.
And I make that the first batting session of the season in which Somerset haven't lost a wicket.
We're probably right then.
James
it
Rue
sounds right. Feels right. Must be right. But there are runs, as I keep saying, there are runs out there, and you'll need a substantial score to stay in this game. So it's not job done by any stretch of the imagination, but it is miles up better than it looked from a Somerset perspective a while back. And as far as Lancashire are concerned, well, not quite so disciplined in this session, but not much happening, to be honest. It's hard work out there. Anderson's thinking, why did I choose Taunton? I should have played my next game somewhere where it's going to be a bit spicier. But he couldn't match the venom or the accuracy even of the first spell he bowled. This afternoon he was relatively ordinary, but he's here, and so we'll enjoy him. Game on.
Yep, fascinatingly poised. Right, we'll leave you for about an 18-minute break for tea time, and we'll be back 4:15 for the evening session.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got the final session of day one, Somerset versus Lancashire. Somerset are going to resume on 199 for 4. They were in a bit of trouble earlier on today. 80 for 4 they'd slipped to, but Tom Abel, who's unbeaten on 74, and James Rue, unbeaten on 57, have come together. They've made 119 so far for the fifth wicket. Sam Dalling alongside Vic Marks here with you for the start of this evening session.
Yep, and the wind is still there. You can hear it in your earphones here. Colin de Grandhomme is coming for the first time from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I think this is the favoured end for the seamers. I say that because this is the end Jimmy Anderson bowl all the time. He hasn't bowled too many overs so far. So he's got plenty of fuel left in the tank. He's an interesting signing by Lancashire, and I think he's done, actually, it's Grandhomme, isn't it?
No, it's the long hair's confusing you. It's Mahmood.
Okay, forget him then. Oh dear, that's a bad start. Well, he's just bowled a wide.
Genuine wide that as well, wasn't it? Not even on the same strip, I don't think, which has been uncharacteristic because he's been excellent, Mahmood.
It's not a great confused Mahmood with Grandhomme. Is not the peak of my broadcasting career, but anyway.
It's not the peak of Mahmood's bowl in that delivery.
No,
it's brought up the Somerset 200, which would have in the old days, even last year, brought you a batting bonus point, but not this year. Need another 50.
Okay, we survey the field and we see Croft at extra cover, who's not playing, so he's a 12th man, and our spies suspect that Anderson not on the pitch. I wouldn't be too alarmed by that. Surely he takes his time, but he's not there, and that is newsworthy. It will be newsworthy if he's not back in about half an hour.
He's got through 15 overs so far, Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah. He might have more or less bowled his quota until the next new ball if we get to that.
Oh yeah, what are we? 16 from the second new ball, and I don't know the exact rules, but if you're off, you then have to be back on for the same amount of time. So he's probably got 4 or 5 overs grace.
Yeah, something like that, I think.
They have clamped down on it, umpires, a little bit on people just coming off and on as they please, and rightly so.
Even for those with about 700 Test wickets, does it count?
You'd imagine the leniency though does just change depending.
It's got to be the same for Jimmy Anderson as Casey Aldridge.
In theory, yes, Vic.
It's quite an impressive return by Mahmood today. He hasn't actually got anyone in the wickets column, but given that you've explained, Sam, how he hasn't played for so long, and this is a comeback match, he's been on target, mostly in control, apart from that big wide to start off with. Lively.
I'm just about to mention the fielder that's come into play there, Tom Hartley, the left-hander. He's almost at a short point. Is it an extra cover? Is it a short point? But he's catching, really.
Yeah. Yeah, point, I think. It's almost an old-fashioned point. He's in a catching position just about. He's not walking in with the bowler. He's about 15 to 20 yards from the bat, square on the offside. Looking for a catch off the face of the bat, I suppose.
Rubah's been happy with Mahmood coming around the wicket to try and drive. He's played a couple of beautiful shots, but he's also flashed and missed at a couple. A couple of those drives have been uppish as well, so I can see the sense in it. And I don't know if it's just sticking and popping up in the pitch a little bit. We saw Abel a little bit earlier on, kind of flick a couple towards mid-on in the air, I don't know.
A little bit, but essentially this is a pretty good batting surface. So we've seen some lovely shots, easily timed on the up. There are not many demons here, especially once the ball gets old. And you can tell that partly too by the size of the partnership, but also the field placement. It's just a slip in a gully for Mahmood there. He needs the bat. I think that was a posthumous leave.
Yes, I won't try and defend Tom Abel there. I think that's a beautiful delivery. Here we got the replay. Mahmood.
Good carry, actually.
Just back of a length, wasn't it?
We'll just need Somerset. From a Somerset perspective, you want Abel to get back in the groove. He's got 70 odd, which is the highest score by a Somerset batsman this summer or season. But it's not enough.
Such a good year last year. Tom Abel in the county championship, past 1,000 runs, averaged a shade under 52.
Yeah, and that's what got him a sort of, well, even though he got called up for an England team in white ball cricket, where he also played well, but that sort of enhanced his reputation as an all-round cricketer, if you like, whatever the format.
George Balderson's going to begin from the River End. It's where he started. He's bowled both ends today. This will be his 12th over. He's gone for 43, but actually it was Tom Kohler-Cadmore who took him for 24 of those, and a little bit of an assault across a couple of overs. So he's bowled a little bit better than his figures suggest. As that one's a little bit short, and Rue rocks onto the back foot nicely, but they'll just get a single.
You can tell there's an element of, okay, this wicket's flat. These two batsmen are in. New ball is 15 overs away. We're not going to over-attack. It's just the one slip for Balderson at the moment. Nothing else. Maybe a second coming in now. No, he's not. Let's bottle it up as best we can. Try and nick a wicket somehow. And then there's scope to take that new ball before, well, in about 15 overs.
So we've got the fielder now in between the umpire and James Rue, a short catching mid-on. So this is, again, teams look at...
That's where he did hit a few early, didn't he?
Teams
just
look
leading edge, almost.
Abel pushes it to that fielder, a sharp right hand to the stops. There's a mid-wicket as well. He's orthodox mid-wicket-ish. I think it's Josh Bohannon. He's not quite catching, but Saqib Mahmood is at mid-on, almost right behind the fielder that is catching it. A silly mid-on, but it's definitely something teams are trying against Abel this season. They think he's liable to scoop one up in the air in that mid-on to mid-wicket area. Pushes it to Hartley at cover. Does the fielding. I think it's Luke Wells in there. He's been at first slip next to Keaton Jennings for much of the day, but he's moved to silly mid-on. Jennings is still the one slip. He's at second, so he's looking at the young wicketkeeper George Bell and saying effectively you need to cover your spot on first slip. Jennings has stayed quite wide. Jennings is quite close as well.
But the emphasis now is certainly containment, isn't it? Think of the fields we saw in the first session. At one point, Anderson had 5 slips and a forward short leg. It just shows how the balance of the game has changed, but also how the surface and the ball has got older. Some defensive shots meeting the middle of the bat.
Anderson and Tom Bailey took the first new ball. I would imagine they were so good early on this morning. If you're just joining us, I want a quick reminder, you might not if you're a Somerset fan. Sean Dixon was trapped LBW by Jimmy Anderson without scoring, and Tom Lammonby was caught at slip by Keaton Jennings off Anderson. And Abel pushes it to that man at silly mid-on, while Cameron Bancroft made just 7 before he tickled one behind. Off the bowling of Tom Bailey to George Bell. So Somerset were 24 for 3 very early on. 202 for 4 now, 66 overs gone.
I mean, today, more than anything, it sort of highlighted the contrast it is between being a top-order batsman and say, a number 6. I think it's got bigger, that disparity, how much more difficult it is in the first 20 overs of an innings. So you've got to be a pretty selfless character to say, I want to be an opening batsman, because it is so much harder to stay in against that new hard ball that seems to swing around early on and grip the pitch compared to now.
hear that wind still blowing across the Cooper Associates county ground. I don't think it's particularly warm out there. I've been down on the deck a couple of times, but I've largely stayed in here. But there's plenty of souls braving it.
Well, there's been a bit of an exodus from the James Hildreth stand because round about now it loses the sun. So I think people emigrate to the Andy Caddick Pavilion side of the ground. Just thinking about whipping that James Roon. Wasn't quite there to do it. Just checked it.
You had to jab down on it. Crowd. Oh, we've seen Harry Everett amongst the crowd. Of course he's out there.
He's in the sun.
There he is. He's got the earphones in. He's waving. Wemden's latest signing. He will be signing copies of the Bridgewater Mercury if anyone wants to take them up to him. He's got a pen in his pocket. Always carries a pen just for the signature, Harry Everett. He might have some photos in his back pocket he can sign as well. Deep square leg has gone back now.
Well, it's good drying weather. I think we need that still. Still damp. There's still a great mat in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion just to protect that area, which is still, must be still very damp under there.
Yes,
and a bit devoid of grass as well.
It's had better days, this outfield.
Yeah. There's the short ball. You get a man back for it, and he's played it. He's got it down okay.
He was quickly onto it. It was pretty short actually, that from Mahmood. He was really dug in, but Roux seemed in control. He rolled his wrists on it. I think he went all along the floor. And these two are actually, I shouldn't say it, but they look quite comfortable out there, which is just a sign, as you said, of the pitch. Yeah, I'm touching a lot of wood saying that. Would you be tempted to go back to the spinner for a little bit before that second new ball?
Well, I think he will bowl. I think he's almost bound to bowl. If they don't get a wicket in the next 4 or 5, you'd think that they give Hartley 4 or 5 overs up to the new ball, keep it tight, maybe just sneak a wicket. It's got to the stage where you feel you have to sneak a wicket. That unplayable ball seems to have disappeared at the moment. Brilliant catch, run out, mistake by the batsman. Put pressure on them, stop them scoring, make them a bit anxious. Something might happen. And that would include 4 or 5 overs of Hartley. Anderson, he's all right. In fact, there's 2 of them coming back on, is it?
Is that Dane Vias as well? Yeah, it is.
Oh, right. Didn't know he was off as well.
So
Dane Vias, now, didn't he play the role of Alan Donald or something like that in the Cronje film or something?
It rings a bell,
He, amongst many other accomplishments, I'm pretty sure that he appeared, it might have been in the Cronje film. It was quite a remarkable film about Hansi Cronje. Oh, hang on.
No, he's not. He's just fielding on the boundary.
We were getting dodgy information as Jimmy retreated to the boundary, but that's because he's fielding it at deep cover point.
Balderson in to Abel, who just finds the gap actually between the man at mid-wicket and the man at silly mid-on. So that's obviously...
Can you pursue?
I pursued it, Vic.
Has he played Alan Donald or someone like that?
He does. Well, the opening line is Dane Vias's face bears almost no resemblance to Alan Donald. So I think...
However, there's a however coming on.
They said he's actually a man you've mentioned previously. He said he's more he looks a bit more like Fanny de Villiers, who you were talking about playing Devon cricket as Abel gets in behind them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He played Donald in Hansi, a 2008 movie on the life of the former South Africa captain. There you go, Vic.
Well, I don't want to dwell on this, but there is also an Indian film that's come out recently called 1983. All right? which is when they won the World Cup. And there's a film that's recently released. And I'll have you know, and I don't know who it is, someone plays me.
I knew that was coming.
Because there is a clip. I mean, I've played in obviously the semi-final when England lost to India, before India went on to win the World Cup. And there is someone bowling off breaks who is playing me. I don't think he has a speaking part, and I expect he gets it for 6. I don't know. So there you go. I don't think it's Dustin Hoffman.
Big LBW shout, big LBW shout. Finger stays down. Abel's looking to whip it into the leg side, but he does start and walks across his stumps.
Yeah, the way he reacted, I wonder whether I think he was unconcerned, but I don't think he was bluffing. I think he might have got an inside edge on that, but I'm guessing a little bit. He didn't seem at all concerned, but it wasn't a great shot. And this is what we've been talking about. If the ball's not moving, you just want to somehow build up pressure, stop them scoring, make them play. A slightly rash shot across the line like that one.
Lovely looking shot, but brilliant bit of fielding from Tom Bailey in at gully. I mean, Jimmy Anderson is a fine fielder, often fields in the gully for England, but it's Tom Bailey in there.
Yeah, and that adds to the frustration. He thought that was forward, and he timed that beautifully, back cut. But very good stop, and Abel hasn't really got going since tee. Slight adjustment to the field. Another boundary fielder going on the leg side. He's not going to bounce him, is he? I think he just wants the protection, maybe.
Does finally get his run. Abel just tickles it into the leg side, which is what he was trying to do a couple of balls ago. And in fairness, he is starting outside his crease and walking towards George Balderson, so that probably helped his cause even. 205 for 4, 68 overs gone. What we got going on elsewhere after tea? Hampshire going along nicely. They're 214 for 2 now. Nick Gubbins approaching his century. He's got 97, and James Vince, who's a name that will make Somerset fans shudder. He's on 75, so they're going well. 142 they've put on. Down at Northants. Sussex 218 for 5 at Hove. It'll be beautiful down at Hove today. Young Ollie Carter is 35 unbeaten. Tom Alsop fell on 95, just short of a century. Finn Hudson-Prentice is also at the wicket. Another man who spent a good chunk of last season out, I think, with a stress fracture on his back, having made the move back from Derbyshire to Sussex, so I'm pleased to see him out. Nottinghamshire 241 for 5. Ben Duckett still going, as Harry was saying. 114 unbeaten for him. Relatively sedate by his standards. Glamorgan have passed 250, so they've got a batting bonus point, but they're also 5 down. Ollie Robinson, not that one, is 40 unbeaten on 42 balls. Half centuries for Borthwick and Michael Jones as well. Still raining in Canterbury. Poor Annie Che has gone to Canterbury today, and she's watching it rain.
I suppose she's reading her wisdom. She appears in it. There are photos in it. So rain in Canterbury.
Rain in Canterbury, and that's it. Yeah, I know. That's it. I've got to the end of my list. 164 for 1.
Well, Gloucester is the story of the day in a sense, isn't it? To go from 8 for 4 to 230.
231, yeah.
Worcester replied, yeah.
They are replying. They're 32 without loss. Okay. Ed Pollock, 18. Jake Libby, 12. No, he doesn't. I just think it's sedate for him. 18 off 38 balls is not an Ed Pollock innings. Okay. I like their lineup. Pollock, Libby, Azir Ali, who I just love. Jack Haynes, I think, is a really exciting cricketer. Got 100 up at Durham last week, even though they lost. Brett D'Oliveira, Matthew Waite as well, down from Yorkshire.
It's quite a good advert, isn't it, for county cricket, that you see the name of Azir Ali there, who's played about 100 test matches for Pakistan. He's played cricket all around the world. He's obviously played here. But he just wants to play some county cricket. He wants to keep playing. He loves it.
He loves being over his... So he first came over and played club cricket up in the north of Scotland, somewhere near Aberdeen.
What, as a youth, as it were?
Relative youth.
Before his test career.
But he did then go back. I think he made his test debut when Pakistan played a game at Lords, but it was a home game. And I think he then went and played a few weeks back up there.
I watched that game against Australia.
Yes, that's the one.
They won, I think. Well, they won one of those games anyway.
So
They beat them at Headingley, and then they lost at Lords, that's right. Steve Smith made his debut as a leg spinner.
Ah, that was then, yes. He then said he went up and played club cricket in Aberdeen somewhere and couldn't get near the ball. It was a completely different game, having faced the Australians. But he's a lovely man, has he?
Yeah. Well, he's got many admirers down here, I'm sure. And he obviously, I watched him up in Pakistan make his last Test appearance. It was a very warm farewell. He got 40 odd and naught, I think, but there was a lot of emotion, and it was a very sort of graceful departure, really, and much lauded.
I'm pleased because at times he wasn't always. He was one of almost a scapegoat at times, given what he'd done. 7,000 Test runs, 97 matches, 1900s, but he seemed to have his detractors at times in that Pakistan supporters network. I mean, it's all a brilliant advert for county cricket. You look at all of the lineups, you've got the overseas players. They're just it seems to be we're almost returning to the days of the old overseas pro with Labuschagne and
Labuschagne
Azarelli.
especially. But Labuschagne's odd because he's a absolute regular Test cricketer. And people have, I mean, I'm not too bothered. I like the fact actually that Steve Smith's going to play for Sussex. That didn't worry me at all. And Labuschagne is in a different category from Smith in the sense that he's committed himself to Glamorgan. He's played a lot of cricket for Glamorgan. He was playing for Glamorgan before he played Test cricket, I think, just about. And he sees himself as a Glamorgan player. So that's great.
That's a lovely shot, but he'll get no runs for it. But he follows them. The fixtures came out. I think he was playing a Test match when the county fixtures came out, and he was straight on the text to the coaches trying to work out which games he could play. Like, it's just brilliant how much he loves it. And the over 206 before. I had the pleasure of interviewing him, and I said, "Oh, what do you do on your down? Like, how do you switch off? What's your downtime?" He's like, "Oh, well, I just, I'll watch videos of the IPL or something like that." Yeah, but what's your downtime? And he said, "Oh, well, that is it."
He's mad, clearly.
Yes, he is. I know he's now a father, I believe, so maybe that's changed the amount of time he can spend on IPL videos. But I suspect he's probably indoctrinating the child into the ways of watching cricket.
And Glamorgan can have a weird attraction. We sort of listening to Waqar Younis in the winter, who obviously played a lot of his cricket at Surrey, and he enjoyed that, and he did well for Surrey. That's going for 4. Is that a glance? Yes, he's got more than that. Anyway, Waqar, he said, yes, I had a good time at Surrey, but he said, I loved playing at Glamorgan. Because it was a smaller club and he felt part of it. And he liked to enjoy himself, and there was they tended to enjoy Matthew Maynard was probably captain, I think.
Some characters in the dressing room.
And he enjoyed the whole setup and the social aspect to it. Ooh. Well, that's a very delicate late cut, given it's gone straight to first slip.
I think it might have bounced.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, only just in front of him, though.
Yeah.
It's not.
Jennings is wondering whether he should come closer. The pitch has died, you see, the ball's got older. It's hard work bowling at the moment.
10 overs after this one.
Ooh, he's got that. He's been watching Joe Root, who's one of the best guiders of a ball down to third man. That was a bit close to him to do it, and it didn't really fly off the middle of the bat, but he's got one for it. And he's still practicing it, but there's plenty of space in front of the wicket as well.
He did it very differently, but Trescoffic's little dab down to third was just so easy, wasn't it? It was like an extension of his arm. He just didn't run.
Yeah. The top players, they seem to be able to play that shot without suggesting a lot of risks. I mean, Root especially, but some of the others as well.
Around the wicket, and that's an outside edge, and it's gone between the wicketkeeper and second slip. Jennings just having the one slip in now as we get towards the second new ball. Around the wicket, he's beaten James Rue there. Takes the outside edge. It would have gone straight to first slip, but
would it have carried? I don't know. It seemed to scuttle. It's hard to tell.
was just thinking before that ball, if you, I don't know if we can see where Keaton Jennings ends up here on the camera.
He was at second slip, essentially, wasn't
but
he?
he's in front of the wicketkeeper, isn't he? Well,
So
in front of him.
Anyway, it's 4.
And in fairness, in the James Rue 65 that he's now got, that's about the first false runs he's picked up.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. We're not begrudging him.
Certainly not.
I mean, it's a nice time to bat for James Rue, but the situation was dire. And the ball was starting to soften up and the pitch was behaving better, if you like. But nonetheless, the situation, 80 for 4, was difficult. That's a good shot, but he's not going to get runs for it.
We're approaching a record partnership for the 5th wicket here. Somerset's highest 5th wicket partnership against Lancashire is 145. James Rue was involved in that.
Was that Southport?
Was at Southport last year.
Well, Lancashire probably think he's quite a good player.
He's
And he is quite a good player.
Straight away, though,
I'd like to point out that Grandom's coming on the bowl now.
Mr. Trigo was straight in. What's the 8th wicket record against Lancs?
Oh, don't tell me it involves Trigo.
It does, 236. Him and a young lad called Ryan Davies.
Ah, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
He was an exciting wicketkeeper. Well, he was an exciting batsman.
Yes.
It must have been quite an entertaining partnership, I imagine.
Yeah, it would have been. I think he's just quite an entertaining character, Ryan Davies, as well.
Well, I was sort of partly thinking Trigo might have entertained it as well.
Well, yes, he would have done. Yeah, 236.
It might have been his career best then, Ryan Davies. He didn't score that many runs, but when he did get some, they were exciting.
Unless Trigger's got 200 of them.
Oh, don't tell them. No wonder he's... Don't give him the oxygen. He's got better things to do this afternoon. Pete will be here later in the match, I think.
Saturday, I think, he's in, yeah.
All right, I'll let him see him on Saturday. Then.
But he's got a new club, Triggs, this season.
What,
He's
Greek
playing
club?
at Burbage, yeah, I think he told me.
Where's
I know, because he said it, and it's actually where my girlfriend's parents live. It's
Where is it?
Burbage,
Where's that?
Wiltshire somewhere.
All right. Why didn't he play at Western? There's maybe one reason I can think of, but anyway. Well, good luck to him, and good luck. I mean, you'll enjoy him somewhere in the middle of Wiltshire.
But they've got two. There's Triggs, and they said, "Oh, we've got this lad called Karen Nair coming over, Indian."
Ah, the triple centurion.
The triple centurion, exactly. I said, "Oh yeah, he's quite good. He's not bad for."
I saw that triple century.
Opens the face, but doesn't find the gap there. Yeah, so they've got someone who's got a triple hundred against England in a Test match playing.
Did Trigo get a double 100 first-class cricket then?
Oh, in first-class cricket. Oh, he might have done. Let me have a look. I was just trying to look up this partnership.
Okay.
He did definitely get 100, but it straddled 2 days, which isn't helping me in terms of
Don't worry,
the report.
Don't worry, we don't want to dwell on it with important cricket going on out there. Ooh. I feel he's just going through a slightly tricky patch, Tom Abel. He's got slightly obsessed by the notion of running the ball down to third man. Colin Grandon, he sort of makes things happen in a mundane sort of way. He's an archetypal sort of probing seamer. No great pace, but he's always at you.
Well, yeah, we were saying earlier that you look at it, you think, oh, this is what he bowls. No, as you say, no great pace to that, and you think this is the kind of bowler that teams would be able to get away, and they just can't, and it must be frustrating.
Mm.
I love his economy of run-up as well. Just a couple of paces. Like, there's no need. No need for any more than that.
He's played quite a lot of Test matches, and he could come up trumps with the bat. He caught a brilliant catch the other day, I think, that briefly changed the balance of the game. So you can understand why he's been signed up. Another overseas star who quite likes the idea of playing some county cricket.
And then have Daryl Mitchell coming in as well. Yeah, so he's played well over 100 times for New
Lancashire
Zealand.
got Daryl Mitchell.
Daryl Mitchell's coming in a little bit later. I think they might be both playing in the T20. I think that's how it's going to work. But they're both also going to play some red ball cricket, and presumably Vias will be. They'll rotate between the three of them because Dane Vias is an overseas now.
Oh right.
Balderson to continue from the River End. But yeah, the quality of overseas players this year in the county championship is quite something. A single for Abel. In moves on to 84. Around the wicket to the left-handed Roo. Still just that one slip in.
Well, the Kiwis must be going through a barren international spell because, of course, Matt Henry will be coming here.
Shout for LBW, only really the bowler that interested. He was coming from really wide of the crease. George Bell went up almost in solidarity with his bowler. Let's have another look at that one on the replay. Height, I think it hits
Maybe,
above the knee roll. We were discussing this morning. It depends where you put your knee roll.
Well, have a look at his pads. He's got quite a small pair of pads on. Cunningly. He's not a big man.
Batting just outside his crease, but he was kind of moving back to shuffle across with that one. Still there, though.
Tom Hartley's loosening. So he might get a bit of left arm spin, 4 overs of left arm spin.
Well, I've just seen Luke Wells loosening as well, doing a little bit of leg spin.
Ball leg spin, but it's possible. Matt Parkinson will be gnashing his teeth when he sees Luke Wells come on, although I've seen him get wickets.
Well, he barely bowled in white ball cricket at all at Sussex across about 10 years. Roo just finds the man at mid-wicket. He kind of got on the back foot and shuffled it in towards Hartley. But then he's gone to Lancashire and he's almost the second spinner often in the T20 side. He certainly bowls a good number of overs.
I suppose also it's a good, at Old Trafford, it's quite a good pace to bowl spin. Not necessarily because it spins much, but you've got those big boundaries that give you a bit of confidence.
I wonder if that's what they might try. With about 8 overs to go before the second new ball is available after this one. And you just think, well, Abel and Roo, if there's any doubt in their mind, they think, well, we're about to face a new ball with Anderson and Tom Bailey. So if there are runs to be got out there, and I'm not saying that's the right approach, but Lancashire might just tempt them and think, oh, well, can we get a couple of easy runs, mistime a slog sweep, and I'll be tempted to bring him on at this end. If I were Lancashire, which is the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, the opposite end to the over George Balderson's just finished bowling from.
Well, he's still loosening up Hartley. I think Grandon's just to come on, so I can't believe he won't continue for a little while. But maybe down at the River End, Hartley will have a go.
We had 8 overs since tea, so 4 at each end.
Yeah,
but Mahmood
they have bottled it up pretty well. The runs have kind of dried up. New balls in the back of the minds of both Keaton Jennings and probably two captain Tom Abel.
Yeah, it could be quite a big period in the game. I hate to use phrases like crucial hours and things like that, but this second new ball...
you wouldn't be the first broadcaster.
No, I know, that's why I don't...
The next hour is going to be crucial. And it always is, it's a valid point, but it doesn't actually get us anywhere.
No, it doesn't. But I think it could go a long way towards shaping this game if Lancashire suddenly have Somerset 7 down with that new ball.
You're right, Sam. The next hour will be crucial. Certainly looking a lot rosier for Somerset. 140 now, this partnership.
Trying around the wicket to James Root. They've all tried it to him. Mahmood has. Balderson has. Hartley is kind of going for extensive stretches at cover now. He's Kind of hopscotching on one leg, yeah.
Disappointed with himself there, Roo, wasn't he? Mistimed that one. Runs to be that, if only one, perhaps. Quite know what that was, but he's done well just to keep it to one there.
Did very well. And they fought about a second, but probably quite wide, although the throw was above George Bell's head, but it was a... I think it's Dane Vias down there.
He's doing his Jonty Rhodes act there. He's done Alan Donald.
Great call, that. Yeah, not enough is made of that. I'll have to try and watch that at some point.
Was it the Cronje film?
Yeah.
It's an amazing film in some ways. In that Cronje is almost a saintly figure in it. But well, it's sympathetic, very sympathetic to Cronje, I think.
Next, the uni boys have moved on to Keaton Jennings. They seem to have a... Well, I say a song for each player. It's not really. It's the same couple of songs.
Same song for every player. Well, Keaton Jennings, he's one of those cricketers who've gone from promising youngster to serious old pro, isn't he? It went before you blink.
But he was on, I think...
Is he on that?
He was on the Pakistan tour, wasn't he?
Mm.
And then didn't go on the New Zealand tour. And you can understand it in some ways, because he was on the Pakistan tour because of his strength against spin. But as a player, you've got to be... To have not been given a chance and then suddenly not been on the following leg of the tour. I mean, few could have predicted how well Ben Duckett did.
No, I suppose you think, change of balance, squad needed. And he was he's got a reputation. He played well in India, and even though he's an opening batsman, he's pretty adept against spin, and maybe you thought in Pakistan spin will be more of a issue, but he didn't get a game there. But now he's, an obvious captain of Lancashire. It's his first season as captain of Lancashire, isn't it?
Yeah, VS gave it up, I think, in the winter.
And I'm sure he'll do a good job.
1,233 runs at 72.53
last year. Yeah.
Passed 153 times. Hartley is back on, so a bit of left arm spin then. Might see him for 3 or 4 overs before that second new ball.
Well, you'd think they'd take the new ball as soon as it's available, certainly. I don't know whether that spun or whether he got a nick on it, but he went back when he might have regretted it. Might be doing a bit leg side, but something happened.
Partnership worth 141 now. Came together at the score on 80. Feels like a long time ago. And they've put it on with relatively few alarms as well.
Yeah, and pretty conventionally. I remember one attempted reverse sweep from Roo against Hartley, which didn't work, and he's abandoned that. Abel has been able, just occasionally he's been flirting with these late cuts against the medium pacers. But essentially he's played in an orthodox fashion. The odd sweep against Hartley as well, which is a strong shot for him. A couple of men on the leg side boundary. But that's the risk-free option. Surprisingly, he's got a long on. I don't think Label that keen on the lofted drive, but they've put one out there. Lancashire clearly, at the moment, they're sort of sitting back, pinning their hopes on the new ball, hoping to grab a wicket from somewhere. But main goal is to not give any easy runs away and strike with that new ball. Ideally, they'd like a fresh batsman. Dear old Lewis Gregory's actually been sitting with his pads on. for quite a long time.
Hasn't done that for a while, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
It's interesting, isn't it? The Abel point, this Lancashire ploy where they've basically blocked off his shot, is mid-on, mid-wicket, and they've often had a catcher in there. So they've made him think, right, well, I can't score my runs there. And what I'm quite good at is dabbing it down. And there've been a couple of half chances through it. Nothing's quite, this pitch isn't carrying, but it's almost a deliberate ploy to say, right, well, you can't score there.
Yeah, but we'll give you third man. There's no third man.
Yeah.
But he isn't going to give him lots of width, I wouldn't have thought, Grandon.
So he's having to force it a little bit, Abel, and take balls that aren't quite wide enough for it.
He has the capacity to bide his time, of course. And this innings, actually, the new scoreboard gives us plenty of info. He's got 86, and I can tell you that's off 189 balls, which is not rapid by modern standards, but it's very, very handy. Little variations of pace from Grandon. He had a magnificent mullet, didn't he, in the World Cup time. It's gone now.
Quite get that right.
I think that was flicked out the back of the hand almost. It went way down leg side. It did well on the Somerset bell.
He's an interesting character, isn't he? I mean, he's quite shy.
Yeah.
Genuinely doesn't. Gets quite nervous when he's asked questions and things, which I completely understand. It's like the odd thing, isn't it, when you actually step back and think about it? Someone sticks a tape recorder under your nose and asks you questions.
Yeah, I mean, some players love it or like it, and some don't. Didn't happen so often in my time. I mean, if I'd had a good day, I would have welcomed a press conference afterwards. It didn't seem to happen there.
Who were the local press then? Who was down here regularly?
Oh, right. Well, David Foote would have been around.
Of course.
Who, of course, was a sort of legendary figure almost, a wonderful writer for all sorts of publications, from The Guardian downwards. Eric Hill, old Somerset player, whose name, this is the Eric Hill Media Centre, isn't it? Yeah, or the Eric Hill press box. There, he's got his glide down to third man. He's got 4, and that looked good. So Eric Hill was an old character who opened the batting for Somerset back in the 50s. Can't remember when and then he became a journalist for years. It was his press box, you know. He was the guru, the one who you would dare not sit in his seat. And he, in those days, when you turned up to report at a county ground, back in, say, the 80s, 90s when I started, the key thing was to find the bloke who ran the press box, because you had to borrow their phone. And you didn't want to be too full of yourself, otherwise you might not have access to this phone, which was your only way of getting your copy through at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So Eric would be in control of that in a benign but slightly, but you know, slightly distant manner. So he was around and was a lovely guy, but he was a freelance. But he's the only ex-directory freelance I've ever come across. He didn't really want to be troubled.
It's a nice looking shot from Abel. They'll pick up at least a couple.
Just got that. Fine enough to get at least 2. In fact, they're thinking about 3, but no. So they were a couple of the stalwarts.
150 partnership up between
they're going to have a little handshake.
Abel and Root.
Or a glove punch.
It's the highest 5th wicket partnership if you're against Lancashire for Somerset, if you're into that kind of level of statistical detail.
Yeah, well, it's it's very important in the context of this season. Earlier on today, 3rd match in, confidence low, 80 for 4. In the knowledge that this is not one of the early season seamers, and the season is not, and it's not looking good. So it's a very important stand. Somerset are out of the woods, but they still need more. You need a lot of runs on this pitch, I reckon. But they have turned things around. In an orthodox manner, a sort of virtuous orthodox manner, rather than sort of belligerence.
Yes, it hasn't been the style you sometimes see, which is, well, there's one with my name on it, so I may as well try and get 50 quickly.
But it's a different sort of
a real-
surface,
yeah.
isn't it?
Two, 3, 1 for 4. Rube's 69, Abel was 93 into the 90s then. He's fallen in the 90s a few times previously, 5 times in fact. Once against Lancashire, out LBW for 99 in fact, back in May 2018. LBW to Many, who I think is Joe Many, an Australian seamer.
Yeah. I imagine he'd quite like, well, you can't plan these things, but he'd quite like to get the 100 before the new bulls get him. He's got 4 overs, but knowing Tom Abel, that will not be the uttermost thing in his mind. He wants to make sure that this recovery continues, regardless of how many he's got. It'll make life simpler for him too if he's got a big score on the. Or Somerset got a big score after their start today. He's looking for that shot again. He's it's a misfield. It's just gone for one there.
George Bell trying to get the attention of mid-on, mid-off, push them back a bit. I think they've ignored him. Jimmy Anderson and Josh Bannon, if he did, he was.
Don't know why he wants to do that.
Trying to push them back. I'm still working away on that ball, 77 overs old, nearly. Trying to make something happen, get that breakthrough before the second one.
Nice bit of keeping there.
He looked tidy.
Yeah. Well,
George
these are two interesting contrasts throughout this match. Hopefully it does stay fine. I think the forecast is quite so good, but you've got Bell. Was he in England 19 as well?
A couple of 50s last week.
2 young upstart keepers, good keepers. I think I'm right in saying that Rue played some cricket for the under-19s as a pure batsman. Am I right, or am I making that up? But don't worry about it.
You could well be right.
I'm wondering whether he played with George Bell. That's what I'm thinking.
So it's 20, so it's very possible. Up a single. Actually, you're absolutely right. They played the Under-19 World Cup final together in 21.
And
22.
Bell was keeping, was he?
Nope, neither of them kept.
Well, goodness me, who's keeping?
I'm going to test you now, Paul.
It's like the England,
yes,
England first team.
Alex Wharton, the Glamorgan youngster who's quite highly rated. Alex Wharton kept.
Okay, so there's just the standard 3 keepers in the team.
Yeah, Somerset's George Thomas played as well. It's like Surrey a few years ago had loads of keepers in their side when they had Burns.
Pope, obviously.
Folks, and Gary Wilson, the Irish guy.
Yeah.
Sangakkara was playing. I think they probably still had Steve Davis at that point. I think they had 4 or 5 keepers. Though Somerset's white ball team, you've got Banton, Cola Cadmore.
Yeah.
A few that can do it.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, certainly not Banton is physically up to keeping the red ball, I don't think.
Hartley continues, push to mid-wicket. Yeah, it's difficult. He
Well,
loves
I think
keeping
I
white
asked
ball.
a question. You know, he's from one of the sages over there. He said that's not an option in red ball cricket, really.
Cuts it away, Root. Moves on to 73.
But it's, I mean, and then, you know, people like, obviously the Bairstows and the Butlers. I mean, Butler was, as we know, is one of the most brilliant outfielders I've ever seen, as is Bairstow. But when I was playing, you get so many keepers who were such specialists, they could not throw the ball more than 20 yards, and they couldn't really run. People like Jack Russell, you know, you saw him run after the ball and throw it. It's totally alien to him. Bob Taylor, I mean, it could only be who was a wonderful keeper, lovely hands, but that sort of specialist element has disappeared a bit. They can all bat. They can all field in a way that, I mean, Bairstow's a terrific outfielder. Butler's a superb outfielder. So it's another thing that's evolved in a strange way. And of course, they have to bat now. You don't see any non-batting keepers around, do you?
Push into the leg side for a single. Yeah, I'm trying to
That's
think.
a lovely style. That's a lovely two. I like that one too. It's such a risk-free, perfectly not hit too hard. There's scope for two. Is that Jimmy Anderson there? Make the old boy run. And he's just looking a little. Is it Jimmy?
I think.
Whoever it is, he's not moving very quickly.
No, I think
it's not Jimmy.
Either Jimmy or Tom Bailey.
Oh yeah, it's not Jimmy.
Tom Bailey. Then I just saw the half.
Yeah,
It's
well,
a
Tom
single digit.
Bailey was looking as old as Jimmy Anderson out there. I'm not excelled on my identification of Lancashire players this afternoon.
We both failed there, really, Vic, because Harry's pointed out that Jimmy Anderson is stood right in front of us with his name and number on. So
yeah,
I pop my hands up to also being poor there. 239 for 4. 78 overs gone. Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, is on 95. 5 away.
Right. Well, it's time for me to go and lie down and do a bit of studying of the Lancashire team. But I'm pleased to say I haven't been able to report on a wicket just yet.
It's been a long time. Colin de Granton then is going to continue from the river end. Tom Abel 95. Keeper is up. Tom Abel remains on 95. Harry Everett. Fresh from an autograph session. Harry Everett's back. Lovely shot from Tom Abel there. That's that one. It's through backward point. Past Dane Vias. He's got 4 runs for it, Tom Abel. So he moves on to 99 here. 99 from 201 balls, as I was saying. He has been here before against Lancashire and not quite made it. He also does have 100 against Lancashire as well. Field is up then. Abel on 99. Pushes it to cover, so we'll wait a little bit longer. Still got 3 balls left.
Coming in on
this
Tom
over.
Abel on 99, that seems a pressure time to come in, Sam.
I know, we shouldn't have changed it, really.
No.
We shouldn't have changed it up. Hopefully, Tom Abel thrives under pressure, though.
Yeah.
He's got 100 before, 135 against Lancashire. Back in 2016, he's on 99 here. There it is, Tom Abel's 100. He punches the air. He works that through the gap at third man. It was an attempted Yorker. He opened the face up. Tom Abel takes his helmet off and salutes the Somerset dressing room. 103 not out for the Somerset skipper. He got 500s last season, took him to the cusp of the England side. He would have had white ball honours but for an injury. Missed the first game of the season, and Tom Abel is back, Harry Everett.
Yeah, brilliant to see for all Somerset fans, and that's what they've been missing. The first 2 games of fragile top order. Sean Dixon, Cam Bancroft and Tom Cunningham were all new faces, but the man is back, the captain, the run scorer, back with a magnificent 100. Crucial 100, because he came in a bit of trouble. 80 for 4 they were when Rue came in to join him, but
No ball there from Colin de Granton, just overstepping, I think, which is a rare error. Sorry.
Got a bit carried away with the excitement of the...
That's all right, it's fine.
100. Yeah, 24 for 2, Somerset were, 24 for 3 also, so really, really important partnership, and it's all come around the captain's knock at number 4.
Good bit of work there from George Bell down the leg side. Somerset on to 249 for 4, so that means they're also very close to their first batting bonus
I
point.
get excited about batting bonus points.
And let's be honest, I think there'll be a fair few people that would have been grumbling at about
Oh, they
11:40.
Facebook, Somerset Facebook fans page, yeah.
plenty of it's happening again. Sack them all. Tom Abel tickles it into the leg side, and that is 250 up for Somerset. So 250 for 4. This partnership now worth 170. It's been very enjoyable. From a Somerset perspective, from a Lancashire perspective, less so. They're an over away from the second new ball, H, and I'd imagine they will be taking it and putting it in the hands of Jimmy Anderson straight away.
Yeah, they'd be daft not to. But that is worth saying again. Tom Abel scored 100 back after injury. Played at Trent Bridge last week. Came back sooner than some fears in pre-season thought he might, after coming back from Bangladesh injured when he got the chance to play for England. Tom Abel had, before this season, he had 6,038 first-class runs at 34.3. And now he's going to add it further more to those figures. But not many runs at Trent Bridge last week, but 104 here. And plenty more to come, really, if he can take a few now off Tom Hartley from the River End, with long on back, deep square leg back, and the deep backward square. So the sweep could be taken out of the equation, but we did see him shock Vic with that slog sweep for 6 that just kept on carrying, didn't it? It just kept going into the Somerset stand. But he does also like to use his feet the opposite way to the textbook and sort of make room to punch through the offside. And with a deep cover in place, if he beats extra cover, there's 2 or 4 up for grabs here. Jimmy Anderson's more of a backward point than a third, really, now. Take the 1 down to long on and give James Rew the strike, an exciting player against spin when he gets going. James Rew, I feel like he might cut loose after, if he gets to 100 once he's passed the landmark, especially there's 10 overs to go left tonight. Different field to Rew. It could be a single there, actually. I think Tom Abel was right. Colin de Grantom is a bit knackered after bowling, not the quickest of fielders in red ball. Anyway, was that Saqib Mahmood? Am I taking on this disease of unidentifying fielders for me too? Rew is going to take... No, he's not going to take one into the leg side here. He's quite happy to just pad it back. He's in no rush yet. Nice tuck off the hips, but no run. Jimmy Anderson picked it up. So a couple of singles could have potentially been had there for James Rew, but happy to wait and let Tom Abel take the strike now to who we're going to see from this end. The new ball, probably Jimmy Anderson. Yep, the new ball is confirmed.
Yeah, no surprise there. Lancashire have been labouring out there for a little while now. A partnership of 171 for the 5th wicket, so we are going to see Jimmy Anderson remove his jumper. He bowled superbly. 7 overs, 2 for 12 first up. He has, though, since been a little bit looser, lacking in accuracy slightly by his high standards. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 43 he has overall. He will be looking to add a couple more wickets into that final column to make it a good day's work. This game is, the day is actually quite well balanced at the moment. Lancashire had the best of the first hour, but since then, Somerset have fought back strongly. What are we, 5:15? An hour remaining. Oh, I do like it, Harry, when a county championship day runs to time as well.
Yeah, I was just saying to Vic, we might be finished sort of 10, 6, I reckon, might be finished.
Well, I think they were, there was rain, one day was rained off, but I think Ben and Todd, I'd come out of football at Notts County versus Woking at 7:10 the other night, and they were still going at the cricket at Trent Bridge. Anderson, 2 slips and a gully into Abel then. Started with a short one that didn't really get up, and Abel had to, he was on the back foot quite quickly and had to wait for it and just jabbed it down into the leg side.
Oh, guess it's worth saying, I feel like this is Tom Abel's first proper game back. You can't call last week a pre-season game, but he missed the whole of pre-season to get back from his injury. So I feel like, having missed pre-season and missed the Warwickshire game completely, yes, he played in the twos, but that was his sort of get back into cricket, and now he's back at home, back captain the side, scoring 100 against an attack with Jimmy Anderson there.
Rue happy to leave that one alone. Big test here for James Rue, Jimmy Anderson with the new ball. Got 75 runs and about an hour left in play today, 16 overs remaining. So still plenty of time for him to reach that landmark. But hopefully he won't be too bothered at this stage. Just writing a bit of copy there, AH.
Yeah, I was just noting down a bit about Abel coming back in, Broad, Anderson. Trying to work out. Yeah, you get my point. It's almost like warm up, but.
Oh, and that is going to be 4 byes, I think, unless it's given as wides. I think it'll be 4 byes. Yeah, it was. So because Anderson is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Rue, George Bell is starting, because of the angle across him, is actually starting quite wide towards slip, and that one was just fired down. It started on leg stump, really.
I think that's harsh on the keeper.
Moved away. Yeah, no, it is. I think
that.
There's not, what I'm trying to say is there's not much he can do about that because of the angle. He's got a long way to go.
Would it be harsh on Jimmy if that was given as a wide, though? Is that what we're saying? It's harsh on both?
I'd imagine that.
Should there be something that's not byes?
Can you imagine
wides?
the stare that the umpire would have got if he'd have given Jimmy Anderson 5 wides? Fly, decent pace though from Anderson. He's going through at a comfortable height for George Bell.
He did look a bit miserable, Jimmy, actually. I was over in the sunshine when you panned to me, and I was listening to you talking about me. And he came out, he went off for a bit, and then the ex-uni lads were giving him some stick, and he wasn't reacting to anyone. All the people shouting, Jimmy, Jimmy, gives a signature or a wave or a smile. He wasn't having it, so not enjoying himself quite as much this afternoon, having got 2 early breakthroughs this morning.
It was a joy to watch him this morning, though. Beautiful bowling. And it's really pushed him to mid-on. Be interesting to see then how Lancashire go about it when they, because this is, as Vic has said, he made the point quite early actually, Vic, that this is a good batting track, and Lancs had this kind of Jekyll and Hyde approach last year where they made 400 plus 7 times, but were also skilled for under 155 times. So
feast or famine, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Somerset will fancy themselves if they can put 400 on the board. And the first over with the new ball then, and actually survived it relatively unscathed. There wasn't much to trouble James Rue or Tom Abel there.
Yeah, first 2 matches, Somerset really needed that top order bat to hang around and allow people to bat around him. Tom Abel's done just that. This first innings with bonus points still up for grabs. What have we got? 29 overs left for bonus points. Tom Bailey's going to take the new ball this time. So he did take the new ball
first time, yeah. We were debating whether it'd be Mahmood or Bailey, but I think Bailey is the kind of senior Lancashire seamer.
What was it a bit more?
Just looked over.
Sacrilege.
I know. Seen a little bit of orange over in the other room next to us, H.
We'll stick to the cricket, Sam. Tom Bailey into Tommy. We won't let our boss distract us from what we should be doing, talking about county championship cricket. We'll ignore his poor distractions.
He's got his Abel shirt on, has he? Right.
His Abel shirt, but not Abel Somerset.
No, not Abel Somerset shirt. Vic's going to sort him out. Vic's going over to have a word.
What is that?
Vic doubling up as quality control as well over there.
Hope Ben didn't buy that top. We haven't got a director's box cam, have we? Is that a new addition for next year?
It's very early, but they've just not quite got their lines right with the new ball.
I think that one was shaping away, wasn't it? Too far outside the off stump.
It started way too far outside of stump there. And you want, as the skipper, you want these guys to be straight on it. They've had the rest. You don't want to waste any deliveries, really. A couple of slips in and a man at gully. Tom Hartley's there.
That there's a bit tight, isn't it?
Still doesn't have to play it here, though, does he?
No. But then if he bowls a booming into him, he might be setting him up, Sam.
I'd quite like them to just swatch.
Swap,
Swatch or
Swatch.
switch. Swap or switch. Keaton Jennings and Tom Hartley around here. Just
Why?
to make it more pleasing to have a nice run of 1, 2,
Oh, 1, 2,
3.
3. I'd have gone the other way. I'd like 1 next to Keaton, over then Bell's got 17 on his top. Sam's looking at shirt numbers. Sorry, we'll explain. Bailey, that's straighter. Abel has to play at that one. A bit too full.
Still a decent crowd in here. It's been a beautiful day, a little bit nippy. We had a very, very good crowd. It's a public services game as well, so Somerset County Cricket Club have given away a host of free tickets to all the local emergency service workers. So they're in throughout the 4 days. I think they'll be in the Thatcher's Terrace on Saturday specifically.
Better the last 2 balls. But Abel can still drive it to mid-off. I mean, there aren't many places you can bowl to a guy of Abel's class on 106 not out, to be fair. Abe's and Rui masterclass, says Nathan Tack on the YouTube comments. And yes, Brightside Life, Ian Shepherd said Jimmy made his England debut a year before James Rui was born. We mentioned that earlier.
Just having news through. I'll come back to it in a second.
I'm not sure what they're appealing for there. Wasn't that near the stumps? Wasn't that near the bat? Anyway, go for it, Sam. This is exciting.
So, Tom Price, what were Gloucestershire? Nothing for
8 for
8.
4.
Yeah.
No, 8 for 4, not 80 for 8.
80 for 8, right. So Tom Price gets 100. So he's had a decent day. Rescued them, put a score on the board. Goes out with the ball, he's taken a hat-trick. What a day out that is. I think if the local radio people aren't asking for Tom Price at the end of that day, if Ed Seaborn is asking for anyone but Tom Price, then questions need to be asked.
Oh, Sam, you've just given me the biggest agony of the day. I've written in my diary Tom Price for Chapel in my fancy team picks this morning.
And who did you pick?
And I accidentally went for Ben Compton instead of Tom Price.
Right.
That's the worst fancy transfer move I made all year.
Anderson continues from the microscopic pavilion and gets on the back foot, just punches it to Tom Bailey at mid-off.
Hat-trick and a magnificent quick 100 in the day.
Anderson Bailey just having a little chat. All smiles as well. Solid from James Rue. So I know you got a hat-trick, Harry. What is the score then? Because Worcestershire started all right. 61 for 4 they are, so that you'd imagine isn't going to be a 4-day game.
No, probably not. Listen to the commentary I just said that.
Driven nicely there by James Rue. It's along the ground. He'll pick up at least a couple. Will they come back for 3? They're quite quick. I think they will. Yeah, good running from Abel and Rue. Abel was much easier back, more easily back for 3 than Rue, but it was a good bit of running. Conde Grandon was chasing away. It's a long boundary out there in front of the Ondarchi Pavilion. Bit of frustration from Anderson. It's a nice looking shot from James Rue. Moves on to 78. And so far, Lancashire will be a little bit disappointed with what they've done with this second new ball. Abel onto the back foot, tucks it into the leg side for a single.
He's so effortless on the back foot, isn't he? The way he just tucks it in and just takes them easily. Magnificent player, Tom Abel.
So easy to watch, isn't he? Oh, we're just very lucky. If you look at the two lineups here, the quality of player in both sides. Rue pushes that one to the left of Saqib Mahmood, picks up a single. We've got 4 England internationals in the Somerset side. No, sorry, 4 internationals. You include Cam Bancroft, Tom Abel, who would have been. Taylor Cadmore plays franchise cricket all the way around the world. Jack Brooks, a lot of Lions cricket. Has Lammonby played Lions?
No, he hasn't. No, it was Smead, Banton, Abel in that amazing South Africa win here last summer.
And that Lancashire side has got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 internationals. There we are. That's where we are in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. We're in that top tier where the Thatcher's deck is. Absolutely beautiful site. Well populated down the bottom there. It's a very good spot behind the bowler's arm. 83 overs gone, so we've got 13 overs left in the day. Somerset at 261 for 4. I'll tell you what, Harry, if they can see this out without losing another wicket, or maybe even just losing the one, they will say they've had the better of today.
Yeah, I already think Somerset have had the better for today. It's for me, it's how far they can solidify and cement this position. Jimmy Anderson might have something to say. You never know. In the last 12 overs, we wouldn't put it past him firing something in. Plenty of Lancs fans talking about Jimmy bowling quite short. Lancs fans in the stream. A lot of people tuning in after work. Still Bailey with the 3 slips. It's a little bit back for length. Rue, can he push for 2 here? Yes, he will. Colin de Grandhomme looks knackered, to be honest with you. Just trotting across. Good 2 for James Rue. He's into the 80s. .263 for 4. People talking about which end to bowl from in the YouTube comments. Talk about the wind direction. Yeah, a lot of wind today. No slope at Taunton, but the wind is a bit of a factor. Vic and I were talking about that earlier. Polly's flag is definitely flowing right towards the retirement flats above the Andy Caddick Pavilion this afternoon. Two slips. The gully. Attempted pull by Rue. Doesn't get anywhere. I don't know if they need the 2 slips in the gully. Yeah, it's a new ball, but... Well, I suppose you've got to attack with a new ball early on, haven't you? Nearly 4 overs bowled with it. Just doesn't look like Lancashire are really up for this like they were this morning. They look either tired, they're not bowling too well, and this partnership is really taking the sting out of the Lancashire attack. Good shot by James Rue. That could be 4. Jimmy's going to chase it. Jimmy Anderson towards the boundary. At least 3. No, it will be just 3. Hauled in by the veteran seamer. Nice on drive.
Abel has 107 now then. Best of 150 last year at the Oval. That was a beautiful knock
Serious
as well.
knock,
I was there for that. There was a very emotionally charged knock, that as well, if I recall.
Could go past that if he keeps batting into tomorrow morning. Somerset want to bat long, bat big.
Well, in fact, he will have, in the course of this innings, passed 6,000 runs in the county championship. Not first-class runs, but just in the county championship, leading edge cricket. Brilliant news source. Well, the information was all there, but it's presented it absolutely superbly. I'm a big fan of it. I have to get my head stuck into it. Jimmy Anderson is going to continue then. Jumper off, shares a smile with the umpire. It looks like he's going to come around the wicket to James Rue. Or is it Tom Abel just standing on the wrong side? Yeah, it's Tom Abel standing on the wrong side. He's going to stay over the wicket to James Root.
Just playing with you.
Abel playing mind games again. Classic Abel, that. It's comfortable enough for Root just to tuck it into the leg side. He moves on to 85. Solid from Abel.
Yeah, still persevering with deep square leg and deep fine leg. He's not going to bowl short at all or very often.
Anderson into the
Coverage.
18th over of his day. 12 overs remaining. I wonder if we'll see another burst of Saqib Mahmood. Perhaps not.
It depends how the next couple of overs go. Well,
He's bowled
6 overs from each end.
He's bowled 14 overs already, Saqib Mahmood, on your first day back for a year. What's that, 3 spells? I'd be tempted, I think, to leave it at that. And I'd imagine they'd have pre-planned with the level of work Saqib Mahmood is going to do. Brilliant to have him back, and what a superb bowler he is as well. If he can stay fit, he will add an extra degree of potency to that Lancashire attack. I know he hasn't picked up a wicket today, but went at less than 2 runs and over, barely. When everyone else, even Anderson, is creeping up at 2.88. Mahmood went at 1.93, and all the other bowlers have gone at over 3 and over. There's a conversation between Bailey and Anderson. They just take Tom Hartley out of gully, put him in at a shortish mid-wicket. I think he'll catch from there rather than walk in. Stifled appeals as they come through for a leg bye. So Rue remains on 85.
I still think Mahmood and Clondy Gondom should have a go. Mahmood is warming up, swinging his arms about a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't think they're going to last much longer here. Anderson and Bailey, especially the bowling slightly too short and Abling Abel to just nudge these ones.
Enabling.
Yes, again, spell that differently. Swap the EL and the LE. So yeah, two slips for Abel. It depends how short he's bowling when he's going to induce a drive from Brew.
Just plain drop and run. It's a nice shot from Rue. I don't think he'll get more than one. Mahmood gets across, gets up holding his knee. A little bit of a limp there from Mahmood. Not one he wanted there. And I just wonder, just the way he moved there suggests he might not, just looked a little bit stiff there. Not a criticism at all. I mean, having not bowled to suddenly bowl 14 overs in a day.
Yeah, so a good point worth making. You don't want to push it too much.
I just think you have to err on the side of caution.
So we're going to see Tom Bailey continuing from the river end. Who else is talking from the YouTube comments? Polly Store to Amy Matthews has joined us back from work. Great to have you with us again, Amy. Talk about which end bowling from we mentioned before. Plenty of people tuning in after work on a glorious day. So I'm trying to work out what the delay is. Deep Point's going to come up.
Well, he was down at third, and they just brought him back up.
So there's a point fielder, James Rue, solidly forward. A lot of oohs and ahs from Jennings and Wells at slip. Bit of histrionics, really. Bit of excitement over nothing, as we see a few fans going for an early exit for their train home, I guess, heading over over the bridge,
You gotta-
past the Sam Dallings International Cricket Centre building.
You got a game tonight?
No, we've got training, coaching, netting training tonight. Once finished here, of course.
Yeah, we might have to get Outside the Box podcast out at the end of the day, Harry.
Square leg's quite deep, not on the boundary, but just outside the ring. Josh Bohannon there trying to stop the two, I guess. Colin de Gromholm's got hands in pockets down below us. Not sure he needs to keep warm, but is that Mahmood at mid-off doing some serious stretching exercises?
Yeah, perhaps he will come back then.
I think he will, surely.
4 overs at the end.
That's a shot from James Rew. That's going to be 4 to the left-handed wicketkeeper bat. Another glorious shot. He's on racing towards his 100 now, is he? I don't know. I'm not going to put the mockers on him too much. But this new ball does fly a bit quicker to the boundary. Shot like that, as soon as he beats the point fielder, it's 4 runs. James Rew. It'll be really exciting. I'd like to see James Rew sort of go through the gears. That's what I'm looking forward to. Sort of, if he can bat tomorrow morning and with 10 overs left, he can unfurl his full repertoire of shots. Still 19 years of age. What a talent. High score of 101 not out, James Rew.
I think this will be a more valuable 100.
Oh,
Actually, it was
definitely.
quite a high-scoring draw, wasn't it, at Chelmsford?
Yeah.
He batted beautifully, but if he gets there today,
Few counties already at stumps. Essex, Kent at stumps. Not Middlesex at stumps. A bad light and rain at Canterbury hasn't helped the occasion. Sussex are delayed for bad light. Should get our full overs in here. 11 overs still remaining in the day. Back foot punch from Rew. Not going to be a single there. Thought he might be able to get on between extra cover mid-off. Here's a man who scored 100 and took a few wickets of the day. What was that, George Bartlett and Ben Green next to him? The man with the best tash. Like Thatcher's hat. Has that Richard Ellison just walked past behind as well? Chat to Vic about Richard Ellison later. He was over there. I don't have a bit of a chat with him.
beautiful Thatcher's hat, that.
George Bartlett might be covering up his Thatcher's cap. Done well in the twos. Rue trying to punch through the offside, but can't quite get it through.
You can see one more over of Jimmy Anderson. I think we probably will get one more. They're both him and Mahmood are walking towards the umpire, but they will both field. If the one that isn't bowling will field at mid-off, you'd imagine. I think it's surely going to be one more of Anderson.
Yeah, I think it could be his last, you said.
It would make sense to just give Mahmood four. Yeah. 4 for Anderson with this new ball and 4 for Mahmood. Tom Bailey, on the other hand, may stay on.
I don't think he's been quite his best either. I think it's worth trying. Ring changes, keep it varied, keep the batters guessing.
Well, they both bowled beautifully first up today, but it's a flatter pitch, and they've just struggled to get anything out of it. All 6 of Lancashire's bowlers really. Tom Abel just milking him really at the moment. There's a big gap at mid-wicket, so Tom Bailey comes around and they take a single. Somerset will be happy to do this for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, I think just tick it around, as you say. James, we're going to get to 100. And I think they might be a little bit attacking the last 5 or 6 overs of the day once the first change balls, the second new ball come in.
Around the wicket then, Anderson to left-handed Rue. Just a couple of slips in now. Gully's gone. It's a fine leg, deep square leg. And just pushes it to Grandholm, who does a little hop himself before handing over to pick the ball up. That's a better delivery there. Rue played it quite well in the end. Just pitched and started to move away from him. Threatened to square Rue up. Goes down to do a little bit of gardening, but that one just popped from a decent length from Anderson. Mahmood at mid-on. Just stretching that back out again, so I think Harry is right. We'll see 4 more overs. And that'll be a good day's work from Mahmood if he gets through 18 overs.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Hartley will bowl again. The question is whether it's Balderson or de Grandhomme at the other end. Is a big question.
Wide of the crease, and Rue is solid in his defence. It was a big LBW shout. The slips and the wicketkeeper were more into it than Anderson. Anderson only asks as an afterthought. Tom Abel was halfway down the pitch and had to scuttle backwards.
Yeah,
he's coming from very wide here, Anderson. He's definitely angling down leg side. It's probably a little bit high. Hope more than expectation, I think they asked the question there. Oh, dropped. Oh, put down by Jimmy Anderson. That was a caught and bowled chance.
Definitely.
Rue was just punching it back towards him. Anderson stuck that left hand out, and he almost expected it just to nestle in that left hand. He's so good in the field. I mean, all bowlers are better off their own bowling, but Anderson is so athletic, particularly given his age. Just gets stuck, and there, it's in the hand and straight down from Anderson. He just grabs at it, a little bit clutchy, and it's gone to ground. So James Rue gets a life on 90. Was he on 90?
He was on 90, then got to 92.
92.
With the two,
A life for James Rue on 92.
Well, on 90, and then he got to 92. So.
Life for James Rue on 90.
Yeah, we got there.
We got there in the end. You'd already got
He
there
got
way.
two.
You got there way before me.
He got 2 with the drop, I guess is the way to put it. Now Abel's on strike for the next over. So Tom Bailey in a bit of cloud cover now for the evening sunlight. That is going to be an outside edge for just 1 run down to de Grandhomme down the deep, making the overseas veteran, well, not veteran de Grandhomme, but making him run around at deep point seems a bit harsh. When he might bowl, maybe he's not going to bowl then. Maybe it will be Balderson and Mahmood that see us through to close once Bailey probably finishes this over and has a spell. Rue is just defensively in behind that, and the ball will trickle down to mid-on. Two slips and a backward point here for James Rue. Catching mid-wicket is the interesting field change. Jimmy Anderson is that man who fields. No, it's not Jimmy Anderson. It's Tom Hartley. Tom Hartley in at catching mid-wicket. Quietly, not fizzling out, but just doesn't seem a buzz from the Lancashire fielders here. Doesn't look like they're going to make anything happen. Feel like they're just going through the motions, sort of waiting for something to happen rather than taking the grasping the game by the cuff of the neck and trying to initiate something. Still a fairly full James Hildreth stand. Still got most of the fans in, just a few trickling away. Edward Coe. Who is this young chap Anderson? Might be a future for him in Test cricket, but he won't amount to much dropping catches like that. Young chap called Hanson dropping return catch. Yeah, same joke made. It's a common theme today. This Anderson's got potential. What are they going to do next, Lancashire? What's their next trick up their sleeve? Surely it's got to be a Colin de Grantham or a George Balderson and or Saki Vermood.
Oh, I'm going to leave you to find out, Harry, in the company of Vic Marks. I'm going to dip out for the remainder of the day and enjoy listening to you two through the wonderful earpiece provided by Virtu Motors.
Ah, good idea. Very nice, Sam. It is going to be Saqib Mahmood is going to take his jumper off. The umpires are just talking about a bit of cloud cover. I don't think they're going to need a light meter. I think we're going to be okay. Yes, Thomas Benjamin Abel, 111 not out. Nelson, having made his first class debut in 2014. 14th first class 100 today. Averaging 34 before this match. 50, so he's had 32 50s as well. Strike rate of 50. He's not worried about the Baz ball. He's just going to keep batting his way. A bit quicker than Sam Hain did here a couple of weeks ago, but class act is Tom Abel. And it's been a joy to watch, isn't it, Vic?
Absolutely, in such a timely innings, and he is the captain, and he set the example. The conditions are good for batting, but the situation was dire this morning. And with Somerset, well, their season was creaking a little bit. 25 for 3, 80 for 4. Here we go again. No one's scoring any runs. How much longer can we get on with, survive like that? And as I say, the conditions, certainly post-lunch, have been more benign than Somerset batsmen have seen this summer. But he's still got to do it. And he's found a terrific ally with James Rue. And it will have cheered that dressing room up. There's still, power to add. You want to score big here, but it's a big partnership. There's 199 at the moment. And, that's a nice little pick-off, just to post the 200 partnership.
Yes, big round of applause. These knowledgeable Somerset fans, aren't they?
Well, they can add, and they can subtract.
They can, well, efficient.
I'm sort of thinking they're listening to you, telling them that, there's a landmark coming, folks. But I have to admit, when I was off air, that wonderful earpiece.
Yes.
I wasn't listening to it. but it's there.
I thought you were going to tell me you gave your whole family your earpiece.
Well, no. Well, thank you.
No, lovely to see my old the PDC boss coming out.
Yeah, well, she was obviously glowing with pride that one of
she taught me so well to teach kids.
She described herself as your mentor, which slightly alarmed me.
Correct term.
That's my daughter.
It's a weird, she taught me how to teach kids, and I've ended up commentating about cricket.
Yeah, it didn't last very long, but yeah.
I found my preferences and priorities.
Yes. Well, I was spending my time explaining to my grandson that watch that number 9, because that's one of the greatest English cricketers
yes,
ever
I heard that
bit. And he understood that, I think.
Didn't know the great Jimmy Anderson's name then.
Oh no, I think he did. Oh,
it's an attempted big pull shot from James.
Yeah, but he didn't get runs for it in the end.
Is it me, or is he taking longer time to get to this 100 than I thought he would? Don't want to put pressure on him, but I just feel like he's almost slowed down since he got to 80.
Well, he wouldn't be the first to do that in the 90s. But he looks pretty calm still. He's done it against Lancashire before. But take nothing for granted. It's been a terrific innings by him. Not because of the difficulty of the bowling, although it's been perfectly good, but it's a pretty placid surface. But the situation, The situation was dire. And he's buckled down beautifully alongside Abel. Played some lovely shots as well. And got Somerset out of quite a big hole. He's risen quickly, hasn't he? Not just within Somerset. The England Lions have been, England under-19 and England Lions are interested. They're interested.
Yeah, he stumped Pajara, didn't he, in that Select 11 up at Chester Street, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a funny old game. It was sort of a freestanding one fixture, really.
But he's already, at a very young age, he's on the radar, if you like, of the national selectors. Quite rightly so.
Still glorious sunshine here. I do love it, the evening sun over the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's no better time of day to look at it in all its splendour. Forget the temperature.
Well, we can forget the temperature in the comfort of our lovely
Sam keeps putting the
warm
aircon on. Sam wears 3 jumpers and puts the aircon
I feel
on.
sorry for the people out there listening. Harry's here, he's just got a T-shirt on. Just try that in the James Hildreth stand at this time of day.
Well, that's their fault for sitting in the bit that's not got sun on them. Yeah, it surprised me the amount of people sat in the shade today. Still a few flocking out through the car park. It's that time of day when the trains are coming. You worked out your train times, Vic?
I have, and I'm fairly. I mean, the overrate's been pretty good.
You need a last-minute substitution.
Yeah. There's an 1848 is my last one that I don't want to miss that one, but I should be fine for that.
Back for dinner.
But you know, if needs must, you can do it on your own to the last few minutes. Ooh, it's a nice delivery from Mahmood. I feel, of all the Lancashire bowlers, Mahmood's got the least flattering figures because he's got nothing in that last column, and I think he's bowled a bit better than that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Shadows lengthening. That Somerset stand and the flats behind it, it's encroaching towards the square.
It's endangering the wicket now, isn't it?
Yeah. But we've barely seen a cloud. I think we're going to see some tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow doesn't look quite so good on the forecast.
Yeah.
I've been monitoring it throughout the day and it keeps slightly changing, but
is it getting better or worse?
Slightly better, but then worse at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
1 till 4, not so good.
Right.
But then Saturday looks better.
Yeah.
Saturday a bit decent.
Yeah,
Still
I
cold.
had a look. Saturday and the last 2 days don't look too bad at the moment, but of course it can change. And it's the sort of surface that requires plenty of time, really, to get a natural result.
Not 9 Lives Brian is trying to make a song about James Rue in the YouTube comments. I'm not going to attempt to sing it, Vic. I don't think that's required. Don't need to ruin everyone's afternoon. But
okay.
he's then written it twice. He's so keen for this song. I think we've seen better. Sorry, Brian. Can I get 2 here, Tom Abel? Is that sort of punch with purpose?
No.
Tom Bailey just had a little sprint. Just that sprint that means
I don't know.
There's a no ball. Sloppy from George Balderson in his first over back into the attack. Tom Bailey wants a rest, having just bowled a decent, 4 over spell, the new ball. At the end of the day, he didn't really want to be charging around at deep backward point. Stumps Hampshire, 287 for 4. Bad light. Nick Gubbins, 125. And James Vince, 104 not out.
Well.
Another England man of yester.
Yeah. And he looked like an England player too.
Very stylish.
His record maybe not be great, but he got 80 odd in Brisbane against Australia and you thought, this is the man.
Yeah, I was flying out to Australia to play a bit of cricket out there during the 3rd test. When I got to the airport and you put your phone on aeroplane mode, James Vince and David Milan were doing really well, great partnership. When I landed, the first person I met in Australia said, I obviously had an England palmy. I can't remember what I was wearing, but he obviously twigged straight away I was coming for cricket. He said, "Go home, mate. You've lost."
It's all over.
Yeah. In the how many hours I was in the, I think there was a run out between Milan and Vince. England collapsed, and then Australia won, 3-0, and I got out for 4th and 5th Test dead rubbers. Oh, more songs attempted for James Rue. Madonna's True Blue, James Rue, Baby I Love You is the next. So did your grandson enjoy his brief? Was that his first?
No, he's been here before.
Cool.
He's a junior member.
Is he? Oh, great.
Yes.
What's he? Trez's Hit Squad, is it called now?
Oh, I don't know. Don't think so.
Do you
Whoa,
not-
rip it in the air.
Just bounce a bit. Flip. Do you not get full family memberships as your service to the club?
No, I get one, but the rest of them don't.
You have to sort the different generations out.
But he'll be here throughout the summer, I'm sure, especially they moved to Taunton. They'll be,
Yeah, straight from school this afternoon works well, I guess.
well, they're not back even.
Oh, these long holidays.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's one more for Rue. On his
Taking him off slowly, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm almost nervous for him now.
Well,
Getting to that stage.
I think you would be. It won't be his first, though.
No, second at 101 not out at Chelmsford.
He must have got 100 at Southport, did he? Or not?
No, I don't think
No,
he
he didn't.
did.
It was just runs he got at Southport.
He got runs, but not 100.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
No, no,
Then. They play for England Lions versus Sri Lanka earlier on this year. 15, 42 and 13 he scored in the England Lions games. Nothing major.
Well, the oddity, I think I was on with Sam, and I'll repeat it, but James Rue played for England under 19s, George Bell played for England under 19s, and neither of them were keeping wicket.
So many young keepers, aren't there?
Yeah, and the guy called Alex Horton from Glamorgan was keeping wicket, so
Yeah.
keeping up the pattern of wicketkeepers who are good enough to play at international level as batsmen.
Saqib Mahmood then from the Scottish Pavilion end down below us. Yeah, we made that 100 at Essex, the same game where concussion sub Tom Banton got 100,
Yes,
didn't he?
yeah. One of the flatter wickets. Was it at
Yeah.
Chelmsford, I presume?
Yeah, Chelmsford, yeah.
It was an unusually flat wicket at Chelmsford.
Yeah, Banton's 126 off 120 balls.
Coming as a... Well, didn't start the game as second
No.
innings 100, I think. Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, Nick Brown got a few runs and wore the Somerset attack
It
down.
was a run glut, wasn't it? An ugly run glut.
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it, I think. Bruin Banton got 164.
We're getting into that territory where Night Watchman is probably padded.
Yeah, Jack Leach, would you say?
Well, he's the expert.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Who
yeah.
else have we got?
Pete
It's
Siddle has
Leach.
done it
Leach
for
is the
Australia.
strong favourite. He does it
Yeah.
for England.
But then Siddle did it for Australia, so I guess you can
Oh, right.
argue
But I
with it,
think
but
Leach probably.
Leach is young.
Siddle has, gone past
Been
that
there, done
stage.
that, hasn't he? Yeah.
I don't think Jack Brooks has quite the technique for the traditional.
he-
He's more of a night hawk.
He is. He sort of uppercuts over the slips, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He plays some remarkable shots.
He
Jack
has
Brooks.
played some critical innings too, actually, to
Yeah.
be fair to him, but he's more night hawk than night watchman.
Definitely. Although Jack Leach did go a bit Nighthawk the other week.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Warwickshire,
Well,
didn't
he's,
He still got that sachet down the wicket.
all that experience with England is he keeps thinking he's
Kept it carried away.
Marcus Driscoll.
Yeah.
Although he did play some good shots in the last match down at here. It's Warwickshire.
Yeah, he played that glorious slog sweep, reverse
Yeah,
slog sweep,
I know.
switch it for 6
Yeah,
last year.
But I can't see really, but I suspect that Jack will have his pads on.
Now, an old foe of yours was wandering around the boundary earlier when I was doing one of Richard Ellison was having.
Ah, right, yeah. Well, he of course was at Millfield for
Yes.
a long time after his playing career. with Richard.
Yeah, enjoy.
He would have seen some quite good cricketers go through Millfield during his time too.
Yeah, plenty of the Somerset. I think George Bartler was at Millfield.
Yeah, certainly. And I expect he might have even been there when James Hildreth
Yes,
came
that long
through,
ago.
and Harold Sapaya. But he bowled when it got right. He could swing the ball, Richard, and he had a golden spell in 1985 against the Aussies, where he suddenly came into the Test team late in the summer and got a stack of wickets. He's playing for Kent. The other thing about Richard Ellison, but was just slightly self-obsessed factoid, is that there were 2 overseas players playing in the Sheffield Shield in 1986-7.
Yeah.
I was playing for WA and Richard Ellison was playing for Tasmania. That was it. We were the overseas starlets. So I played against him in, I think, Devonport in Tasmania.
Yeah, I was looking at he played for Tasmania. Lovely part of the world. I went to Tasmania for the first time ever this January.
Yeah.
Stunning place.
Yeah.
You must have played at what was it called? Was it the Blundstone Arena?
Well, no, we were playing. I remember that particular game was in Devonport, which is
at the top. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wacky little town, Devonport.
Well, I can't remember much of the detail. I remember we stayed in a sort of motel, and people like it wouldn't have happened now, but I think it was a kind of place where you could self-cater, and we had breakfast as a barbecue with Jeff Marsh, who was then Australia's opening batsman.
Yes, Mitchell and Sean's dad.
That's right. He got the barbie out, and he cooked breakfast in the hotel on the barbie before we went to the ground.
That's a good
in a way that not many international opening batsmen would have done.
Yeah.
So actually, in London, moving on, the Tasmanian theme is saw Jamie Cox, who of course captained Somerset extremely well and scored lots of runs for Somerset at the start of this century.
He was the Keith Parsons era, wasn't he?
That's right, yeah. Who are now working for the MCC. He's the sort of chief cricket honcho, amongst other things.
He did a really good video for the Somerset website and YouTube channel in COVID, in the lockdown year,
Did he?
actually. When different content to keep people entertained when they're at home. That's a shot from Tom Abel, whipped in the leg side. It's gone for full. No,
well fielded there.
Colin de Grandon in my blind spot. Got around well to stop that, because that was timed well by Tom Abel.
Yeah.
The short, silly mid-on was not effective there. Leg stump half volley could potentially chip straight back to my guess, but no.
Well, there's one more for James Root. He's a boundary away now. Well, he's a 4.
He is.
I don't mean could go grand man. I can't quite see it happening unless he clips one magnificently off his legs in the next over.
No,
96, I think.
Yeah. Annie Cho says hi. She's a bit disappointed. She went all the way to Canterbury.
And it's rained.
Yeah, and not seen much cricket there
Well,
today.
tell her to read her Wisden. She's all over Wisden.
Is she? She's done another article on it, is she?
No, it's an article about her.
Is it? Even better. I've not seen that.
Well, not an entire article, but cricketing people, I think. And I was quite surprised. I mean,
She's telling me off for going on about the nice weather here. Oh, I think you definitely have to bring that into.
I will.
I'll read that. If
I'll
it rains
try and
tomorrow.
remember to pack it up, because tomorrow I think
we might have a bit of time to read Wisden.
What do we do when it rains on the stream? Do we go?
You've got to talk all day on your own.
No. I presume you.
We sort of talk.
You
for
play
a
music,
bit, give an update, or we might show a clip from lockdown. We might show an old Max Waller, Tom Abel fielding masterclass. Or we got some videos in.
Okay. Well, let's hope it's not necessary. But
no. Otherwise, we'll get you playing corridor cricket. We did that last year. Stephen Lamb was brilliant at corridor cricket.
You stream it, do you?
Yeah, we did one time actually. Yeah, made a video.
Well, I'm not sure.
You have to turn your arm over a bit. You can't get out of it. Part of the job.
I'm not sure I signed up for that.
Well, I'm sure we can sort something out. Have a loosen up tonight, so you're not too stiff to do corridor cricket. Debut tomorrow morning. Tom Abel, not hogging the strike here, but James Root desperate to get back on strike and get to his 100 with the overs whittling down. 4 to get. He is on strike for the Start of the 4th last over the day.
Okay.
What's that? The anti-penultimate, anti-penultimate. Something daft like that.
Well, I presume it's still going to be Sakib coming in for his 17th over, so it's quite a workout for him on his return. And it would be a remarkable thing for Somerset to get to the close with just 4 down, given that the lunchtime score. But I did tell you it was flat. But what would he like, James Roux? He'd love something to cut square on the offside.
I'd say, yeah, where does he want it bowled?
Well, something short outside the off stump would be handy.
Yeah. There it is, the cover drive from James Roux to bring up. Probably, is it going to go? Yes, it's going to cross the boundary. Magnificent second first-class 100 for James Roux. The left-handed wicketkeeper bat, still 19 years of age. A magnificent knock here. Him and Tom Abel have put on well over 200 now. And Somerset closing in on a second batting bonus point on a wonderful afternoon for Somerset batting, Vic Marks.
Absolutely. A lovely shot to get there too. Just a measured cover drive. So that was perfect. Also, I was struck by his reaction to the 100. It was so restrained.
Calm and just,
It was no punching of the air.
He's done it before, you know.
Well,
this is where he's born to play, born to do.
And I'm hoping that's because he thinks the job's only half done.
Yeah.
But it was even Tom Abel, when he got his 100 punt, we said he punched the air. And Tom is not a sort of effusive character on the field in that sense. James Roux hit that for 4. And it looked like I couldn't tell which was which for a minute, because Tom Abel seemed far more excited than James Roux. So it's just an interesting reaction, and in a sense, an encouraging one, because there's more to be done.
What does he do now?
We keep playing till the end.
Keeps
I think you can, in these situations. It's coming up to the close, and you're thinking, "Oh, it'd be great if we could get the close 4 down." A danger is that you become slightly more negative, and when i.e. bent on purely survival. And for some players, maybe not this player so much, when you're thinking defensively, you move less well. A lot of players, especially modern players, but all players, it's always applied that if you're looking to hit the ball, you move better. If you're looking just to survive, you don't move so well. So you can get too negative at this time of day. But he just needs to keep going on their merry way, really, not worry about the clock too much. And if you get a ball to hit it. If not, just bat. It's been a terrific innings. It's more or less flawless. The odd player miss. One little impish, unsuccessful reverse sweep against the left-arm spinner, and then he didn't bother again.
The Jimmy Anderson left-handed catching a follow-through.
Yeah, but did that go for 4 or not?
2.
He
got a good hand.
I mean, it was just only air. Did he touch it? Do you think?
He
did touch
hand to it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
was his weaker side, but
he has no weak sides.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was a sort of half, not much more than a half chance. It would have been a brilliant catch, I suppose. It is a chance. We're always pretty ruthless up here about that.
Oh, of course we are ruthless about Jimmy's ball.
Other than that, I mean, it's been a beautifully measured, treating the ball on its merits type of innings, quite classical in a way, in that just playing everything on its merits, being patient when necessary, good off his legs, and very composed. But can he? I mean, they'd both be thrilled if they could get to the close still intact.
Yeah, absolutely. It's turned what was a poor morning session into a.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really ominous, didn't it? We saw
Here we go again.
3 wickets go. Kohler Cadmore flickered, played some lovely shots. Perhaps he'll, baptise himself almost in Somerset colours and show everyone what he can do. And we saw a glimpse, but it didn't last for very long. 80 for 4. I mean, James Roux is an all-rounder, of course, and he's, because he keeps wicket, but he's the last, if you like, fully fledged batsman. Gregory's to come, but not much after that on paper. So it looked like everything was falling apart again in what I keep stressing, pretty benign batting conditions. And Roux, alongside Tom Abel, have righted the vessel. important in this game, but also important in the context of the whole season, where Somerset haven't really fired with the bat at all.
But I mean, even on a design pitch, you still got to get the runs, haven't you? It's still the mentality, the psychology, the wherewithal to hang around. And
the pitch is better for batting, but the situation was dire, and they've just shown if you just play the ball, not the man, play the ball, not the situation. And they had the confidence, both these players, and it doesn't apply to all modern players, they also trust their defence.
Yes.
So they can reckon that, hang on, it doesn't really matter if I'm not scoring runs quickly, because my defence is sure and I'll still be here. There are some players, even at the highest level, dear Moeen Ali, we've seen him go out and play against, in certain situations, against Nathan Lyon in that Ashes series you were talking.
Yeah.
He was playing shot after shot when he first came in against Nathan Lyon because he just didn't trust his defenders to stay in. Whereas Rue, all the while, was prepared, to, if necessary, to bide his time. And of course, Tom Abel, who's vastly more experienced now than Rue, he was doing that already. I mean, Abel actually crawled at the start alongside Kohler Cadmore, no problem with that. So it's a very mature innings, and it is important in the context of this season. It may not win Somerset this game because, as I said, there's a bit of weather around, and I think it's going to be hard work to take wickets on this surface. Maybe it'll be slightly different when it gets cloudy and a bit of moisture around, but this is more a match for batsmen than bowlers, I suspect.
Yeah, it's going to be the first day that Somerset can ever say they've won, I think, of the County Championship season so far.
Well, they're all being well, they will be 2 sessions to 1 up in this match, if nothing else. I mean,
that's the football score for the day.
Lancashire start.
When you say, how's the cricket gone today, to a non-cricket fan, you can say Somerset 2, Lancashire 1.
Yes. And they're on the cusp of getting their 3rd batting point of the season. Batting points are hard to come by.
They are, indeed. That's a lovely shot. Good fielding from Balderson. Now, that would have been out if Tom Abel hadn't had... That is brilliant cricket from Tom Abel. He was backing up, looking the single, and he got back in time.
Yeah.
Dare I mention again, you'll tell me off, but in the olden days, you might not have backed up quite as much. But now this thing about flicking the stumps back, would you avoid about flicking the stumps back for everyone now?
Yeah, as a bowler.
Regular, okay, you would as a spinner. Would Joel Garner have thought about that?
Well, he wouldn't have got down to that one, no.
but
that was asking... I mean, he knew what he was doing, but he's...
Oh, that's a top-edge pull shot from James.
It's over his head. It's over his head. He took on the hook shot. I don't know, he must have just about middled a bit. There was an element of top edge.
I think that's the modern bat's top edge, isn't it?
Well, it's gone for 6. For a moment, you thought it's quite a long boundary, one of the longer boundaries in this match. And you were not at all sure that was going to carry, but it sailed over long leg, and it's, I don't know how many 6s.
Well, Tom Abel slog swept. Tom Kohler Cadmore hit one over long on. So that's the 3rd 6 of the day.
3rd 6 of the day.
For 3 different individuals.
Yeah, I'm not sure James Rue's a big 6 hitter generally, but
he was when he played at Knights Hayes in the pre-season game.
Well, yeah, that's
in club cricket, but
okay.
He has for Taunton Andrews a few times, but not enough in the Somerset shirt.
Anyway, it was a good ploy actually from Balderson, really. It took everyone by surprise that he doesn't bowl any bounces at all, and he's got no great pace. But Rue took it on. I'm not quite sure whether I think there was an element of top edge, but it flew. It flew.
Yeah.
So he's raced on to 106. The 2nd batting point has been registered. How many overs gone in this innings? 90s.
2 overs to go.
So we're on 94. I'm thinking bonus points now. So there are currently 16 overs left.
I think tomorrow...
Realistically, 350 batting point, that would be it. More important to get stacks of runs than race and try and...
That's the balance, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, yeah. To get 450, you've got to be going something for 110 overs, really. And bear in mind, have Somerset got any batting points this season? They might have got one.
Yes, they got one against Warwickshire.
Get me old scorecards out, Vic.
They got one against Warwickshire.
Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? 284, yeah.
And now they've got 2 against Lancashire.
Already?
So I'd settle for 3. 4 would be a real bonus, and
Yeah.
5 is practically impossible.
100 off 16 overs would be going someone.
Yeah. Especially starting the day again tomorrow. And they'll want to be cagey in the next couple overs. Looks like Hartley's going to have a token bowl at the end.
Yeah,
or maybe he'll get a wicket. I don't know.
Do they take him for 20 off the last over? Do they block him out?
No, they'll just play him, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll just bat normally.
But who knows? That leg
I
slip
feel
is
like they might
coming in.
sweep. Both of these two are happy to sweep and confident to sweep. I feel like
Yeah.
that could be a viable option against
Yeah.
Hartley. I
Do
don't think.
discretion, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
I don't think they worry about batting for the close as much anymore.
We'll see. Quite an unusual field, this, and you need to be quite skillful to bowl to it because he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the leg side as Saqib, and he's kind of going for the. He might bounce a few. He's got a leg slip for Abel. We've seen that several times. He's got a ring of 3. There's a man at deep square leg and a man at long leg. So he can't bowl outside off stump.
Not the way the sand puffs up as they see the ball go across the outfield. Thinking about 2, but no, just a safe 1.
What sort of is he going to have a? He had a field for a sort of short ball attack, but that wasn't really dug in. It was just around his hip, and he flicked it away. I'm just having a look for Rue. It's slightly more conventional, 2 slips and a ring of 3 on the offside. Doesn't mean he might not pop a bouncer in again, but
Yeah, I think Mahmood's probably
shorter boundary on the long
he's
leg.
probably the best 2-bowler bouncer in this.
Yeah, he's the quickest of the
Yeah.
Lancashire bowlers. Ooh, that's a bonus there for Somerset. Well, it's a educated glide, perhaps, from Rue. It's gone fine there, but Saki won't be pleased by that. But let's have another look. Did he know? He knew what he was doing.
Soft hands, I think.
A little bit.
Little
He
bit
just
square.
opened the face a little bit. I'll give him the benefit. He's got 110 now, so
Yeah,
I
we
think he
talked
deserves the
about that,
benefit of the
yeah.
doubt. And it was therefore a lovely little glide. And as a consequence, Jennings has had enough of this. He's left a man down at third man. Has he? Yes, he has.
Yeah. It's in front of that black matting. I wonder if that black matting could come up now. Maybe
Well,
have a dry
I'm
weather.
guessing, although I haven't been up here, that they don't have it like that until the game starts.
I thought the sunshine from today would see it dry enough, really. The ball's not going to get ruined in there. I wouldn't think it's too wet and muddy. But
No. Well, it's partly, I think, for cosmetic purposes. I think I don't know what it looks like under there, but I don't think it's very pretty.
But it's only going to get prettier by having it uncovered, I guess. But as you said,
but
maybe just put it down
I
for
haven't
the
actually
games.
been over on that map because I think there's sort of gaps in it. It's not like a sort of the air and maybe a bit of sunshine can get to it. So I'm told.
Yeah.
So it's not like an absolute, impenetrable mat. There's holes in it.
Yeah.
That allows nature to run its course. Well, that's a good shot. This time of day, he's just nipped in for 4. Bottom hand pull. Fetch that back quietly. 114. He's raced past 100 now.
He's going to overtake his captain if he keeps going
Well,
like
he's
this,
allowed to do that. They've actually... They're going almost exactly the same rate. Abel 118 off 241 balls. Rue 114 off 235 balls.
Yeah, last over the day.
That scoreboard takes some believing, given where we were.
It does, actually. That's a good point, the positive change around it. It shows you how much a game can change in an afternoon, really.
Yeah, I mean, all was doom and gloom, really, at 80 for 4. 4 batsmen out again. No one really imposing themselves. Real problems for Somerset in their top order. And now, well, look at it.
What, bold mood, would we say? I like this from Lancashire.
What?
Bowling spin for 1 over at the end of the day. It seems a bit a token gesture, but
Well, we'll see.
something different.
I would have thought Abel, they've got a slip and a leg slip. I would be very surprised if Abel unfurls mega sweeps, or lofted drives, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think he's more likely to sweep. Oh, there we go. If he bowls it on the leg stump, then he's going to take the single.
Well, that's just a nice little tickle away to square on the leg side for the single. 310 for 4. It's brought. You're thinking bonus points, but you can get too obsessed by bonus points at this stage. It's more about trying to win the game and get in a strong position. But the pace they've gone, it doesn't rule out the pursuit of the 400 bonus point. Just in the last couple overs.
Big shout for a leave.
Yeah. Might have spun a fraction, but I think it was not optimistic. Ooh. Oh, I don't know whether these things have turned or not. That might have turned the way he played it, but there's potential for a bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump after a day's play, just a bit. Most nervous I've seen Roo all day.
He's not going to get a reverse sweep out, surely.
I don't think so.
Didn't like that,
There's
yeah.
a couple balls to go.
So, yeah, Tom Abel's going to finish 119 not out. James Roo's probably, as we reckon now, is just going to...
He's got one more. Stay calm. Just play it, watch the ball and play it on its merits. You can hit half volley for 4 if you like. Oh, he didn't play.
No, he
anyway, he's
forward,
hit it.
back, where's he going?
So there you go. Well, what a transformation. 80 for 4 becomes 311 for 4. And the two men of Taunton have hit hundreds. That is certainly transformed this game. Might even have done something significant to the season.
Yeah.
Because it looked so dire at lunchtime with more wickets falling. After lunch, this pair just calmly played everything on its merits. The pitch became ever more benign. And given that Lancashire too, remember they put Somerset in and 4 down. They thought at lunchtime, 4 down, we're on, good decision, we're on the way. But Abel, in only his second game of the summer, played, one of his captain's innings, and James Roo was terrific alongside him. So there's a sense of great relief, I'm sure, in that Somerset dressing room that finally their batsmen have started to produce something. 2 of them have. I said earlier on, 1 or 2 have just got to get hundreds to get a bit of confidence back into that dressing room. Well, 2 of them have done it, and that's terrific. Anderson, we saw a glimpse of Anderson at his best in that first spell, and then we saw a glimpse of mortality in the next 2, where he was fine, but didn't really pose a threat as the ball got older, the pitch got more benign. Nothing much happened really for many of the bowlers in the last couple of sessions, but it still needed really calm heads to get Somerset out of that hole, and they found those calm heads in Tom Abel and James Roo. Let's hope that. Time for me to catch my train, I think, Harry.
Yes, thanks for a great day, Vic. Superb comeback for Somerset.
I think you better thank Tom Abel and James Roo, actually.
Now, I hope you've enjoyed listening to us, and we'll be back on air just before 11 tomorrow morning. Do join us then. Thank you very much.